Well, good morning, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our Sunday coverage of this BRSCC and TCR UK race weekend. Glad to have you with us. Scott Woodwis in the commentary box, and we Rob Lewis down in pit lane to give you all of the action. We've just had an excellent TCR UK race with some current touring car stars, but now we're going to move on to some touring car stars of the future, because we've now got the first two races today for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. This is a wonderful proving ground. It's the newly appointed official junior championship of TCR UK, and we've got 22 very feisty young stars on the grid ready to get going, which is topped for the first time since the car was introduced by one of our next-gen Mark 7 race cars, with Ben Ryan on his first ever pole position and the first pole for the brand new car. This should be a magnificent race all the way through from start to finish, and we're really looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. So Ben Ryan, of course, got a first podium for the car back at Snetterton, but we're now looking forward to seeing if he can possibly convert this first pole, which he took by some 0.6 of a second, into a first race victory. He'll certainly be hoping so, and he's got some very quick drivers in the mix, including the championship leader Sam Nessa, not too far away as well in third position. So the cars make their way around onto the formation. As you can see, it's beautiful weather here this afternoon at Croft Circuit. Lots of action in store as we get set for our first race of the day, and for the Fiesta Junior Championship. So these drivers here are 14 to 17 years old. They're all running on a junior license, and they're either in one of the evergreen Mark 6 SD150s or the brand new Mark 7 next-gen TCR UK cars. So then, ahead of their first race of the day, let's take you through the grid for race number 1 here at Croft Circuit for the Fiesta Junior Championship. It's Ben Ryan with the first Mark 7 next-gen Fiesta Championship car on pole, with Rashan Chigarimbo alongside him on the front row of the grid. It's Ronnie Smith and Dan Lewis in the Mark 7 car rounding out row 2, followed by Hadley Simpson and Luke Hilton, who won the first race at Snetterton. He starts back in P6. But it's 7th place for Jacob Hodgkiss in his Mark 7, alongside champ leader Sam Nessa coming into the weekend in 8th. Ryan McCaleb, good to see him back after he won the second race at Snetterton. He's back for another race alongside Harry England, who's last year's defending Mark 7 champion. Marcel Lasishki is up on row 6 alongside George Foxlow in his number 144 car. Then we move back to Benjamin Doty in his first weekend in a Mark 7 after he debuted at Snetterton in a Mark 6. He's alongside Jensen Bell in 14th place. Good to see he hit that car after he had a testing accident last week and been rebuilt by the team since then. Jasmine Shaw will line up on the 8th row of the grid alongside Lucas Hayden in car 46. Then it's Wesley Swain for Pro Alloys and Maxim Motorsport, one of their new adventures for this year, alongside Billy Blockley in car number 315 on the 18th on the grid. Emma Ricola, who is the granddaughter of former rally legend Penske Ricola, starts in 19th alongside Jensen Mason in car 85, and then James Pope starts at the back of the grid alongside Max Solarski, who's this year's Jam Sport Scholarship winner. He had an off in qualifying, and then because he restarted, fortunately had all his times deleted, which means that he had to start from the back of the grid, but he came second in the first race at Snetterton, and he will certainly hope for good fortunes here today. So racing is all set to get underway very shortly. You can see Ben Ryan in the black car with the orange trim. The green trim are all set to get underway. And as the cars line up, we're all set to get racing here for 15 minutes of junior racing here at the Croft Circuit. And the crowd, which has been here to watch the first TCR race, sticking on to watch some racing stars of the future do their thing in Fiesta Juniors. So all set then for the grid, waiting for the last couple of cars to get into position, and then once they are in position, racing will be underway very, very shortly. So Ben Ryan then potentially could be on course to take the first ever win for a Mark 7, but will Rashan Chigarimbo and co have anything to say about that? The 5-second board is up, and we're all set to go for the first Fiesta Junior race of 2023 at Croft here as we get underway. It's a strong start for the front row of the grid for Ryan as he heads down towards turn 1. It's a better start from Rashan Chigarimbo. He leads them down towards from the front row of the grid, and they're jostling for 3-4 abreast. Dan Lewis is on the outside in car 19. He's looking for second place. It is 3 abreast. Up the outside also goes Ronnie Smith as Dan Lewis goes careering round the outside and takes second place into Clairvaux, and is already right onto the back of Chigarimbo as they turn their way through Hawthorne. Sideways for Hadley Simpson. Everyone getting through nice and clean, nice and tidy all the way through. It looks as though they're going to get through just about clear enough, but the top 4 are already out of it. One car, 2 cars wide, that's Ryan McCabe, and another car off in the background, that's Jasmine Shaw. She's off the road into the infield, into the rallycross circuit. Onto the grass went Ryan McCabe and Luke Hilton, whilst they're battling for the lead out front. It's still Chigarimbo who leads, with Lewis looking around the outside for second place. There's a bit of damage to the front of Sam Nessa's car as they go through, but they're all piling into Tower Bend together one by one as they turn their way in through the right-hander, and quite the frenetic start for everyone involved there. You can see that they come through, they're still side by side for second and third. It's Chigarimbo with Ronnie Smith all over on the back for second place, and that had the Simpsons joining in. The next group is headed by Jacob Hodgkiss, and we see here that Luke Hilton and Ryan McCaleb, even though they did come side by side over the grass exit, yes, they are still not leaving each other alone. But we've got a feisty group of 5 here forming up here with Chigarimbo at the front for Jam Sport Racing. He is looking to try and get himself right up there and potentially score first win in only his 3rd race in the championship. So already starting pretty frantically down towards the complex for the first time. They are line astern, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Tell you what, these really are some potential touring car stars of the future. There goes Happy Simpson, the blue and yellow car. That's the ex-Jensen Brickley Championship winning car from 2021. He's going wheel to wheel. And Jasmine Shaw, thankfully, minus the front bumper and front splitter, is still going in her Mark 7, thankfully. And she'll continue on, I'm sure, back to the pits to have that looked at. Heading down towards turn 1 for the first time, at racing speeds. And it is Chigarimbo who leads, Ronnie Smith in 2nd place. And then he's followed by 3rd place for Ben Ryan, 4th for Simpson. There's a slippy surface flag down there. It's Simpson holds on to 4th place, and they're 2 towards 3 places. McCaleb goes side by side with Nisa. There's contact between the 2 of them, off both into the gravel, bouncing around like a kangaroo is Mario McCaleb. He's very sideways again. There's more contact. Into the barrier goes Sam Nisa. Oh dear, that's not what we wanted to see at all from these guys. A bit of youthful exuberance taking over, but Sam Nisa, the championship leader coming into the weekend, off into the barriers. That'll be his race over. I have a feeling we might possibly see the safety car come out as a result of that. Meanwhile, still racing until they get to it. Up the inside for 2nd place goes Ben Ryan. Still side by side with Smith. He leans him out onto the curb on the exit, still continuing on as they press up towards the first few corners. And now they come down towards the exit of the Jim Clark S. They're still side by side, and Ben Ryan does not want to give it up. He's going for 2nd. He forces Ronnie Smith onto the curb, and into P2 he goes. But as I predicted, safety car has been deployed, and I tell you what, Ben Ryan made that move at the absolute correct moment, and he is now getting himself into 2nd place just before that happened. It's a shame, of course, Nisa. He was obviously hoping for a really strong result after he got a couple of podiums at the first opening weekend at Snetterton. So as we now look through to see if there's a possibility that Ben Ryan can still get up there at the front. I have to say, an incredible start from Rashin Chigarimbo. We saw something similar in TCR UK when Carl Borley got the better run off the inside of the front row of the grid in 2nd spot, whereas it's the outside of turn 1, technically, driver's outside, and got the better start because it's slightly on line where the circuit's been dried up a little bit more and cleaned up a little bit more as well. So he was certainly on it straight away from the outset. But as they now come up towards the end of another lap, it's the end of lap number 2, and see that's Ryan McCaleb's car, which incredibly was still motoring along, even though he was bouncing along quite a lot. The car was quite stiffly sprung, these Fiesta Junior cars, so he was bouncing quite heavily as he came through the first part of the complex. And it was kind of trying to get the car slowed down as much as he possibly could, and I think it was just a bit of crossed-wise in terms of who was going where on track, and eventually it came together. But it all kind of started when Sam Nisa went diving up the inside. Both of them kind of ran through the gravel a little bit, and that kind of put Ryan McCaleb's car kind of like a King Bronco a little bit, kind of all over the place. And then as he tried to get it slowed down and stopped, I think it was simply just both cars ending up in the wrong place at the wrong time with each other, and that's how that played out. So Chigarimbo then leads the way under safety car. Ben Ryan is up to 2nd place. It's now Ronnie Smith into 3rd place. It's now 4th place now for Hadley Simpson. 5th for Daniel Lewis. He's the 2nd highest best Mark 7 car in the field. Jacob Hodgkiss comes next in 6th position. There's Jasmine Shaw's car. There's the recovery going on for Sam Nisa's car. So thankfully it looks like, I believe that Sam is out of the car and okay. As we head through onto another lap and the safety car. Hopefully our brilliant recovery teams will get this one cleared up as much as possible if they can. Around on the formation lap. They're trying to keep as much temperature and heat and pressure into the tyres and brakes as they can. So it's great to see not just quite a few returning drivers from last year, but so many brand new drivers in the championship this season. a few of them, of course, you can tell by the novice crosses on the back on the windows. Sam Neese's car continues to be recovered. That will be recovered at least to the infield section, so they can put it back in. And they've got a gap in between the races to get it back to the play. But heading around, we've still got 9 minutes to go in this race, so we're going to keep on pressing on as the race goes on. So it's the RunYourFleet.com safety car lead to the pack around, the Jaguar safety car that's been present since 2021. Big shout out to Run Your Fleet for all of their support. You want to find out more about some effective business leasing solutions. For car leasing for companies, you could do worse than you could. I'm trying to find the right words, but you should go to runyourfleet.com to go and check them out, because of course they're certainly one of the leading ones. They've been award winners recently, so congratulations to them, and very grateful for all the support that they've given BRSCC ever since they joined up with us at the start of the 2021 season. It's the 3rd year of the partnership, and we're very, very grateful to Steve Whitmarsh and everyone at Run Your Fleet for their support of the club, and of course continuing to supply this wonderful Jaguar, which is leading the pack around here at Croft Circuit. Now, I suspect they've possibly slowed the pace down a little bit because they want to try and maximise the time, but they can bring people around in order to allow Sam Neese's car to be pulled back into the assembly area, which they'll do their best with as much as possible. And as we now go on to lap number 3, I'm sure this is going to be, it'll be a blessing for Rashan Chigarimbo. It's also going to be a great chance for Ben Moore-Ryan if he can get a good restart to get himself right onto the back bumper of Rashan and possibly challenge for the victory, because we've had, of course, a first podium for the Mark 7 next-gen car, which has been developed in conjunction with Cook Sport and, of course, BTCC star Josh Cook, and, of course, we wish him all the best for his racing ventures this weekend. But between the BRSCC and Cook Sport and everyone else involved, this has been quite a lot of hard work with these newer cars to kind of incorporate them with the evergreen Mark 6s. You can see they're getting quicker and quicker as more cars come into the championship, and more drivers and more mileage is put underneath them to try and get the little tricks of the setup and the ways in which you get the most out of them. Drivers are becoming more comfortable, and even speaking to Ben Moore-Ryan, we had a couple of conversations, and it's interesting. He says where he's come from racing a Mark 6 into a Mark 7, and the way you drive the Mark 6 is different to how you drive this new race car. But now that he's got the knack of it, now that he's got the trick of the trade in terms of how you drive it, how you get the most out of it, now he's starting to find the pace, and he's got every confidence that this car is now just as quick as the outstanding Mark 6s that have been in the championship ever since it started back in 2012. So the new cars certainly have been incorporated very nicely. They really are showing their premise. And if you look at the top 10 in the race right now, there's 5 of the Mark 7s up there, with Ben Moore-Ryan currently in 2nd, Daniel Lewis in 5th, Jacob Hodgkiss in 6th, Benjamin Doherty in his first weekend in the Mark 7, because he debuted at the season opener at Snetterton a few weeks ago in the Mark 6 whilst his Mark 7 car was being built. And also Harry England, who was last year's Mark 7 inaugural Mark 7 champion, is up there in P10. So it looks like the pack is starting to form back up again as the safety car lights hopefully are out, and we see them in the next shot. Coming through up towards the complex, and the safety car lights are indeed out. So we're going to get back racing once again with about 5.5 minutes on the clock. So this might be a bit of a dash for the cash for the Fiesta Juniors. They're going to certainly be pushing as hard as possible, but it's now Rashan Chingarimbo's turn to become effectively the de facto safety car. Now that the Jaguar RunYourFleet.com safety car's lights are out, it will pull into pit lane. It is now Rashan's turn to decide when this race gets restarted. He becomes the driver that everyone's got to focus on. He decides when to pull the pins. He's decided to put his foot down, and if everyone else can keep with him, it'll determine whether it's a good or a bad restart for them. And so Ben Moore-Ryan's going to be hovering on that right foot to see where he can do it. Will he restart mid-corner? Will he wait till he gets to straighten it up? We'll have to wait and see. You can hear the engine notes get up. So it was mid-corner for Rashan, but he hasn't quite got away too much. And now you can see it's a pretty decent restart initially for Rashan Chigarimbo, with Ben Moore-Ryan trying to go with him, but he might be under big pressure, which he is, from Ronnie Smith. Likewise, Hadley Simpson under threat from Dan Lewis as the green flag flies, and we're back racing once again here at Croft. So Chigarimbo leads back into Clairvaux for the first time, back on racing speeds. As Dan Lewis turns in for 4th place, gets a little wheel onto the curb and onto the dust as they come through. Back through Clairvaux and back through Hawthorne again. Nose to tail. So the pack comes streaming through. Now, onto the back straight they go once again. And Ben Moore-Ryan has managed to actually break free from Ronnie Smith, and he's going for the lead. He's all over the back of Rashan Chingarimbo. He's got a great run exiting the S's. Can he now go possibly down the outside to make a move here towards Tower? He's thinking about it. Go a little bit later. Will he still in the undercut here? Also in the mix there too, you see Hadley Simpson under threat from Jacob Hodgkiss. He's the brother of Nathaniel Hodgkiss, who has formerly raced in the championship as well, taking a couple of race wins. So certainly keeping it in the family is Hotchkiss, and certainly doing well in the Mark 7 car. But up to Jim Clark Essius, Chigarimbo under threat from Ryan. He wants this first win for the Mark 7 and for himself, and he's absolutely giving it everything. Through Barkov, back at racing speed. Is he going to go diving down the outside in towards Sunny Inn? He's got the better momentum. Can he go the switch back? He's trying. He's having a look up the inside. He forces his way up the inside line. Chigarimbo goes back around the outside with more grip on the racing line and keeps himself in front. But look at the car stacking up behind Ronnie Smith there in the black and grey car. He's darting up the inside for second place and having a look. Can't quite get it done. Lewis is in there 2 and 4. Simpson, it's Hodgkins, Luke Hilton, who was the Snetterton winner. He's back in 7th ahead of Benjamin Doherty in his first race at the Mark 7. He's up there at 8th as well. It's 7 for the leader for the podium. Chigarimbo parks it on the apex. There's a little bit of a touch. There's a bit of a concertina effect, but they're all getting through relatively safely. And now it's the charge down towards Clairvaux again with 3.5 minutes still to go on the clock. Look at them, all those talent. This is proper Fiesta Junior race. This is proper junior touring car racing at its finest. Ryan looking this way and that. Chigarimbo's offline a little bit. He's not comfortable. Little knock of the marker post there for Dan Lewis. He goes wide. Look at that. Ryan practically pushing Chigarimbo through the corner. He's that determined. He wants the victory. And Chigarimbo putting his car in all the right places in all the right times. As Benjamin Doherty sets the fastest lap of the race. That's the pace of these guys in front. And now Ryan again pushing along, trying to get himself, if he go back alongside again. This is as close as he's ever been down the back straight. Can he possibly make this move stick if he's got any power left in this car? Has a look, he's making a dive, there he goes. Up the inside into the right-hand tab, has he overshot himself? The answer is maybe. There's contact on the exit, Chigarimbo leans onto him, and he's back through into the lead. So Ben Ryan tried it, he went for it, but he couldn't quite make it stick. He was a little bit too late on the brakes, and now it's given Ronnie Smith the incentive he needs to try and get himself in the mix. He's now in 3rd place. Hadley Simpson in 4th now, ahead of Dan Lewis in 5th. Here comes Ben Ryan again, looking back up the inside in towards Sunny Inn. He's forced him wide on the inside line. They're still wheel to wheel on the inside line. And Ryan this time's got the grip he needs. He's got the line he needs. He's going to squeeze him out on the exit. They're going to be side by side. Now on the run down towards the complex. It's Mark 6 versus Mark 7. Wheel to wheel down towards the complex. Chigarimbo back later. There's more contact. Off and wide is Chigarimbo. He's out wide onto the curb. He bounces his way through. But Ben Ryan into the lead here at Croft. And now he's going to try and defend from Ronnie Smith here if he can. Chigarimbo's back down to 3rd, and they're all stacking it behind. Look at this, they're nose to tail, more contact. Simpson's the side of Chigarimbo, he gets elbowed out wide again. They're wheel to wheel for 3rd. This is absolutely magnificent. They're going to come on to the last lap of the race. I don't want this race to end. It's fantastic. They're cheering them on the pit wall. They're getting the encouragement. He's battling for P7. There's 8 of them together. Oh, there's more contact. Jacob Hodgkins and Luke Hilton come together. Down towards turn 1. That's how fresh and how much energy there's in this lead group of 8 cars. It's absolutely magnificent. So Ryan leads the way. Ronnie Smith in 2nd place. Chigarimbo in 3rd. Hadley Simpson in 4th now. It's then Lewis, Hilton, Hodgkins and Benjamin Doherty with the fastest lap of the race in his Mark 7. 8 together for the podium. This is genuinely one of the most energetic and entertaining Fiesta Junior races I've seen for a long, long time. This is great stuff. And all that Ben Ryan has to do is hold on to make this first win for the Mark 7 if he can for the next half lap. Still more battling. Hadley Simpson now under threat from Dan Lewis exiting Tower Bend. They're still wheel to wheel, and this scrap going on for 6th between Hilton, Hodgkins and Doherty as they exit out of Tower Bend. Through Jim Clark Esses for the final time. Look at them, look at the freight train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the rest are starting to catch up. Jensen Bell's not too far away. Look at this. Jacob Hodgkins right on the rear bumper of Luke Hilton. He's going to go for the move up the inside for 7th, is he? He thought about it, but he's going to try to put Luke Hilton offline, which is a little bit wide, but he takes the racing line. They are still nose to tail as they come back towards the checkered flag, but it looks as though Ben Ryan is going to head down towards the complex. He may well be a few corners away from making a little bit of Fiesta Junior history. In towards the complex for the final time. Off this restart, it has been 5 minutes of utterly frantic and wonderful Fiesta Junior racing, but they come to the hairpin for the final time. Ben Ryan, after he run so well last year, he's got up to speed in this car, and as he comes out the final corner and up towards the checkered flag, it is going to be history made in Fiesta Juniors, the first ever outright win for a Mark 7 next-gen car. Ben Ryan takes his first Fiesta Junior win in a magnificent final 5 minutes on that restart. 2nd for Rashan Chigarimbo. 3rd for Hadley, 2nd for Ronnie Smith, 3rd for Rashan Chigarimbo, his 4th for Hadley Simpson, 5th for Dan Lewis, 6th for Luke Hilton, and there's Jacob Hodgkins and Benjamin Doherty just like that. Wow, goodness me, that was entertaining and a half. That was incredible stuff from Fiesta Juniors. Lots of back and forth battles, wheel to wheel stuff. That is why it's the feeder series for TCR UK, with battling and action just like that. And you can see, even in the cockpit, Ben Ryan is absolutely delighted. And so will he, so will race car consultants, and I'm sure that many involved in that team are going to be absolutely delighted. And that also as well, if what does one thing, it proves the real pace of this Mark 7 car. It is up there at the front and it can win races and it is capable to do so. Excellent stuff from everyone involved in that lead battle. A little bit of bump and rub as you see at some points, but at the end of the day, everyone managed to get to the checkered flag without too many dramas. I'm sure there's going to be a very delighted Ben Ryan will come to the check, come into Parc Ferme and have a chat with Rob Lewis. He will be absolutely ecstatic at that. Excellent stuff. First podiums also for Ronnie Smith and for Rashan Chigarimbo. They'll be delighted with that. And also as well, good results for Hadley Simpson, for Dan Lewis in 6th. Luke Hilton might be a bit disappointed with 7th as well. Benjamin Doherty, I think he didn't take the fast lap of the race. It was Ben Ryan on the last lap that took it. 141.877. But Benjamin Doherty held that fast for quite a long time. In fact, actually, the last lap saw all the top 3 drivers lap into the 1 minute 41. So they were the only 3 drivers to do so. I almost can't stop talking. I'm getting a bit out of breath because it was such a magnificent race from start to finish. Really, really excellent stuff from everyone involved. And again, it was a misfortune with the incident between Michaela and Sam Nisa, of course. You never want to see anything like that anyway. But aside from that, great wheel-to-wheel action. I'm hopefully if you're watching in the comments and watching that, you agree with that too. That was Fiesta Junior Racing, genuinely for me, at some of its finest that I've ever seen for quite a while. Excellent work from everyone. I can't stop saying superlatives, it was brilliant. They're going to have to go some way to try and match that in race number 2, I'm sure, because the grid will be set by the second fastest times in qualifying. So we'll obviously run you through that once we get to that point. But amazing stuff involved from them as we come through back into pit lane. And of course the juniors will be out for their second race later on this afternoon. So as they come back into pit lane after we started to cool down and get our breath back, here's the results from that amazing first Fiesta Junior race of the day. Ben Ryan takes his first win of the championship and the first win for the new next-gen Mark 7 car since it was introduced last year. Ronnie Smith takes his first podium in second. Likewise, our second-place man on the grid, Rashan Chigarimbo, who led for quite a while through that safety car. Hadley Simpson gets his best result in 4th. Dan Lewis finishes in the top 5. Luke Hilton picks up 6th on the last lap ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss and Benjamin Doherty in 8th. Then Jensen Bell and Wesley Swain. Good effort from him to get up there into P10. Ahead of Maximilian Solari, who had a very almost anonymous race in that one, but he climbed up from 22nd to 11th in that race. Good effort. You'll see what he can do in the second race and get up there at the front. Harry England was 12th and Lucas Hayden in 13th place. Marcel Lasischke was up there in 14th. Then we go back down to 15th place for Billy Blockley, 16th for George Foxlow. Then it's James Pope, Ryan McAuliffe, Nelson Mason, Flamer Ricola, Jasmine Shaw, despite her missing her front bumper and front splitter. And then we lost, sadly, Sam Nisa into the barriers at Hawthorns. Right, I'm glad I'm heading down to Rob Lewis in the pit lane in a second because I'm out of breath off that first race. The first support race of the day, that was incredible. Got lots more coming up, so stay tuned after this one for more coming up from Mazdas and CityCars and everything else in between, and the CiviCup on their YouTube channel. But for now, I think we can head down to Rob Lewis, and whilst you talk to them, Rob, I'm going for a small lie down, I think.
Down in the pit lane, bit better late than never. Where's Ben? He's run off. Come back, Ben. Ben Ryan, you want to come this way? Obviously, very excited at his race win. Congratulations, Ben. Congratulations, been a good weekend so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, We went into Friday practice and we already showed that we had...
Welcome down to the pit lane for the first of our support series interviews of the day, and history has actually been made here this weekend, and I want to show you the reason why. It's this car. This is the new spec Mark 7 Fiesta Junior car. Now Ben Mulrine is just talking to the circuit comms at the moment. I want to show you a bit around this car, the new rear wing on it, the new shape Fiesta that Ben Mulrine is running. It's got all of the cook spot accessories on it, and it's one thing that the BRSCC have been pushing hard this year for their junior drivers. The Masters Fiesta is a good car, but when you think about it, they're getting a little bit older. They're going to get a little bit more difficult to buy spares for eventually, and this is the next generation of affordable junior Fiestas for the youngsters to get in and learn their craft. So have a good look at this car because it has just made history today. Now let's go and have a chat with Ben Mulrine. If I could chase him, he's trying to get away from me. Ben, I was just saying to the viewers at home, you've made history. So the first win for the Mark 7 Fiesta in the Fiesta Junior Championship, how do you feel?
I've got no words, to be honest. I'm so happy. I'm over the moon with it. It's obvious not only is it our first win, but to be able to do it in the new generation car, it means so much for me. It means so much for the BRSCC and especially for the team. I mean, how hard they've worked all season on it. I'm so happy to be able to give them the recognition that they deserve.
Let's talk a bit about the race itself. You sat back from the front row and you kind of sat back in third place in the early stages earlier on. Was it just about a case of picking off the cars in front? Yeah, I mean, at the start we didn't have a very good start. We missed second and third gear, so it wasn't ideal. Managed to pick off Ronnie into turn 3, but I mean, we managed to pick up Ronnie, and then obviously the safety car came out, and I was wondering, how long will we have left to be able to get Roshan, and fair play to him, we put up a really good battle, but I'm delighted the fact that we're able to win in this, and although there was a little bit of contact with me and Roshan, I thoroughly enjoyed the race, and I'm sure he did as well. No problem. Congratulations again on the win, and a historic win at that. Now, unfortunately, we were due to chat to second and third place, but due to some technical issues, we had to change cameras. But so for now, we're going to have to cross back to our commentary team as they're getting ready to grid up for the next race.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rob. And it's good to at least have a chat to Ben Mulrine, who was our very deserved race winner in that first Fiesta Junior race of the day. I think I've just about calmed down after that. That was incredible stuff. But indeed, I'm looking forward to the second one, because if it's anything as good as that one, we're in for an absolute treat. Likewise, what's coming up next on track, because we're switching from Fiesta Juniors back to the world of BRSCC's wonderful Mazda MX-5 paddock in the second race of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. This should be quite a race in itself once again. So as the cars are about to head out onto the grid, we'll give you the grid in just a moment's time. A quick catch-up of yesterday's race. Which is where we had a battle between Aidan Hills and Patrick Fletcher, and it was quite a battle to the end, and Aidan Hills did win the race on the road, only to get an actual top penalty for a jump start. He actually just jumped right as the lights went on. I spoke to him this morning, and he said that, yeah, it was a slam dunk. He accepted he got the penalty, and a bit frustrated he got down to 4th, but it was his fault, and he was able to get back, and he'll be able to try and bounce back if he can for this second race of the day, with the grid is set by the times from the second fastest times from qualifying yesterday morning, so he'll be looking to try and do as much of a good job as he can possibly there. So, as we come back on the formation lap, we can give you a run through the grid for this second race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. It's Patrick Fletcher who'll start on pole position, and he will be joined once again by Aidan Hills on the front row of the grid. It's going to be Joe Wiggin in car 41, former MX-5 champion Mark 1s, alongside the defending SuperCup Pro Class champion Will Blackwell Chambers in row 2 on the grid. Then followed by James Cousins and Ali Bray, AB Motorsport team boss in 6th on the grid. Sam Heading, with an impressive showing yesterday, will start 7th alongside Tom Griffiths, who's been getting quicker and quicker over the last 12 months in these cars. Fraser Fennick, who was last year's Mark 1 MX-5 Championship champion, starts alongside the former MX-5 SuperCup champion from 2016, James Blake Baldwin, back in 10th. Blake having some power issues, so hopefully he can climb up from P10. Lee Britton then comes next, 11th on the grid, followed by Alex Stott. And then from 7th row of the grid is Christopher Richardson and Tom Selden in car number 13. Next it's Richard Amos and Nick Rutter on the 8th row of the grid. Row 9 is Josh Morris and Scott Wright, who is in the pro class for this season. Then we get towards George Grant, Clapham North. He got involved in that incident in the first start yesterday, but he's back out in 19th alongside Martin Tolley. But it's Will Powell and Kamal Kelsey on the 11th row of the grid, followed by Amy Watts and Bruce Robinson, and it's Clive Powers and Wilbur Tilly on the 11th row, the 13th row of the grid, followed by Max Merritt and Christian Ginn. Max Merritt hopefully out there after he had some engine problems yesterday. Then Liz Walton, Alexander Jones, and then Eliza Seville will round out the 31 car grid that we have. The only car that we don't have and that is missing is unfortunately going to be the 25 car of Stephen News car. He was caught up in that incident in the towards the end of the first lap, which caused the first of the red flag yesterday. His car unfortunately in no state to race, I'm afraid, so he will unfortunately have to start. We missed the second and third races, I'm afraid. So as the cars then make their way around onto the grid for this second race, Aidan Hills, of course, will be starting on that favourable outside line on the front row of the grid. It's worked for Carl Baldwin in TCR UK. It worked for Rashan Chigarimbo on the front row of the grid in Fiesta Juniors. I suspect there's going to be probably a good start here for Aidan Hills. Quite used to fast starts. He was telling me this morning that he's quite used to when he was racing in rallycross, but of course when it comes to this is a little bit different to rallycross, even though it is rear-wheel drive. And Aidan Hills, of course, one of the most experienced drivers in the championship right now. Of course, he's been a former Rookie of the Year. He's been a title contender all this time. He really is hoping to get himself another race win. He's won so far this season. He's won 5 of the first 6 races, so he hasn't won since the second race at Brands Hatch, which seems like quite a short time ago, and it is. He wants to keep himself at the front of the field. He came into the weekend with over a 70-point lead. He wants to try and maintain that if he can. He's doing his best if he can from here. We've got still a few moments whilst the cars are continuing to grid up here at Croft, and we'll be looking to see if Patrick Fletcher can make it 2 from 2, or if he's going to be in the mix and having to fight once again following the rear bumper of Hills if Hills gets the better start. So wait now for the first few cars in position. So we can wait for the race to get underway now. 5-second board will be up. The green flag is at the back, and the 5-second board is about to be raised. We're all set for race 2 of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. Fletcher on pole, championship leader Aidan Hills alongside in the front row. Can he this time get a better jump and get himself in front? The lights are out, and they fan out in a sea of different. As they look and search for racing room down towards turn 1 for the first time. It is side by side for the lead. Patrick Fletcher wise this time with a better start off the line, and he turns in towards the first corner. They're side by side. James Cousins bounces over the curb at Clairvaux. It's usually the bump you have to watch out for, not the massive curb on the inside, but they're going wheel to wheel, 2 by 2, all the way through the first few corners, and now onto the back straight for the first time. So it is Fletcher who leads it then. It's Hills in second place. It's Will Blackwell Chambers up to third, followed by Ali Bray in 4th place. And it's going to be in 5th. I think it looks like James Cousins survived that. 1 car off the road in the background. That's Alex Jones in the 33 car, and they're still side by side again for the lead. And those are the tails that come through the complex at Tyre Bend. They're 2 and 3 abreast. They jostle for position. Remember, there's 2 classes in this championship: the pro class and the club class. As they come through, but now as they come through the Jim Clark S's, look at this, nose to tail, wheel to wheel at almost 100 miles an hour. The pack makes its way through as they sweep through the Jim Clark S's and back through Barkov. There's a wheel-to-wheel scrap there between the 88 of Alex Stott going battling with Tom Griffiths. But they now turn their way into the right-hander around at Sunny In and Sunny Out. So Joe Wiggin there holding off Fraser Fennick, who's last year's MX-5 championship champion. As now Aidan Hills looks to the outside trying to hit the lead going into the complex here at Croft to end the opening lap. He's trying to get himself, hopefully get his second win of the weekend, but Aidan Hills knows he's got to be on his toes here, and thankfully he didn't jump the start this time by the look of it, which means that if he does get in front, barring anything like track limit penalties or any penalties for contact, he should be able to get himself in front. If he can get in front, go and try and get his 6th win of the season to continue his championship lead. Across the line they go to end lap number 1. Still in the lead, Aidan Hills in 2nd place. Will Blackwell Chambers is 3rd, and it's 4th place for Ali Bray, 5th for James Cousins, 6th also for Sam Heading, 7th for James Blake Baldwin, then 8th for Joe Wiggin, 9th for Fraser Fennick, and then Lee Britton rounds out the top 10. So still now you can see Patrick Fletcher starting to pull away, trying to get away from Aidan Hills, but the top 2 are creating a small gap as they did yesterday. They did this in race 1 where they had enough pace in each other to pull away and almost kind of inadvertently work together unofficially to try and extend that gap. Now it's up to Blackwell Chambers and co to keep on their tail and stop them getting away. In the background, Joe Wiggins going literally rally crossing off the road, but he's managed to keep his position ahead of Fraser Fennick. And then Will Blackwell Chambers is starting to try and click them back in. Look at this, side-by-side action between Fraser Fenny and let's Lee Britton. Where's he going off onto the runoff area? He's going round the outside, Joe Wiggin if he can. Can't get that stuck. And here comes Richard Amos with the big dive up the inside into Sonny in. He's over the curbs on the inside. They just about lean on each other but don't make any contact. And thankfully, they've got away with that just about, I think. So now make their way through up towards the complex once again for the second time. A little sideways there from Maiden Hills, but he's getting the job done at this point. Now as they come back into the complex again. And all off the road. Oh, goodness me. Big off the road. That's George Grant off into the tyres. Hopefully he's okay. He's got his hands on his head, hoping that he's all right. That was quite a hefty hit into the tyres. I do hope George is okay. But that was, I didn't quite exactly catch. I was looking on my timing screen at something else, saw that he was slightly off the road and going into the barriers. So hopefully that George is only just taken a bit of a knock after he's gone from the barriers there. And if he can get going, I'm sure that he'll want to try and finish the race if he can. Just watching our scraps going on here now between the guys in 10th, 11th and 12th. As they come back through onto lap number 3. Red flag, race has been stopped, so the red flag is out, and so George Grant's car is probably still stationary on the grass or at least somewhere on the track, so that means that the red flag has been brought out and racing has been brought to a halt here at Croft, and that will be for George Grant's stationary car on the road up at the entrance to the complex. His car sort of came skating into view and just took a quite hefty bounce off the tyre wall, and I think we can agree it's better to bounce on a tyre wall than it is a wall, but that's kind of elementary in some cases, where the main concern, of course, is for the driver, so we'll hope that he is all right. And these MX-5 cars, they are kind of built with these very sturdy roll cages, and they do also mandate to put door bars into these MX-5s, a little bit like NASCAR-style door bars, but it is for good reason. And in terms of the incidents, it's always worth making sure that these cars are well built. I was talking to Jack Brewer this morning, who's at the circuit here. For those who are unaware, Jack Brewer had a rather nasty accident at Brands Hatch. It ended up being a multi-car accident. And I talked to Jack this morning, and I've heard him mention a couple of times that he had a moulded seat in the car, and that certainly did a great job to make sure that he only had a bit of a knock on his leg. And thankfully, he's here at the circuit, and he seems to be okay. He appears to be okay. I was talking to him in the paddock, and he's now on the way to just building a brand new chassis and looking to bring that out for next year, because of course he wants to try and get himself fully ready and fully sorted out for next season. But he's already on the mend in terms of getting the car back together and getting it sorted. So at the time of the red flag, that we had completed 2 laps. So that means that if we when we do the restart, the rule usually is that if the red flag goes out before the completion of 2 laps, then it means that the race order goes back to the original qualifying result, or the original grid order from the qualifying result. Whereas if it's gone past 2 laps, it goes to the order when they've gone through. Now that's a pleasing sight, at least, that George Grant is up and getting out of the car. Of course, he will go to the medical centre to be checked over by the medical. Because again, a massive hand to all the marshals and recovery teams and medical crews that are around the circuit, because they all give their time and their free effort to make sure that they're okay. And George Grant just conversing there with 1 or 2 of the medical staff just to kind of see what happened, and just communicating that. He's not had the luckiest of weekends, as George, this weekend. He's involved in the incident which saw us have to have an early stoppage in the first race, and unfortunately, in just 2 laps in, involved in another one. But as I say, he's up and about and walking, but he's also waved to the crowd as well. He's a fantastic chap, is George Grant, and we do appreciate all the support that he gives as well for not just the MX-5 SuperCup, but also for BRSCC in general. He's a very enthusiastic racer and a wonderful ambassador for the championship in terms of MX-5 SuperCup and MX-5s in general. So we appreciate all the support, and it's good to see at least he's up and about and walking. But as a precaution for any incident, drivers do have to go to the medical centre just to be checked over, because you never know. You can be up and about and walking, but all of a sudden the doctors might spot something, and then it might be a case of then they have to look at it further. But the initial signs show that George appears to be up and about and walking, and that's a positive, and that's all good. So the order at the red flag, when it came out for the record go at this point in time, it was Patrick Fletcher who was leading from Aidan Hills in second place. I almost can't speak. Aidan Hills in second place. Will Blackwell Chambers was third, had just taken the fastest lap of the race. It was then Ali Bray in fourth place from James Cousins and Sam Heading. Then James Blake Baldwin in seventh place. Fraser Fennick was up to 8th, and Joe Wiggin was 9th, and Richard Amos was up into 10th position. So there was a little bit of shuffling around going on between them. So the racecourse halted. You can see the recovery vehicle going off to go and fetch George Grant's car from the incident. There is 21, which is Josh Morris, who's one of our pro class drivers. He's one of the Hills Motorsport squad. And Hills Motorsport was run by Aidan Hills and his father Darren. And that squad, ever since sort of mainly Aidan sort of began that team, of course, they were usually running with just kind of really amongst themselves or of themselves as a team. But now, of course, they've been running as their own squad and they run their own fleet of cars. And Aidan last year was mainly using a couple of times that he came out as a guest driver purely just to use it as to one, any free weekend he had, because he was otherwise committed in a different series, racing Ginettas. But he came out in a couple of race weekends, and the races that he did, he was incredibly quick. I think he won out the 6 races he did from the 2 weekends he came in as a guest, which was Silverstone International right at the start of the season, and then Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. He ended up winning 4 of those 6 races, but of course, being a guest, he was invisible for points, but he still took away silverware and trophies and the bragging rights for that. And that included winning all 3 races pretty much at a canter at Silverstone International at the beginning of last year. And it looks as though that it's given him the taste for MX-5s once again. He's come back in for a full season, and it looks to have been absolutely the right decision for Aidan to race one of his own cars once again, because he's shown great pace, and of course he won all 3 races at the Silverstone GP circuit. He then went on and won 2 of the 3 races at Brands Hatch. So it's 5 wins from 7 races so far. And then, of course, he lost out to James Blake. He wasn't able to get the victory in the 3rd race. That went to James Blake Baldwin at Brands Hatch. And then yesterday, he thought he won on the road initially, but of course the 10-second penalty for the jump start meant that he was demoted back to 4th and off the podium. And that then gave Patrick Fletcher another victory. This is a circuit that Patrick Fletcher quite likes. He's had some good results here in the past couple of years, and it does seem to be a circuit that's kind to Patrick. So he does seem to quite enjoy Croft, and it seems to treat him quite well when he's on form, as he is doing here. And he was a little bit off the pace, a little bit not where he wanted to be at Silverstone. He managed to find it back again and get himself up there, even though there was a bit of a slight off in the 1st race at Brands Hatch, but he managed to pick his way back through and give himself a podium finish in one of the races at Brands Hatch. So he's still up there, still pretty quick, and still being engineered by former 3-time champion Luke Herbert and his Luke Herbert Racing Squad. It's quite interesting to see that quite a few of the teams that have been raced are run by drivers that have mostly raced themselves. I mean, typically most races generally tend to be that way. But the likes of Luke Herbert and the other drivers in the mix, like Ali Bray now, who also is running AB Motorsport, Aidan Hills as well. You've also got the likes of Brian Chandler, who's been a former Mazda MX-5 champion. Even squads like Martin Plowman as well, who's raced in the championship a couple of times. He has run his own Paddock Motorsport squad, which of course is running this weekend at the Silverstone 500 in British GT. So best of luck to everyone there, and of course to everyone who's taking part in the championship that weekend, this weekend. It's not been the best of weather over there at Silverstone, and unfortunately they had to abandon the qualifying session due to such inclement weather over there. And the qualifying the grid had to be set by the times in free practice 2, so it's been a slightly more jumbled up event. As we come on to the end of the recovery, looks like, hopefully for George Grant's car. That car now has been hooked up, and it will now be, I'm sure, either pulled backwards. There is the flatbed low loader to put it onto the back of, should they require it. But I'm interested to see if it is absolutely needed on that side. So the recovery continues on here at Croft. Again, another shout out to all of our brilliant marshals and our medical teams as well for all their hard work. And of course the work will then begin to the work that we begin to form the grid back up once again. And of course, they'll have to work out exactly what the order is, because we've had 2 laps completed, and we'll have to wait and see. Now, we are showing on the timing screen here that we are going to get a restart, and it is showing over the full 20 minutes. It looks like we've got the spare capacity to be able to make that happen, which is excellent. So hopefully we'll get the full 20-minute finish. Obviously, it's down to the senior clerk of the course to decide what's suitable to do so. As this recovery comes through, you can see the marshals all working hard. You can see Tracy down there, who's a circuit manager from Croft, who's also keeping a watchful eye on things. As the rest of the recovery continues on here at Croft. Still got more action coming up on the live stream here. Of course, we've still got the likes of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, which will be on their YouTube channel, so you want to make sure that you're subscribed to them, and to the TCR UK channel if you haven't already, because both of those, of course, will give you notifications if you turn them on as to when those will go live. And of course, subscribe to the BRSCC YouTube channel for any future live stream events coming up forwards. The next one coming up after this weekend is going to be in a couple of weeks' time, where it's one of the centrepiece events for the year for the club, which is their second running of a quite well-established endurance race, the C1 24 Hours, after the C1 Racing Club joined the BRSCC at the beginning of 2022, or at least in the off-season heading into 2022, had their first attempt at their first running as a club overseeing the established C1 24 Hours last year, which is a great success. And of course, it's happening once again this year, and we're looking forward to not just the race itself, but also another excellent support package where we've got Super Sport Endurance Cup with a 40-plus car grid at the moment. There's still, of course, time to enter that for the next couple of weeks. There's more Fiesta action from the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s. There's also the ST150s, sponsored by Vital Detail, and also the first round of the season for the Zio Prototype Cup, so sports prototypes around Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It's going to be quite a sight and spectacle, so make sure that you tune in for that. If you want to watch that live, you can do here on the BRSCC YouTube channel. Subscribe and make sure you get notifications to do so. But that's in a couple of weeks' time at Silverstone. This isn't right now at Croft, and we can see now that the recovery is just about complete here at Croft. The grid is being formed back up again, and it looks to me as if they are going to put them in the same order that they were in when they started. So what I'm looking at here in terms of order, or actually maybe not. No, they had completed 2 laps, so it's actually going to be the order in which they finished, where they were in when the red flag came out. So they had completed 2 laps when the red flag came out, which means that the race order they were in when they crossed the line to complete lap 2 is the order that they will restart this race. So Patrick Fletcher then will get another chance to start from pole position, but so too also will Aidan Hills from the front row, and he'll be able to try and get a better run down towards Clairvaux, and if he can, get himself alongside and possibly past Patrick Fletcher in the first couple of corners. Also watch out for the likes of Will Blackwell Chambers. He's the white car with the red sort of covered headlight covers and the red and blue stripes offset down the middle. Mix. He'll be starting from 3rd on the grid. Now it's improvement for him because he's on the different side of the circuit this time, back on the 2nd row, but he's starting on the inside of row 2 rather than the outside, because the pole position is on the inside of the circuit. So it's the driver's right, and you see here the rest of the field just being formed up behind them, as it's quite a field of cars. 31 Mazda MXI SuperCup cars, but it's had some very good grid numbers for MXI SuperCup throughout the season, particularly the season opener. We had, I think it was nearly 50 cars turned out for the first meeting at Silverstone GP. It's a wonderful grid of cars, and that was then maintained by another strong entry, a practically packed out entry at Brands Hatch, just some over to 34, 35 cars or so. It's a really popular championship because it brings really great, epic cut and thrust club racing. And some people might laugh at this sort of initially make this this comment, but I liken this championship as being a modern-day sort of spiritual successor or spiritual equivalent of one of my favourite championships, of club racing from years gone by, and for many over the years, which is the TVR Tuscan Challenge. Now, to silence anyone laughing, yes, I know these aren't some 5-litre V8 or these V8 British sports cars that have tons of horsepower, lightweight, and go like Bilio, yes, but these cars, of course, do look the part in terms of race cars. They're open top, they're close, there's lots of top drivers competing in them, there's plenty of close action, lots of great drivers have come through the championship in order to progress into higher things, including the likes of touring cars and GTs and stuff on support paddocks around the world in terms of great support championships, whether it's in British GT or elsewhere. There's lots of great drivers that have come through this championship. I think drivers like Abby Easton's come through this championship as well, who won it in 2014. She's now off racing in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which is excellent this season. And others that have come through and won great championships and moved on to great things. So it's really a great championship. It's a great step up if you want to move into maybe into TCR UK. You want to move into any other sort of larger national championships around the country. This is a great championship you can do. It's not going to break the bank in terms of cost. It's going to be quite cost effective. You can run either as an independent if you want, or as a team. There are quite a few strong teams that do run cars. There's plenty of teams that will happily run cars for you, or build a car for you, or simply just have a car available that you can rent for the season and simply just get involved again on the grid. And it's proven, particularly over the last 2 or 3 years, just how popular the SuperCup has really become. The grid numbers have been very good and very consistent, regularly getting some 30-plus cars on the grids at most, if not all rounds throughout the season. There's no wonder that drivers keep on flocking back to this championship, and even coming back in so many cases, because a good case in point is James Blake Baldwin, 2016 champion. He's been off racing Genesis for the last 2 or 3 years, and now he's come back to the championship. And of course, drivers like that have come back, and the landscape has changed in this championship. It's not the same where before, where he might have been an absolute front runner, and he is a front runner as James Blake Baldwin. That's no denying that at all. But the competition levels have changed. The drivers in the mix have changed. It's all different for them, so they've got to adapt to these new competitors, these new drivers they haven't come up against before. Sometimes takes them a while to do so, and there is a knack with new drivers coming in who've got plenty of experience that have won championships in other areas of motorsport, whether it's in single seaters or it's touring cars, whether it's tin tops or other areas of club racing that have been successful. There's generally a kind of a settling in period with these cars and a learning period with these cars for about roughly 12 to 18 months, and we've seen that with quite a few top drivers. A few to mention I can happily reel off. Nick Grindrod, of course, he was the CityCar Cup champion, former pickup truck champion as well. It took him about a season to get used to the car. He finally took his first win of the championship at the last race of the season last year at Snetterton. But he'd been battling all the way through since 2022, and he was on roughly on a good pace when he started the season. But it took him that year to get used to the racing, the competition, how the cars drive, how they set up, the tricks of the trade with the setup, because there are teams here that have been racing cars for ever since the SuperCup started in many cases, and they know the tricks and the setup and how to get these cars working the best, to engineer them well, to make them really strong, to get the most out of them. And some drivers coming in have to kind of understand and learn that. It's almost like going back to school to learn these kind of things. Same with other drivers, like Jack Brewer, who was a Mark 1 driver. It took him about a year to get involved. Took his first podium at Snetterton. Tom Griffiths took about a year or so. Now he's a regular podium finisher and genuine race-winning contender when he's on the pace. Other drivers coming through, and also even drivers coming back into the mix, having to kind of readjust to these cars again. And it's almost like, again, it's like putting on an old pair of shoes in many cases. Kind of, they feel familiar, but you've got to get yourself kind of comfortable back in them once again. And it's the same with some of these drivers coming back, like James Blake Baldwin, and even drivers that have been Mark 1 champions, like Ollie Allwood, who's not here this weekend, but Joe Wiggin, Fraser Fennick in there as well. Who else is in the mix there too? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Will Blackwell Chambers was exactly the same period too. He, of course, was the champion in pro class last year, but it took him a season to get used to the car. And once he managed to make it click in the first couple of weekends at 2022, he was off and away and he was banking consistent points. So it really is good to see. And of course, we've got 2 classes with the pro and the club class. And the club class is really great for drivers who just want to enjoy SuperCup, but are maybe a nice spot away, not as quick as the pro class drivers, but want their own competition to go and battle amongst each other a bit more casually and a bit more sort of have their own competition without rowing to have to keep pace with the front running guys. So that's great that we have that too, to have the different classes, so you can judge where your pace is, judge where your skill and your experience level is. And some drivers do, like Scott Wright, for example, who runs a Paddock Motorsport, won the club class championship last year, and now into pro class. So let's see how he and the other 31 drivers get on here at Croft. We go set for the restart, take 2 for race number 2 of the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. The red lights are on. We're going to go out any second now. It's a decent jump again from Aidan Hills from the outside of the front row. Now, can he put himself alongside in this start? The answer is yes, he can, just about, but he needs to try and beat him on the braking zone down towards Clairvaux, and he has got his nose in front, and you know what? He has taken a lead into Clairvaux. Into the right-hander he goes. It's side by side for 3rd place between Will Blackwell Chambers and Ali Bray. It looks like on track position, it's going to be Bray who takes it round the outside. So impressive stuff from the AB Motorsport team boss. who has had a couple of wins in the championship previously, but as they come out of the S's and on towards the back straight, immediately it is Aiden Hills. Richard Amos thinks, forget the chicane, I'm going across the runoff area, but he might be going side by side with either Fraser Fenwick or Joe Wiggin. Meanwhile, down towards the complex, they'll go for the first time in towards Tower as the 31 strong field charges its way down towards this very bumpy braking zone here at Tower Bend. Plenty of side-side action. Kamala Kelsey going up the inside of Bruce Robinson there. 108 is also Amy Watts. She's the daughter of Patrick Watts. Yes, that Patrick Watts is an ex-BTCC man. And those who don't know too much, Patrick Watts actually started his racing career, mostly is not started, but he was a former MX-5 champion right in the early days when the MX-5s went racing as a factory championship. So Amy Watts, like father, like daughter. And she's also got great experience racing in the C1 Racing Club as well. And I believe she'll be out in a couple of weekends' time, I think, again, at Silverstone for the 24 hours. Leaders into the complex then for the first time back under racing conditions on the restart. And it's Aiden Hills who leads, but you can see here that Patrick Fletcher and Ali Bray and almost Paul Blackwell Chambers are not quite letting him get away here. Through the hairpin, look at that, that's a great shot, nose to tail, that's a brilliant shot to get. All the way through on the first lap, it's literally like rush hour on the M25, it's great to see. Nose to tail, side by side, all the pack fighting their way through. And at the end of lap number 1, it is Aiden Hills who leads then once again. The championship lead looking to make it a 6th different win as we head down towards Clairvaux once again. It's Fletcher in 2nd place, Ali Bray's 3rd, and Will Blackwell Chambers and Sam Heading, and then James Blake Baldwin, James Cousins and Fraser Fenwick. You look at this scrap going on for 9th between Richard Amos in the white and orange car. We've got Joe Wiggin in the black car with the plinking yellow flashes, and then the red car with the slight bonnet damage. There is Lee Britton back in 11th place. So lots of battles going on up and down the order. Great to see as they come and make their way through down the hill towards Tower Bend for the 2nd time. And they make their way up towards the complex now. With Aiden Hill still in command. Further back, here goes Amy Watts. She's having a look at Liz Walton, I think they look like, for position. Meanwhile, the freight train makes its way through Jim Clark S's nose to tail. And here's a scrap that could be tasty here. This is Paul Blackwell Chambers fired up after yesterday because he had contact with Joe Wiggin yesterday, and that saw him tumble down the order and finish in the teams. He's now got quite a target to try and make up some points. He may almost certainly use that as a drop score, but Paul Blackwell Chambers has a point to prove here. He wants to try and get himself back past Ali Bray to get into a podium spot, try and chase after that top 2, who are getting away already like they did in race 1. It was the Hills and Fletcher show out in front, when the 2 of them were nose to tail and battling for position. Everyone else was simply a supporting act for 3rd place, but I'm certain that the likes of Bray, Paul Blackwell Chambers and Sam Heading in 5th position, really good stuff from Sam Heading. He's up there in 5th place. He's quite an experienced club racer himself in motorsport circles in the UK, and really getting to grips with this Mazda MX-5 SuperCar pretty well. It is a Boston engineered car, so typically, again, we're singing the praises of Rob Boston in the TCR UK race, but he's doing quite a grand job in 5th position already. He's really taken to that pretty quickly itself. The file out of the S's for the first time. Now down the back straight once again. And now as they go side by side, this is Patrick Fletcher's chance to try and get himself back past here as they go down the outside and trying to get the switch back on the undercut. Which he might well try to do, but looks like Hills has got enough grip on the exit of the corner to sweep across. But it's not going to stop Patrick Fletcher from trying. He's almost tried to put himself alongside, but he's backed out just at the last minute to maintain his line through the Jim Clark S's. Now they come towards Barcroft, still with Patrick Fletcher on the boot lid of Aiden Hills, and you can see that Ali Bray just behind Will Blackwell Chambers. They're close and they're watching, but I suspect that Ali Bray's got a bit of a catch-22 situation, almost like a rock and a hard place. He's got to try and keep up focused on the top 2, whilst keeping one eye in his mirrors to see what Will Blackwell Chambers is up to, because he's looking pretty feisty in 4th position as they turn in through the complex. So still Hills from Fletcher, from Bray, from Blackwell Chambers. Sam Heading, this is definitely his best performance so far to date in the MX-5 SuperCup, and you can see here Ali Bray not wasting any time. He looks up the inside for 2nd, all over the curb of the hairpin, and it has been able to hook him up enough to get himself alongside briefly. For Patrick Fletcher says, don't think so, try that again. And that's going to give Blackwell Chambers incentive here. He might have an attack for 3rd place pretty soon. You see he's pushing, sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:35.876 as Fletcher demolishes another marker board. And now as they come into the right-hander of Hawthorne, so back onto that very crucial point. It's out through turn 2 now. now onto the cockpit. I think Aidan Hills was telling me that one of the crucial parts of this circuit really is 2 points. It's the hairpin and exiting out of Hawthorns there, because it means you can set yourself up with the 2 long straights. Really, there's much momentum and traction through there. But I would also argue that both Clare and here at Tyre are quite quick, because they're quite very bumpy braking zones, and that can settle the car pretty quickly if you take too many liberties. So onto the short run towards the Jim Clark S's again, a little bit further back in the pack. We've got 6th for James Blake Baldwin, 7th for James Cousins, 8th for Fraser Fennick, next Richard Amos and Joe Wiggin as they come through. And again, you see these cars wonderfully move around as they're just sweeping through Barcroft. It's a fantastically fast corner. It's faster than it looks. It looks like quite a tight right-hander, but you look at how much grip and pace these cars have got, and the way these cars can just sweep through it as if it's nothing. It's quite incredible. Some drivers don't feel as confident, they have to take a lift, but others will simply go flat out if the car's underneath them, and it works pretty well. Just quickly checking with the club class as well. I should mention that Will Powell showing his club, but that is an error. He should be in pro class. So in actual fact, it is Wilbur Tilley that's leading the way for Patrick Watts Racing from Kamal Kelsey, and then Clive Powell. So ignore the fact that Will Powell, I think, he scored as a club class driver. He should definitely be pro, confirmed by the champion coordinator. So that will be amended, I'm sure, in due course. Oh, one car off into the grass in the background. Who was that? That's possibly one of the. That was one of the Hills Motorsport cars. I think it was car 21, which is Will Morris. No, so Josh Morris. So he's recovered quite nicely and back onto the road. Patrick Fletcher shows he still wants his victory, because he's now set the fastest lap of the race. And again, like it was in race 1, top 2 pulling away, but so now it's the battle of the third, because Ali Bray and Will Blackwell Chambers have got this small gap to Sam Heading with James Cousins in 6th. So this is all going on nicely. Chambers just darts out a little bit, puts himself into Ali Bray's mirrors, just reminding him, I'm still here, I haven't left. There's James Blake Baldwin a bit further back than he'd like to be, in 8th position, but a bit of a skirmish now with Messrs Amos, Britton and Wiggin, or Joe Bosch Wiggin as he's known. He's affectionately known by his friends and team members, and you see Blackwell Chambers hit Blake Baldwin under pressure from Amos, and he dares to look up the inside of Barcroft, and Blackwell Chambers gave him the room, and there's contact. And Blackwell, knowing it's James Blake Baldwin, he will not have appreciated that one moment. Yes, hand gesture out of the cockpit. I think it's quite clear what he thought about that one. Rich Amos is ever the opportunity, looks for a move, but he's not afraid to get his elbows out, shall we say. And I think that was a move where you can see the evident damage on the front of the car, and unsurprisingly, James Blake Baldwin, who is ever the character on track, both using his driving and anything that he decides to gesture as the cockpit, thankfully nothing too obscene. But he uses quite the entertainer out on track, where there's never a dull moment with James Blake Baldwin, and that certainly wasn't it. So top 2 pulling away again, and Fletcher once more is giving Aidan Hills a big headache as they come back down towards the right-hander at Clairvaux. Bouncing over that bump on the apex. I've talked about it a few times over yesterday, and also looking at through qualifying. It really is a huge, nasty bump on the apex, but it's also quite hidden, so you don't really see it until you just about go to clip the apex. And if you hit it at the wrong angle or at the wrong speed, it can really spit you out the other side and get the car sideways, or even if you catch the try and catch the slide, it can spit you one way and then the other. So you've got to be really, really careful. Here comes Sam Heading. This is defending from James Cousins, because he came across the line. He came across the line in front of the 24 car, and you might have the rookie player on the back, but he's showing James Cousins the edge of the road. Excuse me, I quite fancy this 5th position. Get out of it. I suppose get out of it might be going the idea of Aidan Hills. He wants to possibly to Aidan Hills, but he wants Patrick to leave him alone, because he wants to try and get himself another victory, go for win number 6 of the season. Fletcher's not going to let him have it all that his own way. They're bouncing around as they go on the apex of Sunny in, and back through Sunny out again. And now as they go back up through the gears once more towards the complex, and Fletcher's having a look. He's going one way then the other. And he's forcing him to go defensive. He thinks, right, you're going to defend the inside line, I'll just send it round the outside, and it might well work. Oh, there's contact, I think, a little bit. If not, there's a huge lock-up from Patrick Fletcher to not hit the back of Aidan Hills' car. If he did, it was a very light touch. And Aidan Hills getting very defensive out there. So even though he was quite dominant in the first couple of weekends, Patrick Fletcher not letting him have it his own way. You can tell that Croft is Patrick Fletcher's circuit. You can tell it's one that he quite enjoys. Right, there's a board going out. This is the last lap, in fact. So one more time around the Croft Circuit for the leaders, and it's either going to be a 6th win of the season, barring any hidden penalties that might be coming up for Aidan Hills. He hasn't jumped the start as far as I can see, so it can only be really track limits if he gets pinged or anything. Patrick Fletcher sliding out wide, he's pushing hard, but he wants that wider line. Tiny bits of trim comes off the back of Hills' car, but that might have been from a legacy of a small, tiny bit of contact from when Patrick Fletcher tried to go around the outside. So out of the S's, down towards the end of the straight at Tower Bend into that big bumpy braking zone, and you can see there we've got Sam Heading again under big pressure for James Cousins. They bang doors, they're really going for it here. Sam Heading is in the greatest possible way not showing any respect to some of the established drivers. He goes, if you want to get past me, you're going to have to go around the long way, sunshine. Go for it again if you can. Still fighting on for third as well between Ali Bray and Will Blackwell Chambers. That's going to go to the checker flag also. And now down towards Barcroft for the final time, and Patrick Fletcher with the wider line. He wants that undercut, but again, Hills once more frustratingly for Patrick, parks that car right on the apex, and it now gives Ali Bray, Will Blackwell Chambers a small window of hope. Can they start to get themselves in the mix with just 3 corners to go? Patrick Fletcher with his last gasp attempt to get, he went round the outside the first time. Can he hoodwink him on this occasion on the final lap? As Ali Bray gets closer than he wants to be, has a look up the inside, but he can't quite make that stick. He's also defending on the inside from Blackwell Chambers. They come back to the hairpin. Any last gasp moves? There's a chance of Will Blackwell Chambers round the outside for third if he can win the sprint to the line, but he won't quite make that stick. Still Sam Heading stays for 5th, but it is going to be this time, and he will keep it this time. 6th win of the season for Aidan Hills in the Clapham MX5 Super Cup. Victory for Hills, Patrick Fletcher 2nd, and Ali Bray back on the podium once again. That will be a delight for him and for AB Motorsport. It's 4th for Will Blackwell Chambers, and a great drive, one of the drives of the race for me. Sam Heading defending from James Cousins. I'm sure him and James would have loved that battle. Even with the contact, it's just a little bit of rubbing and racing. There's a degree of it that's okay, but in general they like to keep it as clean as possible. Fraser Fenwick should be happy with 7th. He picks up P7, the outgoing MX5 Championship. Oh, goodness me, that's Carl Kelsey's car with damage on the front. So he's taking a bit of a whack in the final few corners, and that might have an effect on who takes what in the club class. And I think actually the win's been taken by, it's again, for those looking on the screen, ignore Will Powell because he's showing he's in the wrong class, but Clive Powell's is essentially taking the club class win from Bruce Robinson, and then Kamal Kelsey in 3rd. But I don't know if there was any shenanigans on the final lap. The damage in the front of Kamal's car potentially suggests so. We're hearing in my ear that it's possibly down at the last corner, so there was a bit of skirmish going on between them, which was intriguing. We'll possibly try and figure that out, I'm sure, between races if we can. But despite the interruption at the beginning of the first race, another great spectacle once more from the MX5 Super Cup, as usual. Some close wheel-to-wheel duels and nose-to-tail battling, as they always tend to provide. They've got one more race coming up later on this afternoon. So here's the result of race number 2 then. It is Aidan Hills who does keep his win this time, and he takes the victory, his 6th of the season so far, from Patrick Fletcher in 2nd, Ali Bray in 3rd. And that will extend Aidan Hills' lead in the Pro Class points even further. Defending champion Will Blackwell Chambers takes 4th from an excellent drive from Sam Heading in P5, but it's James Cousins in 6th, Fraser Fenwick 7th, from Richard Amos, Lee Britton and Joe Wiggin rounding out the top 10. James Baldwin, bit aggrieved after the contact with Richard Amos, I'm sure. He finishes in 11th. Alex Stott and Tom Griffiths, he was off the pace today so far. 13th for Tom, he won't be pleased with that. And Christopher Richardson completes the top 14 drivers by picking up P14th. Then Tom Selden in 15th position, Nick Rutter in 16th, and Mark Tolley in 17th place. And it's Josh Morris, Scott Wright and Will Powell. And as I say, I think that's an error on the class of Will Powell. So it should be Clive Powell, I think, who wins the club class from Kamal Kelsey and Will Tilly, because Bruce Robertson's he's dropped down the order, it looks like. So actually it's Powell, Kelsey and Tilly, the top 3 there. But it's Christopher Ginn from Amy Watts, Bruce Robinson, that's had a late penalty. I'll look on the time it's been has. And the answer is can't see anything, so I'm not sure what happened there. And then Mac Merritt in 27th place rounds out the 27 cars. Then Eliza Seville and Alexander Jones and Liz Walton completed 30 cars that all made the flank. The only one we didn't see after he was off at the beginning of the first start of the race was George Grant after he hit the tyre wall going towards the complex. So another great race all round from the MX5 Super Cup, and I'm sure to have a chat with them in shortly will be Rob Lewis. Have a chat with our top 3 momentarily. The next race coming up to mention is going to be for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge, and I think we can now throw down to Rob Lewis to have a chat with our top 3, including our race winner for the 6th time this year. It's Aidan Hills.
And we're down back in the pit lanes after a thrilling Mazda Super Cup race, shortened sadly by a red flag. And I'm hoping to grab a word with Aidan Hills, who's just taken off his... I'll go to second place just while the circuit commentator's doing his thing. Patrick Fletcher, very hot and bothered, gets out of the car. What we got down here?
My little horn. My mechanics.
I love that. Obviously, you didn't have the rub of the green on the restart. Second place, how was that for you?
Yeah, I had a good initial getaway and I put it into 5th instead of 3rd, like a bit of a wally. But no, the car felt amazing. I was quite happy when Ali chucked it down inside of the hairpin, because it meant we then had a gap and I could catch Aidan back up. But it's quite hard to overtake around here, so once Aidan had the track position, it was really hard to get back in front again.
Did it kind of change the game plan going into the restart with only 10 minutes on the clock, a bit more frantic? You kind of knew they were coming for you?
But we weren't informed at the restart how long was left. We knew it would be a shortened down race, but we didn't know by how long. So it wasn't until the last lap I realised that's the last lap.
Unlucky. And game plan into the next race, so you're on the front row, obviously get the jump on Aidan and go for that other win.
So the next one's reverse grid, so we've got a few cars in front of us, so that mixes up a little bit. But yeah, just check over the car because the steering was a little bit not straight. Check over the car and then go again.
No problem, we'll let you crack on now. Good to see you. And we have got in first place Ali Bray in 3rd place and Aidan Hills. I finally get to interview the winner. We had to be made to wait by the circuit commentator, but a great win there. You got the rub of the green on the restart.
Yeah, I just said to the circuit commentator, actually, me and Patch have started next to each other 4 times already this weekend, and he out-jumped me in 3 of them. So that one was mega to get the jump that time, and once I was in the lead, obviously I led all the race yesterday, so I knew where to put the car because I basically had practice yesterday. So yeah, it was mega to get that win. I've never won round here, so I'm over the moon with that one. Yeah.
So with the reverse grid going into race 3, what's the plan?
Keep my nose clean for the first few laps and just pick them off. I think me and Patch have got a massive advantage over everyone this weekend, it seems. So I think whoever gets in front out of us 2 and gets through the pack will be at the front. But this is just a credit to my team. It's my 6th win this season. So everyone at Hills Motorsport, Dave and Carol, my dad, Paul, everyone who's helping, and just want to say hello to my girlfriend and my family watching at home.
Wonderful. I'm sure they will be watching at home and celebrating with yourself on a fine win. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Right, let's go and see if we could just grab 3rd place Ali Bray, who's very sensibly grabbing himself a drink. Ali, a good race there. Managed to get on that podium again. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, it was magic. I kind of felt like we lucked into yesterday, and I feel like we're here on our pace today. So yeah, no, car was fantastic. Massive thanks to Mike Comber Racing, AB Motorsport, all my family, my wife, 2 boys at home. If you're watching, Ralph and Ozzy, love you. But yeah, one more race later, we'll see how we go.
Bless them. I'm sure they'll be cheering Dad on later on. Just quickly before we wrap up, with the reverse grid, what's the plan going into race 3?
I love the reverse grid starts. It changes it up a little bit, and if I'm good anywhere, it's always lap 1. So I'm looking forward to it.
No worries. Fantastic. Congratulations again on the fine podium there. So that's the podium roundup for the Mazda SuperCup there. We've got the CityCar Cup just out on the circuit, ready to be formed up on the grid. So it's time to go back to the commentary box with Scott Woodwis.
It certainly is. Thank you, Rob. Good to hear from our top 3 in the MX-5 SuperCup, and we go from SuperCup racing to CityCar racing now for our 2nd race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship, including the Student Motorsport Challenge. And a couple of great stories coming out from the weekend so far already. It was another victory, 3rd win of the season for Elliot Lettis yesterday, and because of that he will start on pole position for race number 2 of the weekend. Here is the grid here in front of you. So it is Elliot Lettis on pole position, and he's joined on the front row of the grid by Stuart Bliss on the front row. Richard Jepp, who won the Student Motorsport Challenge for Northbrook College, is in 3rd, ahead of Christopher McKenzie in 4th. Then it is Porter in 5th position, and Dominic Fletcher rounding out the top 6. Then we go to 7th place on the grid, which is then Nick Goff. We had Adam Reynolds in 8th. It's then Bob Bannister in 9th, and it's then Flynn rounding out the top 10 on the grid, followed by Arthur Simonday with one of the great stories of the weekend so far. We'll come to that in a second. And Duncan Haller, who is racing for, they're both racing for Queen Ethelburgers and Barrett Sports, respectively in 11th and 12th. 13th on the grid goes to another one of the Paynes on the grid, followed by George Jones in P14. Then it's Leon Wild in 15th place, one of his student motorsport cars. 16th place to go for Vincent. It's then Dean in 17th place, and it's Peter Bauer in his car that he won in the raffle. Yes, correct, in the raffle in 19th place. We'll talk about that in a minute as well. It's Prem Gind who starts 19th on the grid, followed by James Smith. Then it's Richard Snuggs and Lewis Torres. Then Jack Wheeler, who retired from yesterday after the East Surrey Motorsport College team. He'll start from 23rd on the grid ahead of Hayden Payne. And John Nicholson, who's thankfully on the grid as well, he will start at the back of the grid in 25th here for this second Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the weekend. So as the cars then make their way onto the grid, we're looking forward to this one. So a couple of stories from yesterday. The significance of the second place for Arthur Simonday in the Student Motorsport Challenge is because they're one of a couple of new teams competing this weekend. We've got another one from a Wiltshire-based college, and also from Queen Ethelburgers, who are actually a sixth form rather than being a college or university. And with Arthur Simonday at the wheel in their car, they actually managed to pick up an excellent second place on their debut in the championship. So magnificent work from everyone involved in the team there to reward their hard work. And I'm certain that I want to try and put a repeat performance in. The runaway driver in the Student Motorsport Challenge is definitely Richard Jepp. He was on the podium again and qualified quite well in the session on Saturday as well. But the last couple of the cars are just getting into position now to see if he can try and repeat that. And if they now come onto the start of this race in a second, the green flag flies. So we're almost getting set to get ready to get set and underway here at the Croft Circuit for the second race of the weekend for the CityCar Cup, the Student Motorsport Challenge. The red lights go out, and it's straight away a decent start from the front row again for Stuart Bliss. It's that outside line on the front row that seems to work every single time for most drivers, as the 25-strong field charges its way down towards turn one for the first time, and up towards the right-hander into turn one. Clairvaux, it's going to be Elliot Letts who tries to hold, but Stuart Bliss is looking brave on the outside line if he can. Bit of lock-up, bit of bumping and boring for a couple of the cars in the mix, but it looks as though I think they've just about got through it. Now as they make their way onto the... Oops, off into the barriers. That's Peter Bauer into the wall, I'm afraid. That's the chap who unfortunately won his car through the charity raffle, and I'm afraid that's the start of his second race. He did not want to see it, and neither did we. So hopefully he's okay after that little knock into the barriers. But looks like his race has taken a nosedive pretty quickly from the outset. Leaders make their way down towards Tower Bend for the first time as the pack continues to charge through. And it's Lettis who leads from Bliss in second place. It's Jepp in third. And also up there looks to be quite a strong run so far for Dominic Fletcher in I think that's last year's Richard Bliss title-winning car with number 14. And as we now look through towards the leaders into the Jim Clark S's safety car has been deployed straight away there. That's courtesy of Peter Bauer's incident. So the leaders then, I'm not sure Dominic Fletcher's seen the safety car boards because he's now looked to try and take third place and then realises, not the best idea. So thankfully he did see that, otherwise that would have been a penalty incoming for Dominic. But thankfully he spotted that before anything else happened. So the cars then will now at reduced speed once again. And they'll be forming up behind the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. And so the pack now just at reduced speed and looking to try and keep some temperature into the tyres, into the brakes, and to keep everything running like clockwork if they can. So at this reduced speed, it should be a good chance for them to get themselves a bit more recomposed, because sometimes at these starts of these races, the adrenaline's pumping and it's up there, and everyone's a little bit sort of anxious to get themselves in front of people. And it's the age-old saying, if you can't necessarily win the race on the first lap or at the first corner. I think the clerks of the course do tend to remind them about that all the way through. And I think that was simply just, I'd like to think it was simply just a miscommunication of track position that saw Peter Bauer's car off the road. And remember, Peter Bauer, he's one of a few rookie drivers in the field. And as I mentioned, he was the very fortunate winner of a wonderful incentive that was going on. It was for the Orange Aid charity, to aid, essentially a charity to aid marshals. And there was a great charity raffle that was put on by AMR Motorsport, who essentially look after it's a combination of Adam Shepherd and Martin Pickler. Adam Shepherd, of course, he runs in TCR UK, as I think there's inclement weather coming in, because you can see in the grandstands, great set of spectators in the grandstand down at Clairvaux, but you can see all the jackets and tops and brollies and coats, raincoats are coming out, because I think it's starting to spit a little bit with some precipitation, I wonder, and that might just throw a little bit of an extra spanner into the mix for those on track, I wonder. And as they make their way around, it should be quite a fascinating spectacle once we get back underway, because that will certainly mean that we get quite a big change of weather. But you can see, look, in fact, that's how heavy the rain's already starting to become. It's quite a sudden rain shower. Now, we were quite fortunate to miss most of the rain yesterday, and all the south got quite a lot of rain yesterday at places like Brands Hatch and particularly Silverstone for the British GT Championship. I felt very sorry for many people at Silverstone yesterday because they had to abandon the British GT qualifying session, and had a couple of the races were postponed or abandoned or even red flagged early because of just sudden downpours and very, very heavy rain and weather that's set. But it seems as though the north turns are start getting a bit of precipitation, and the rain is starting to fall here at Croft, and it's not light rain. It's looking like quite steady rain that's falling down already. Now, of course, this might have a big effect on. This will obviously have a big effect on grip levels, and it, of course, will have a big effect on just how tricky the circuit might be. At least at this reduced speed, they'll get some kind of an idea of the grip levels, at least at lower speeds. But it's when they get back up to racing speed. Yes, these cars aren't the most powerful, but of course they've got quite a strong setup in terms of suspension and in terms of shocks and dampers and suspension bushes and sticky Nankang tyres on top of that. You've got to bear in mind that these cars are quite grippy. They're grippier than you think in terms of pace that they've got underneath them. So you'd have to certainly keep an eye on just to see who's got the most. Now, I wonder possibly they've managed to recover Peter Bauer's car pretty quickly, and yes, they have actually managed to recover it quick enough that the clerk of the course has decided, right, lights out on the safety car, let's get this race back underway, because we've got 10 minutes or so that's still left to go. So I imagine we're going to get some pretty tasty racing in prospect here. And of course, left a big enough gap, and it lets us try and hold on. And he again becomes the Paddock in the field. He's got to decide now when he wants to get this race back underway and restarted, and I think he's made his choice, because as they come now out through the final couple of the corners, he's going to get back underway racing in a second, and he'll put his foot to the floor and lead the pack across the line to take the green flag, and racing getting back underway here at Croft. We come back down towards Clapham for the first time, but now possibly into the unknown slightly. It's going to be a damp and greasy circuit. Are they going to take it a bit more tentatively and tiptoe their way through, or are they going to go with the same gusto they usually are? I think the answer is potentially go with gusto, but we'll see just how tricky it is. If it has affected the grip levels too much, we will wait and see. So make their way through. Everyone's lining their P's and Q's already so far at this point in time, so everyone seems to get strong, and it's a good restart from Elliot Lettuce, who has kept Stuart Bliss at bay. Richard Jepp still third, and again, we keep saying it, he's the runaway leader in the Student Motorsport Challenge. That Northbrook College car is really well set up and well put together, and Richard himself, of course, is quite a tidy peddler, and he's certainly proving that. Dominic Fletcher's fourth, Bradley Porter is fifth, Christopher McKenzie is sixth, and then we have Adam Reynolds, Duncan Haller, Nick Goff in ninth, and Craig Flynn rounding out the top 10. And you can see in the cars with the numbers with pink backgrounds are your student motorsport drivers. So we've got Richard Jepp, who is in the mix, and he is leading the way for Northbrook College in second place in the Student Motorsport Challenge. We've got Duncan Haller, who's up there for Barrack Sport. They were formerly known as Oxford Brooks, and they're back at the circuit here where Ben Cranett helped them take their first, they took their first Student Motorsport Challenge wins, added to their tally, but it was also the first outright race win for a Student Motorsport Challenge team in its first ever season, which was absolutely magnificent. And then in third place, it looks like it's West Suffolk College with Leon Wild at the wheel, followed by George Jones for Colin Gwent. And then up there, also looking pretty well in 17th place from the back of the grid, is Jack Wheeler, and that's in the East Surrey College car. So good effort from them to get himself back up the order. The other one in there is Amelia Vincent, who is in the Wiltshire-based college team. So good to see them having a good run so far. Arthur Simonday should be in there as well somewhere, and he should be up in the mix too. We'll keep an eye and see where he is. It might be that there's a couple of different colours, because a couple of those drivers that are new to the championship are also new rookies. In fact, yes, I can see one of them there. In fact, it's Arthur Simonday. He's up in fifth place, and he's now in the Queen Ethelberger's car that took second in the SMC running yesterday. Here's number 11. That's Duncan Haller in the Barrack Sport car, getting past Nick Goff into Clairvaux, and that's now a position for on-track position for 7th place, still second in SMC, but Nick Goff, quite a popular, quite a well-experienced racer in many cases. He's done quite a lot of C1 racing, but good to see him trying a different side of these Citroen C1s. Of course, these cars are a completely different specification for sprint racing compared to the endurance spec C1s that he's been used to, but a good foray for him. He's looking pretty competitive, hovering around the top 10 quite a lot. I'm also quite impressed by Adam Reynolds as well. He's sort of been steadily making progress and gains up the order, but he's now into P6, which is quite strong. And certainly keeping it on the black stuff, because yesterday he did take a bit of a grassy moment up at sunny in and sunny out, which thankfully he's avoided so far. So battles for first, third, and fifth have all paired off a little bit here. You've got Lettuce and Jep. No, that's not right. Lettuce and Jep. So what's? I think it's a dodgy transponder because Stuart Bliss is definitely there. But I think his transponder hasn't properly come across the line. So yeah, he's showing at the bottom, but that's not correct because if you look at the next shot, when you see the leaders, Stuart Bliss is very much on the rear bumper. There he is of Lettuce. So that's an error on the timing screen. I think his transponder's having a bit of a glitch at this point. Elliot Lettuce still leading with Bliss on his tail. Then there's quite a gap back to third place, which is now Richard Jett versus Duncan Fletcher in the second of the Auto Bliss Toyota Aigos. Should remind you that even though there are Peugeot, Citroens and Toyotas, as Stuart Bliss does get inserted back in second place, and actually set the fastest lap of the race last time by, he is now... these cars are all the same mechanically underneath, but they are Toyota Aigos, Peugeot 107s and Citroen C1s. They're all built in the same factory in the Czech Republic when they were originally being created, I think back roughly around 2005 when they were first launched. And ever since, it's the 2005 to 2014 model years for these three cars that are allowed in the championship. And that means that even though there's three different manufacturers, you can pledge your allegiance to either Citroen, Peugeot or Toyota, but you're going to have the same car underneath anyway, and that's a good thing mechanically, is that these cars means that if you've got a Toyota Aygo and you need to get, say, a new, let's say, a component, a mechanical component for the car that's not part of the kit to build these cars, you simply just have to get the same thing that would go on a Peugeot 107 or a Toyota Aygo or a Citroen C1, for example, and you'd simply just go ahead and buy that part. It's exactly the same that goes on all three. So that means that these cars are as tight as possible, they're tightly controlled as possible, and it makes them great little cars to race. And it really focuses on how well you can set these cars up and how well you can drive them as well and get the most out of them. So the brief rain shower seems to have, thankfully, abolished itself, because we've now got back to sunny conditions and the track has had a small sprinkling of rain, but it does seem to have got itself back to better track conditions and just about getting towards bone dry. There is still some, maybe some spots of rain in the air, because both Elliot Lettuce and Stuart Bliss still have their wipers going, unless they've just forgotten to turn them off because they're that focused on each other whilst battling for the lead. One driver was also impressed with this event so far is Bradley Porter in that blue and black car, that's just gone through his shot in 5th position. He's had a good run so far in P5. So good to see him getting up there. Here's a good battle we're looking at here. This is being led by car 40, which is for 46, which is Craig Flynn. And he's got like Richard Snuggs, Bob Bannister. You've got a couple of the Paynes in there as well. And John Nicholson from the back of the grid. He's up into 16th place. He started 25th. He's now up to 16th place and trying to pick up more places where he can. He's behind Jack Wheeler in the East Surrey Motorsport car. And there's actually a bit of an inter-SMC battle going on here a little bit, because you've got just in front of the head of them, like Craig Flynn's in there, and Arthur Simonday's in there too, just behind the John Nicholson car. And Arthur Simonday, of course, running in the Queen Ethelberger's car. And as I mentioned, while most of the student motorsport teams are colleges and universities, this is the sixth form that are running this car. And of course, they picked up that second place in SMC yesterday, which is magnificent. Up the inside goes Richard Snuggs. That was a huge dive into Clairvaux. I wasn't sure he was going to get that stopped, but he did, thankfully. Got it on the apex, and now through Hawthorns, he's now going to try and pull away now that he's managed to pick himself up into the top 10. So up to P10 goes Richard Snuggs. Good to see that car back in one piece after had a bit of an incident up at the first couple of corners yesterday at the start, yesterday's first start. You can see, I don't think the rain's completely left the circuit. There's still some people with umbrellas out, unless they're now feeling the heat and trying to shade themselves from that. This battle pack makes its way down towards Tower Bend. They're all over each other here. Look, you've got 73 in the mix, which is one of the Paynes in the mix. 73 on the grid is Andrew Paynes. He's now in there. You've got John Nicholson in the pink car with the black roof, and all sorts going on there with a couple of the Barrack Sport cars. You've got Craig Flynn and Arthur Simonday and everyone else scrapping amongst each other. Meanwhile, still the top two nose to tail, and still Elliot Lettuce cannot shake Stuart Bliss because he's looking pretty feisty. We're back to our battle pack midway through the order, led by Richard Snuggs. It's then Jack Wheeler, John Nicholson, Craig Flynn, you've then got Andrew Payne, Arthur Simonday in the Queen Ethelberger's car, and right behind them, here's the tail of that one, I think it's Bob Bannister as well, and his car I think sits underneath the Auto Bliss squad as well, at least just sitting underneath it to be looked after. I'm not sure he's run by Auto Bliss, but he's certainly held there as much as he can. Go through the complex, almost 2, 3, 4 into groups of 2 by 2, just like Noah's Ark. But the great thing is, because they're such small, diminutive cars, they can race these packs and go 2 or 3 wide in places you wouldn't normally expect it in other race cars, and that's what is good. Oh, goodness me! That's the West Southwark College car that's gone onto its rolled over, gone onto its side, and that's coming into the complex. and that's on the exit of the first part complex left into complex right. So hopefully Leon Wild is okay. It's the car ended up on its side, and I'm sure that Leon Wild wants to try and definitely get out as best he can, provided all is okay. Now, what is that going to do for the race? Is that going to possibly cause an early red flag? Is that going to stop the race, I wonder? Yes, indeed it has. Just as I said that, red flag has been thrown, the race has been stopped, and I'd like to think with a minute and 29 to go, that will not be restarted. The race is going to be declared because we're that late into the race, and the leaders were on their last lap anyway. And the round of applause from Leon Wild. Thankfully, he is out of that car. And you can hear the appreciation from the spectators, who I'm sure will be down there to see what looks like we're taking quite a not intentionally spectacular role, but that car ended up on its side. And I'm sure the West Suffolk College team will have some work to do. Well, they definitely will, to get that car ready for race 3 again. So the red flags fly, race has been stopped, and it will mean that we will declare a result, which should then give Elliot Lettis the victory in that second Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race, which will certainly please him at least. Of course, nobody ever wants to get it via a red flag, but when it comes to race victories, as a racing driver, you'll take them as they come. And I'm sure he would have wanted the glory of taking the checkered flag, but even so, the race win is a race win, and it will certainly do his championship, his early championship charge no harm whatsoever. And of course, they come around to the side of the incident, and now they see that Leon Wild's car is slightly inverted, and it's now sat on its side. So what this will also mean is it will mean a win for Richard Jepp once again. They haven't lost so far. It's 5 in a row now for Richard Jepp and Northbrook College. This is looking like already, initially, some domination by Jepp and the defending champions at Northbrook, because they're definitely looking for their second race win of the season, for their second title in SMC in as many years. And he gets 3rd overall once again as well, so great effort from him. In the rest of the SMC cars, it was Duncan Haller who picks up 2nd for Barrack Sport, and Jack Wheeler makes up from yesterday's retirement to give 3rd place to East Surrey College. It was then Arthur Simonday 4th for... it was Arthur Simonday 4th for Queen Ethelburgers, and the next car was going to be... that was 72. Who's the next one in there? I think Leon Wild was the next one. That was in 26, but that's the car that's gone off, so he won't be classified as a finisher at least. Well, this is the result from the red flag at the end of that race. Not the way he wants to end it, but I'm sure Elliot will take it all the same. He takes another victory. He's 4th for the season, and he wins from Stuart Bliss in 2nd place, and our Student Motorsport Challenge winner again at a canter, Richard Bliss in 3rd. Dominic Fletcher takes 4th, for Christopher McKenzie in P5, and it's Bradley Porter, Adam Reynolds, Duncan Haller 2nd in SMC for Barrack Sport, and 8th overall for Nick Goff and Richard Snuggs. Jack Wheeler is 11th overall and takes 3rd for SMC for East Surrey College. And it's John Nicholson from the back of the grid to 12th, 25th to 12th. Good drive from John, that's excellent. Then Andrew Payne and Craig Flynn round out the top 14 drivers. From Arthur Simonday for Queen Ethelburger 6th form. Then it's Bob Bannister, Hayden Payne, George Jones. Leon Wild I don't think will be classified because he was not running at the time of the red flag because he was on his side. Then it's Lewis Torres, Jason Dean, Amelia Vincent in the Wiltshire-based college in 22nd place. Then James Smith and Prem Ginn round out the 24 cars that were in a mix of 23 cars were classified. And I think we can now talk to our top 3 down in pit lane, but I'm sure I'm very pleased Rob Lewis, and I'm even more delighted with his 4th win of the season, Elliot Lettis.
Right, now I will tell you, there is a little bit of confusion over 3rd place there due to the red flag being pulled out early on that last lap. But in the meantime, another brilliant win for Elliot Lettis. Let's go and see if we can chat to him now. Elliot.
Hello, yes.
Great win again. You had a stuck rear right yesterday, came through, got a great result yesterday.
Yeah.
Another fine win today. You've got one more race. Clean sweep this weekend?
I hope so. It depends on the random grid, but we might be lucky this time. Last time at Snetterton we were P10, gave us a big job. We got to P2, but you never know. You never know, yeah.
Fantastic result anyway, especially with the red flags. Did the safety car kind of scup you a bit or make you think?
I was actually thankful there was a safety car, just because I'm running slicks on the front and just overheating them, they just wash out of the corners. But no, yeah, it was all right. It was a good race. Thank you.
Good top race. So plan for later, just get your head down and send it.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Try and go for 3, why not?
Try and go for the clean sweep. Well, congratulations again on another fine win. Well done, well done. Right, now in 2nd place we have Stuart Bliss. Stuart, that was a bit tough out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was tough. I was hoping the rain was going to come. It started to spit and then dried up. We changed the car a little bit and it's got quicker. We're right on Elliot now, so I think a couple more laps I would put a little challenge in. So.
I think the rain had got to a point where it was more psychological than anything. It didn't quite wet the track. It's got very dark in the distance.
Yeah, I think, well, I was hoping for rain, like I said, and it hasn't happened. So we just changed the car again, and we'll have to see what the reverse grid turns up in the third race and go for it again.
So what is the plan for later? Just hope for the rain and hope the grid goes in your favour?
Yeah, I mean, luckily last time at Snet I was on the front row and Elliot was at the back, so we'll see what happens this time. Hopefully I can be on the front again, but we'll see.
Fantastic, I'll let you crack on. Now, we're told in third place is actually Dom Fletcher. We do get our... He's not... We do think it's Richard Jett. We'll tell you what, we will speak to both of them anyway. Richard,
out of it.
Fantastic race. You do get the win in the student motorsport class anyway. How was that for you?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but the engine problems have come back again. We had a few engine issues at Snetterton, and Dom was pushing me really hard, and on the back straight, it just completely died. We had a good little battle, though, nice and clean. The top two boys, again, just disappeared. I can't keep close to them, but yeah, it's another good win for the Student Challenge. So.
Cool, and reverse grid later, so are you kind of crossing fingers that it goes in your favour?
Aren't you always, but it does make it interesting. It's good to sort of try and battle through if you're starting anywhere near the, well, further back. See what the number is. The magic number would tell us all, so we'll see.
Absolutely, and how are you enjoying this Croft Circuit?
I love it around here. It's quick, needs a lot of commitment around here as well. A few tweaks we made to the setup before from yesterday worked. The setup was good, it's just the engine just felt a bit flat. So, and this is definitely an engine circuit as well, so we'll see how we get on the next race.
See how you get on for the next race. Now, I will actually have a chat with Dom Fletcher. From our point of view, there is a bit of confusion over the running order there at the red flag, but a good race from yourself nonetheless.
Yeah, really good race. As Richard was saying, fantastic battle for it, up into sunny in, sunny out. It was, yeah, a real thrill. That was fantastic.
So a bit of a reverse draw later.
Yeah.
Are you kind of hoping it goes in your favour?
I'd love it to go in my favour, yeah. I think Richard and I, we were close that particular session, so I think podium could be in the mix if I can get a good draw on the on the next session. So yeah.
Fingers crossed, I'll let you get a drink and carry on there. Well, that kind of sums up our podium. A bit of an elongated podium whilst we sort out the actual third place finishes, but nonetheless a great race from the CityCar Cup. Back to the commentary box for more action, which I believe is the Mazda MX-5's due out.
Indeed it is, Rob. Yes, it's actually race 2 rather than race 3 for this one. We've only had one race so far this weekend, but we have our second Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship race getting set in the assembly area for today. There's obviously a little bit of a wait whilst we recover the CityCar Cup car that went off at the end of the red flag for this one. But the grid set by the result from race 1 yesterday, which means that we have Steve Foden, who's extended his race total, get my words out, race winning streak, that's better, to 5 in a row. He took the winning the last race at Silverstone, then he won all 3 races at Brands Hatch, and he won the first race today. So that means that he's trying to go for 2 more today to make it 7 in a row. I passed him on the way heading out of the paddock, out of the outer paddock this morning, and asked him if he was going to go for 7 in a row, and he said, "I'll try." So he's definitely going to go for it as much as he can. Of course, it means that he's going to be under threat from the guys behind. And for those who've been watching the MX-5 Championship so far this year, you'll know how ultra competitive it's been at the front of the field. So these guys are really going to go at it hammer and tongs as much as possible. And really, it's going to be a case of just if anyone can stop Steve Foden. He hasn't been running away with races. He didn't run away with the win yesterday. He was kept under big pressure from the likes of Adam Sparrow, who starts in 5th, from Tom Smith, from Jack Noller, and from Jason Greatrex. And actually, it was a great story for Jack Noller, in fact, because of course he won. He took his first podium yesterday with 3rd place, and his best result before them was about either a 4th or a 5th. So a first podium for him certainly means that he is going to be hoping for some excellent action today to try and help him get himself on the grid. To get himself even higher up the order in order to try and take that victory if he can. So the car's making their way around onto the out of the assembly area, onto the formation lap. They get one basically lap out of the assembly area onto the grid. That's their formation laps. You'll see already, but they're weaving from side to side to get the grid, the heating tyres. And I think, given the appearance of some of the umbrellas on the spectator stands, I think it's about to start raining, or it has started raining again already. So we're going to get a slightly damp and greasy circuit, which is going to make things very fun indeed. And then as we head on towards this race, we're going to go through the grid then for our second Mazda MX-5 Championship race of the weekend, sponsored, of course, by Gaz Shocks. So the grid is as follows. It's going to be Steve Foden on pole position, courtesy of his race 1 win yesterday. He's followed by Tom Smith in car 44 on the front row of the grid. Then it's going to be Jack Noller and Jason Greatrex on the second row of the grid, ahead of Adam Sparrow and Adam Craig. Ted Bradbury starts back in 7th. He want to make his way up. He's been a regular podium finisher in his first few car races in the championship. He's alongside Luke Pullen, his AB Motorsport teammate, on the 4th row of the grid. Then it's Owen Mills and Neil Chisnell to round out the top 10. Then Harry Storer and Levi Aisbett make up the 6th row of the grid in 11th and 12th. Richard Wooten starts 13th alongside Matthew Goddard. Then Kevin Dengate and Tim Dorr, who came into the weekend as this championship's Masters class leader. And it's William Chadwick and Adam Zieba from Poland. Good to have him on the grid this weekend, starting in 18th. Then it's Tim Storer and Jonathan Fieldsen, followed by Clive Chisnell and Chris Thelwell, and Graham Rumsey will be at the back of the grid. He had a small little excursion into the gravel. At least he was elbowed off at the first corner yesterday in the first race, but thankfully he's back at the grid and his car is all okay. Even if he was off the road, he's a former rally crosser, so he's used to damp and slippery conditions. He's just there at the back in car 45. He'll be raring to go to get racing underway. So this is certainly all advantage in terms of gaining points back for Steve Foden, of course, because we talked about yesterday, he didn't start the season the best possible way. He was towards the front of the grid, and then he had to be pushed off the grid at the first race at Silverstone because he had some kind of a fuel line started leaking. So he had to come off the grid, have that fixed and put back together again, then bring the car back onto the grid, then get back. He missed the first race essentially, got it back out at the back of the grid for race 2, raced his way through to get a decent result, and then went through and won the 3rd race. And ever since then, no one has knocked him off the top step of the podium yet. Of course, he's had five wins on the bounce now, winning that last Silverstone race. He dominated in terms of results, but in terms of his pace, he was always under threat most of the time from cars behind. And of course, yesterday he managed to get himself to the front and lead after Adam Sparrow did so for quite a while. But it was quite a battle between them and Adam Sparrow, and even on top of that as well, others in the mix. So as the cars make their way up onto the grid now to get things underway in a second, the green flag is at the back, and now you can stand by for more action involved because we've got race 2 of the weekend for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Is it going to be 6 wins in a row for Steve Foden, or can somebody else spoil his party? Let's find out as they get underway, as all 23 cars get themselves down towards turn 1. Owen Mills on the grass already, and so is Kevin Dengate. Haven't got to turn 1 yet, boys. Steady on. Down towards Clairvaux. On the outside line looking Tom Smith in the white car. They're all white cars at the front almost. All big bump over the curb from Steve Foden there. He really thumped the inside curve at Clairvaux, but he somehow keeps his nose in front, and the leads to come through. Look at this, they're 2 and 3 abreast in the front running pack as they come through. An awful start for Ted Bradbury, I noticed. His car way back down the order. He was 7th, he's right down in the bottom half of the pack. We've got Thomas Smith and Neil Chisnell skipping the chicane. They'll have to get those places back if they can. But look at them at the high-speed freight train down towards Tyre for the first time, and it's Steve Foden in the middle of the road. A huge lock-up from Jack Nollo, who's up to 2nd place. And they're all piling in 2 or 3 abreast at a time as they come back into the complex. And I think they've all just about got away with it without too many dramas. So, up to the Jim Clark S's. This is my favourite part of the circuit, my favourite camera shot, because look at them. They filter and file their way through. Fantastic high-speed racing. It's a really good start for Neil Chisnell. He's up now into 10th or 11th place, 6th or 7th place, after starting 10th. He's going wheel-to-wheel already with Luke Pullen. Not much longer he's not. That's the commentator's curse. He takes out the cone for good measure and goes on the runoff area at sunny in and sunny out. He'll find the track again eventually, but he's got to try and go through grass tracking himself back through. But what was a promising start has now taken quite an early nosedive, but he does find the track again, albeit practically last, and he's got the cone stuck underneath his front bumper, I can see there too. So you might have to either hope that gets removed. It may be an early trip to the pits to get that fixed if you can. Yeah, there it is, scraping on the ground. Quite amusing for the spectators, but not amusing for Neil, I imagine. Now there's Ted Bradbury trying to pick his way through. I want to look at where he is on the timing stream when he comes across, because he did start 7th, but an awful getaway sent him all the way down the order. It's Steve Foden adjusting his wing mirror down the pit straight. He's leading a race and adjusting his wing mirror. I've never seen that before. That's incredible. So Steve Foden, adjusting his wing mirror and everything, still leads the way by 0.3 of a second at the end of the first lap. It's then Jack Noller in 2nd place, Adam Sparrow in 3rd, Tom Smith in 4th, Jason Greatrex, who is by far the leading Masters driver, once again in 5th position, and Adam Craig, Luke Pullen, Harry Storer, Owen Mills and Richard Wooten round out the top 10. As for Ted Bradbury, he came across the line in 13th, so a really awful start for the young graduate out of karting. Meanwhile, Jack Noller here, defending from Adam Sparrow, who looks pretty racy around the outside. Now, Sparrow led for most of the way yesterday, but he was found out at one point by Steve Foden, who managed to squeeze his way through, and then Steve didn't lose the lead after that. And Jack Noller, though, looking pretty feisty. He wants to try and see if he can go one better yesterday, or dare I say, even two better. He can go from third to first if he can. He won't get it if he's going to have Adam Sparrow creeping up his inside into Barcroft. That's a brave Croft Circuit to try and go up the inside. They were both sliding sideways, but they both managed to keep the cars pointing in the right direction. And Sparrow with a brave pass up the inside. That was beautifully set up by Adam Sparrow to really put Jack Noller a little bit offline there, to kind of get wiggling around a bit too much, be focusing on what was going on. And he just couldn't get the car stopped properly. He did, but he lost that enough. Because there goes Adam Craig with a huge dive. Is that a problem for Tom Smith? I think it is. So Tom Smith with a problem. One of our regular front runners has not had the best of luck in some races. He finished on the podium yesterday, but I'm afraid, I think looks like there's a problem for Tom Smith. The 44 car is struggling and crawling around in the complex. He's down towards the back of the field, unfortunately. There he is in the middle of shot. And that's a shame for Tom Smith. Whatever the problem is, he'll dart straight into the pit lane, and yet he is pit lane bound, is number 44, so that's a real shame. So he is out of this race, unfortunately. Now, the driver I want to watch out for, again, I've talked about him a couple of times, is Ted Bradbury, because he should be much higher up the order than he currently is right now. He's having a battle here with Kevin Dengate behind him. You've got 30 of Levi Aisbert just in front of him, and then just in front of them is Tim Dorr, who's running in the top 10, and is the current Masters points leader coming into the weekend. He's currently sat second in that category. Masters category is drivers aged 45 and over, for those who need the reminder. Levi Aisbert is another one to skip the chicane and see more of the Croft scenery. And I think Kevin Dengate's getting, he's getting a bit of a push, I think, from his teammate. So Kevin Dengate is giving Bradbury a push here, which is intriguing. And also, Tim Dorr, is he going to make it easy? Ooh, almost. I almost forget how many cars AB Motorsport runs, and there's 3 of them all together. I suspect, in a nice way, that Tim Dorr didn't make that too easy, or he didn't intend to make it that difficult on that side. As they come through onto the fastest, one of the best parts of the circuit, the Jim Clark S's. So that's 2 more places picked up for Ted Bradbury, up into the top 10 now. We've got some work to do to try and get himself a little bit higher. Now that's a Go For It racing car that's pulled off. That's car 50, that's Tim Storer. You can see 50 because it's you can see it through the windscreen, but Tim Storer's car looks like it's off at Tower Bend, quite far off. So I wonder if that's going to warrant anything, at least just a local yellow to cover it whilst Tim gets to safety. Intriguing to see how that happened, really, but obviously the battle's somebody further back, and that's him fall down the order. So Ted Bradbury's next target is to catch up to the next group of cars, which is tailed by Richard Wootton, and he's also chasing after Owen Mills and Harry Storer. As for the lead, here comes Adam Sparrow. So Steve Foden doesn't have it all his own way. He's going to go up the inside to defend the position, but Sparrow might set him up for the undercut, exiting Clairvaux. He was very close, but Adam Sparrow trying to keep right on the back bumper here, and he really is trying to push. And look at the way Jack Noller's also still involved in this. He's not out of contention for a victory either. Top 3 filed their way through the S's, now onto the back straight towards Tower Bend. Jason Greatrex is up to 4th now, followed by Adam Craig and Luke Pullen in 6th. Harry Storer is 7th, Owen Mills 8th, Richard Wood 9th, of course, and Ted Bradbury, who we've just been watching, is up into the top 10 now and trying to close back in on this lead group. It's a 20-minute race in these Mazda MX-5 Championship races, a little longer than the MX-5 Clubman cars that we saw yesterday. They're identical spec, they're exactly the same, and some drivers do both championships if they feel like it, to get the most bang for their buck. See here, Adam Sparrow is not letting Steve Foden up at all. He really is. Got his tail up here as they come through Barcroft. Is he going to set up Steve Foden in the same way he set up Jack Noller to get 2nd place? Can he do it for the win here? Adam Sparrow just trying as much as he can. Adam Sparrow hasn't yet won a race in the MX-5 Championship. He's come agonisingly close several times. Is this the best chance he's had to date? Yeah, he's certainly on the back of Steve Foden, who many touted this year as the championship favourite, given how strong he was in the second half of the season. He was runner-up to last year's champion Fraser Fenwick, and I think many predicted literally from the outset, from the very first race, he was going to be that dominant. But while he has taken, as I say, 5 wins in the first 7 races of the season, he hasn't had it all his own way. And I think this will be quite interesting to see that he's not dominating and getting away. He's in front, but he is just trying to extend that gap a little bit further if he can. Down towards, that was a bit wayward there for Foden. He tried to take 2 bites at the cherry going for the apex, couldn't quite make that stick, and Sparrow almost kind of had to back up a little bit. It's going to bring Jack Noller back into the mix now. Through Hawthorne, right, left, over the curbs. Jason Greatrex has got away slightly. Here's a bit battle further back. This is between the group that Ted Bradbury's been leaving. This is Levi Aisbert battling with Tim Dorr. They both lost it to Kevin Dengate, who's passed them both. He's now up into 11th position. I want to check Bradbury's lap times as well. He's done a personal best. He's lapping at the same pace as the leaders. He's done a 1:40.7, a personal best in the first sector as well. He's got 1.2 seconds to make up on Wootton, and he was, in that first sector, he was 7/10 quicker, so he might well catch him by the end of this lap, I think. More battles going on further back. It's Adam Zieba, one of our newcomers this weekend. He's having a scrap with William Chadwick, who was also, I think, in his first weekend too. So 2 newbies to the championship. And speaking of which, Ted Bradbury has done what I thought he would do, which is not only catch Richard Wootton, but pass him as well. So he's up to 9th. Next target is now Owen Mills and Harry Storer to try and get up to 7th place. Meanwhile, leaders back down towards the complex once again. This is on lap 5, excuse me. 4 laps in the books, about to complete the 5th lap. And it's now currently top 4 together, with Adam Craig trying to go with them. And then Luke Pullen in 6th, followed by Storer, Mills and Wootton in that top 8 and 9. But no, it's Ted Bradbury now, of course, isn't it? Because it's now up to 9th place. So this is the next group, as we see there, lurking like a shark in the background and getting closer, is Ted Bradbury. Just know that these two battling, all it's going to do is the harder they fight each other in their own little battle, the easier it is for Ted Bradbury to start to close in, because he'll certainly want to do that pretty quickly. Bradbury's almost bringing Richard Wootton with him, but he knows the pace he's got is much more superior. If you look at the last lap time for Bradbury, yeah, personal best, 1 minute 40.710. Not exactly the same pace as the leaders, but he is in the 1 minute 40s, and he is lapping compared to the cars in front. He's a second quicker than these two cars, which are only holding each other up and getting slower by going side by side. Mills looking up the inside now to get past Harry Storer. Will he force him through the chicane? Well, he has forced him to back out there, and Mills does indeed take himself into 7th place, but for how much longer? Because here comes Ted Bradbury in the white bronze and blue car, charging along. Now, is he going to have enough momentum to get past Storer down the inside line? The answer is, oh, he thinks about it, he's thinking about it, he's going for it. Oh, it's going to be very, very close. They almost lean on each other. I thought there was going to be contact between them, but Bradbury very confidently got it stopped on the brakes enough to prevent that from happening. Top 4 now into Barcock as Jason Greatrex has joined the party now. Jason, he sometimes has off weekends, always usually in the front group, sometimes not quite on the same lead as the ultimate fastest guys in the field, and others he's up there like now and in the same sort of pace. But I have to tell you what, there's the Eric Cohn there, which is, I think, oh, it's been clipped by Jack Noller's car. That doesn't think affected too much, but some great entertainment once again from the Mazda MX-5s as they funnel their way all the way through the complex once again. This is for the 6th time. And we're only just heading half distance, so you just have a feeling that we've still got 10 minutes of action to go. And here comes Adam Sparrow, who takes a tighter line through the hairpin on the run to the pit straight. And if he's got enough pace here, he might have a chance to get in a slipstream and have a dart out to make a move. They come across the line to finish lap 6 here at Croft. It's race 2 of the weekend for the Gas Shops Mazda MX-5 Championship. If anything, you can see in the shot there that off the corner, because he took that tighter line, Sparrow is closer to Noller than he is to Foden, and Noller's just keep biding his time here. I suspect that Noller doesn't want to get too involved in this. He might well sit back and think, I'm not going to stick my nose in unless there's an ultimate chance to get past. I'm going to let these two battle amongst each other and hope they trip over one another. And I'm certain that if they do, Jack Noller will be straight in there like a shot. And he was delighted with his 3rd place yesterday. If he gets even better than that, he'll be absolutely ecstatic. Back into Tower Bend. Jason Greatrex, last year's runaway Masters champion. I think he won the category, was it 20 times he was the top Masters driver in the season. He absolutely dominated the whole way. And so he's looking to try and do that again. Of course, he was behind after a couple of off results in the first 2 meetings. He's behind Tim Dorr in the points, but I'm sure the results he's been picking up already ahead of Tim will certainly help to put him a bit further up the order by the time they get to the end of it. So now through Sunny in and Sunny out. Now down towards the complex once again. Still nose to tail this top 4. And they might go for dives and for moves, but there's that tension of whether there's going to be an overtake or not. Meanwhile, the adventures of Ted Bradbury continue. He's now got past Harry Storer, who's fallen back from Owen Mills, and also Bradbury's got past Owen as well. So he's now up into 7th position. Next target is his AB Motorsport teammate, who he shared the row with, the 4th row, with Luke Pullen. So he's back into essentially where he was on the grid, which is around where would be equivalent of the 4th row. So 8 minutes to go. There's that kind of anticipation and tension that a move might be coming somewhere. So Foden's got a little bit more respite here. He's got a 0.3 of a second gap and slightly better run off the corner. So now he's got now it's more Sparrow defending than attacking here. He's got Jack Noller just behind him in 3rd place in the white Go For It car with the orange and white wheels. And then you've got the red and white red line racing car of Welshman Jason Greatrex. Foden's got about a car length gap now, and Sparrow is under big pressure from Jack Noller this time. Is he going to make a move? Is he going to sit back and set him up for a move, possibly into the right-hander at Sunny in and Sunny out? Because he's going to try and get a good exit here to follow him all the way through Jim Clark-Esses, all the way through the flat-out right-hander at Barcroft, and then get him into position, because that's exactly what Sparrow did to Nolla a few laps ago, set him up for a great move and dive down the inside to the complex. And Nolla looks like he wants to do something about this. He's got quite caught in a sandwich here. He's got Sparrow right in front of him, Greatrex right behind him, and he's really boxed in here. And what will be frustrating Jack is that I'm certain if he thinks he's fast enough to go and catch Steve Foden, he needs to get past Adam Sparrow. Otherwise, Steve Foden now is just starting to disappear up the road. So this is what's happening. Sparrow's pace has dropped off a tiny bit, and this is only hurting primarily Jack Nolla, but also Jason Greatrex. He might fancy a go to get himself a podium. But it all depends now on whether or not Steve Foden starts to come back towards these three, or whether or not Adam Sparrow's pace picks up again, or whether Jack Nolla can find a way through. There's nothing doing just yet, but he is trying as hard as he can to get himself into the mix here. Across the line they come again to end lap number 8. And Sparrow actually, what am I talking? Back to what am I talking about? But he sets the fastest final sector of anyone else. So technically, what am I talking about? I know commentators like myself usually talk rubbish most of the time, and that was a classic example of it. So 6 minutes to go on the clock, or just over. Still Steve Foden leading the way. Adam Sparrow in second place. Then it's Nolla, Greatrex, and Adam Craig rounding out the top 5, followed by Pullen, Bradbury, Mills, Storer, and Wootton in the top 10. So tiny bit more spread out against Foden, using those first few corners to extend a slight more gap. He's trying to get that gap to, if he can, possibly over a second. And if these three continue holding each other up a little bit, he may well just achieve that. Out of Tower Bend, now back towards the flat-out Jim Clark-Esses. Foden certainly enjoying himself out in front. He's gunning for that 6th win in a row, and of the season, in fact. This will be doing his championship chances the world of good. Of course, you have to use a couple of those results when Snetterton potentially has dropped scores, but if he keeps on racking up these victories, he certainly will be getting himself back into in contention for his title challenge. You have to remember that when it comes to points at the end of the season, you drop your worst 3 scores, and also there's a rule in the championship where for the final round of the season, you cannot drop any scores from those last 3 races. So essentially, you have to score in well as much as you can in all of the preceding 7 meetings to ensure that when you go into the final round of the championship, you can then try and perform as best as possible, because you know that every single point, every single result has to count towards that final tally. You can only pull your worst 3 results from the first 7 meetings of the year. So there will be a couple of results, I'm sure, that Steve will want to pull away from his points tally, primarily, initially, I would have thought, from Silverstone at the beginning of the season. 4.5 minutes on the clock, and I think now Sparrow's pace is starting to drop off a bit here, and it's now just backing Nolla and Greatrex up a little bit, and then losing time to Foden now, which is going to be a bit despairing for, at least I'd have thought, not just Adam Sparrow, but also for Jack Nolla, who's trying to get his head down now and get himself into second place if he can. And it's looking imminent like he might well do something, but on this occasion he has to go defensive on the inside line to hold off Jason Greatrex at this point. Jason fancies a podium here, and he's been on the podium a few times, taken a couple of race wins too. So he's certainly a prominent driver himself. Further back, I can see Adam Craig is still hovering around in the top 5. He's only just ahead of Luke Pullen in 6th. Ted Bradbury hasn't made the progress since passing Owen Mills that I thought he would. He's down in still in 7th place, but he's now some 4.3 seconds back, and that's not as close as I thought he would get, especially in the second half of the race. It seems to be that some cars and some drivers are not having a great time with their tyres, or just dropping off on their pace a little bit in this second half of the race. But Steve Foden doesn't seem to have that trouble. He's keeping on. Here comes Jason Greatrex with the little speculative look round the outside. It might turn and look into a pass in a second, because he goes into the second part of the complex with his nose up the inside. He's forcing Nolla to go wide on the exit of the second part of the corner, but he has to go then straight to the inside to defend from Greatrex into the hairpin. When you get the undercut here, it's a better line on the wide exit, and look at the tracks he gets off the corner. It might well be a much better run off the corner here for Jason Greatrex, and he might well be in a position to go round the outside if he can out-drag him down towards Clairvaux to pick up 3rd place, cross the line. And not only is he in front with a nose, he gets himself in front fully by the time they get to the braking zone. So Jason Greatrex with a great move to set up Jack Nolla, and up into 3rd place for the Welshman. Really good stuff for the Masters leader in this race. The defending Masters champion at that, and that's certainly a reason why, because he's still got plenty of pace in him. And that battle has also released Adam Sparrow a little bit. He's now in a little bit of no man's land, a few car lengths ahead. Looking at the lap times, his last lap time was 2/10 slower than Steve Foden. So the gap has gone out to 1.6 seconds at this point. Looking back, there's Adam Craig in number 29. Got his first podium, main overall podium at Brands Hatch. He was thoroughly delighted with that. He's been driving in the championship for about, I think, 9-10 years or so. So to get his first podium outright finally. I think he's had a couple of what we used to call Group B podiums. We used to have a system in this championship where you used to have a promotion and relegation system because you had so many entries in one weekend that you used to have it so that if you finish in the top 5 of a Group B race, you'd be promoted up to the Group A grid. If you're in the bottom 5, you get pushed down to Group B. That was Neil Chisnell going back to the paddock. He had a pretty tumultuous start to the race after he went off the road and has been struggling ever since, sadly. So not a great second race for Neil. Adam Craig has certainly found a bit of pace in the last couple of years. He's been getting that a little bit stronger and stronger. Been finding that bit more pace. Still lots of fine-tuning and lots more mileage and getting up there. And now he's coming in a big threat from Luke Pullen, you can see, who looks another one who's been touted in the last couple of years as one of the stars of this championship. And I love the affectionate nicknames we given to that car, which is Shamu, mainly because it looks like a killer whale with the black and white. Looking to make a killer pass though, could be Jack Noller because he's trying to get his own back on Jason Greatrex, possibly round the outside at Clairvaux. Goes for the dummy on the inside. Oh, Jack, if you can make that stick, that would have been beautiful, but he's going to have to try and sit back again. Can he try and set him up for a move, possibly down at Tower? He needs a super exit now out of Hawthorns and through the S's if he can get that and stay close. Nice straight run. I think he has got that now, so this is looking pretty promising. So down towards Tower Bend. We're on to the last lap of the race now. So if he's going to make it happen, has to make it happen here, I would have thought. And down into Tower Bend, all he can do is sit behind him and wait for another opportunity. But he's running out of time, and running out of options to get third place. A big twitch of oversteer as he tries to get the power down. He's determined to get another podium. Now he's got the taste for it. He wants another one, but it looks as though I think he is about to be residing in 4th place unless he makes a last gasp move in these final corners of this race. They make their way down towards Barcroft again, and Greatrex still holding station. Looks like he's possibly on the way to the podium, but it's not over until they get to the checkered flag, of course. So anything could still happen between now and then in the next few moments. But Steve Foden, meanwhile, looks as though he's on his way to win number 6 and in a row this season. And Steve Foden's one of those drivers where once he gets out in front, unless you can hold him back or stay with him, you just can't stop him when it comes to pace. Big lock up from Jack Noller to try and get back past Jason Greatrex for 3rd. But they come back up to the complex. They're still going to battle towards the line. Noller can take that wider line. He might get a better undercut here. Gives him a punt through the hairpin. Possible change for 5th between Craig and Pullen might happen here on the checkered flag. But up to the checkered flag will come the race leader for the 6th time in a row. And this year, Steve Foden wins once again in the Gaseous Mazda MX-5 Championship. He takes 2 from 2 so far at Croft. Adam Sparrow 2nd, and a well-fought podium for Jason Greatrex gives him 3rd place. And the Masters win, of course, as well. It's 4th for Jack Noller, 5th for Adam Craig, 6th for Luke Pullen, 7th for Ted Bradbury. That was serving better for race 3, although he started on the 4th row of the grid in 7th anyway, and dropped way down. So whatever happened there, not 100%, just a poor start and a bad first few corners. It's then 8th for Owen Mills, 9th for Harry Storer, and 10th for Richard Wootton to round out the top 10. And the rest of the Masters contingent, for the record, it's 11th place, or 12th place. The rest of the pack comes through. This is a good scrap for, that was 13th, 12th down to 15th, and that was Dengate, Chadwick, Goddard and Dorr all together. And it doesn't change the order of 2nd and 3rd in Masters because it's going to be 2nd for Kevin Dengate and 3rd place for Tim Dorr. So that'll be good points for him, even though he's lost some to both Dengate and, of course, Jason Greatrex, who picked up 3rd place overall. So the pack going through. We should quickly mention that the next race coming up in this race is going to be the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, their 2nd race. If you want to watch that, make sure that you switch over to the Civic Cup YouTube channel for that one shortly after we have the interviews here for our top 3. But you can see here the very happy Steve Foden showing his appreciation to the spectators and the marshals and the crowds that are here. And it's wonderful that we've got some excellent action going on here for the spectators to be entertained by. So Steve Foden then picks up his 6th win in a row and of the season here at Croft in race number 2 for the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Adam Sparrow picks up 2nd place, another podium for him as his first podium of the weekend as Scott in 2nd place. But it's Jason Greatrex who picks up a podium after his battle with Jack Noller for 3rd. It's 5th position for Adam Craig in the MX-5, followed by Luke Pullen in 6th. Ted Bradbury, who recovered after his poor start, in 7th. Owen Mills, Harry Storer and Richard Wootton round out the top 10. And then we have 11th place for Levi Aisbert, 12th place for Kevin Dengate, 13th place for William Chadwick, and 14th goes to the way of Matthew Goddard. And going further down the order, we see from 15th place downwards, it's going to be Tim Dorr in 15th place. Adam Zieba, good shout out for him, for one of our newcomers this weekend. 15th place for him, very strong battle towards the back of the grid. 16th place for him. Graham Rumsey 17th. It's 18th for Jonathan Fieldsen. Then Chris Thirlwell, Clyde Chisnell ahead of, and he was the last finisher in 20th place. We lost in that race Neil Chisnell, Tom Smith, and also Tim Storer after his car parked up down at the Tower corner. So more excellent racing going on from the MXR Championship. One more.
Well, those MX-5s may be nearly 30 years old, but they haven't lost that sharp racing edge. A fantastic win by Steve Foden. Let's go and have a chat with him in this beautifully prepared car. Not a mark on it. Let's go and have a chat with him now. Steve, 2 out of 2. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Just want to say a big shout out to Adam. That was he gave me a lot of pressure in the first half of that race. I was proper on the edge of my seat. So well done to Adam. Another second place for him. Yeah, it was a tough race, that one. And obviously they had a little bit of rain in the assembly area, and people started getting jittery and stuff. And we decided just to stay with the same dry setup, and it worked. Yeah, so happy.
Super. Well, I'll say that if you look at the state of the cloud over there, that's kind of what you were facing in the assembly area coming towards you.
Yeah, I think obviously when you sat there, there's a red flag before as well, and we're like, what do you do? Do you go back? A couple of cars went back, and Rob in his infinite wisdom decided to stay with obviously the same setup, and yeah, it didn't rain. I don't know how it didn't rain looking at that cloud, but yeah, we'll take it.
Certainly got the rub of the green, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say a big shout out to my missus Sophie, who comes to support me every weekend, and also to her parents, Steve and Romy at home. Thank you for watching, I really do appreciate it, and also to all my sponsors, UDC, Urban Design and Consult, Rock Oil, Cheshire Riding School, and also to my dad and Rob Boston Racing for running the car.
Fantastic. So, final question, third race later on, what's your game plan?
It's got to be the hat-trick, right?
Got to go for the hat-trick.
Got to go for the hat-trick. We did the hat-trick at Brands, we've got to do it again.
Fantastic. Congratulations. I'll let you carry on. Right, let's see if we can find the second place man on the road. Adam, congratulations. We spoke this morning, and you sort of had the sole intention, wins and podiums, get some consistency throughout the year, so a good second place for you.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said to you earlier, I want to make my place at the start, which is what I did. I tried to put them out on Steve, but the places where I wanted to make them overtake, I just couldn't quite close enough.
So, game plan, third race. Obviously, Steve's going for the hat-trick. Are you going to try and beat him and prevent that happening?
Of course I am. That's the aim of the game. So yeah, see if I can get him off the start. If not, try and challenge him early and try and control the race from there. I'd also like to say a massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport. The car is handling absolutely amazingly, and also a massive thank you to Portico, GB, and Unique Window Suppliers.
Fantastic. The other thing we kind of spoke about with Steve, those clouds looming on the horizon. Are you maybe doing a little rain dance for later to really mix it up?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've not lost a wet session this year. I qualified pole at Brands Hatch in the wet, and obviously won at Silverstone in the wet. So let's see if it does rain, see what happens.
So if I see you doing any rain dances in the paddock later on, I know why.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. I'll let you enjoy the spoils of the second place. I mean, again, I will just reiterate, for 30-year-old cars, these look absolutely splendid. I just want to point this out. The circuit comms are just having a chat with Jason Gretorix now, who incidentally is the lead Masters driver. So the Masters driver in this particular championship, they get awarded the Masters trophy per round, not per race. So the leading Masters driver all through the weekend gets the award there. So Jason Gretorix, congratulations on that podium. Leading Masters driver for that race, you must be thrilled.
Yeah, brilliant. Getting on the podium's the main thing. The Masters is just a bonus because I'm just a bit older. But yeah, we had a good race then. We're working our way through. Qualified 6th, out of 4th, and now a 3rd. So hopefully we can do a bit more damage in the next race.
That youngster Jack Noller certainly pushed you hard, didn't he?
Yeah, they're all youngsters. That's the problem, and I'm not getting any younger. So to try and keep up, it's a lot of hard work. But yeah, big thank to Paul from NHA for the engine, and my father for all his help, and the family, everyone who supports me. Thanks a lot.
So, third race later on.
Yep.
Maybe the rain will come, maybe it doesn't. I'm not the weatherman, unfortunately. But what are your sort of thoughts going into that race?
Yeah, we tested on Friday in the rain in the morning and in the dry in the afternoon, and had pretty good pace either. So as long as it's one or the other, it's not sort of changing as you're just going out, we should be good.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah. Cheers.
No problem. Thank you for talking to us now. So after a thrilling Mazda MX-5 championship race, I believe it's time for a touch more Japanese racing with the CityCar race. So get yourself onto the CityCar channel to watch some brilliant racing, or stay, incidentally, on the BRSCC channel. We did record some Paddock interviews both yesterday and this morning, and just see a little bit more about what a great club the BRSCC is, and the various championships and drivers that race in those championships. So stay tuned if you want to see a bit of that, or head over to watch a bit of CityCar. And for now, I will head back to the commentary box. Scott Woodward. And I'm here with Steve Foden after quite a good day's racing yesterday. Managed to get a pot in the trophy cabinet. A bit more of the same today?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got obviously different conditions today, and it's a different day. So yeah, we've got 2 more races to go, and we've got some fantastic racing in TCR and the SuperCup and some other bits and bobs as well. So it should be a good day. It's
quite good being on the support package for those, isn't it? Does it give you kind of that aspirational level to move up the ladder?
Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously, you know, this is the first time that we've actually been, well, this, you know, the Mark 1 Championship's been on the same package as you know, something at this high level, and it does make you want to dip a toe. Obviously, Rob Boston Racing have done a fantastic job with the Mark 1s and Mark 3s, and now he's stepped up into TCR. He's running 2 of the Audi Gen 2 TCR cars this weekend as well. Jack Constable put it on pole as well, so it's, you know, it does make us think, you know, could we potentially jump up into that? I don't know, we'll wait and see.
Game plan for today?
Game plan for today, without saying too much, just, you know, try and go and win 2 more races.
The clean sweep.
Absolutely, you know, we obviously got the pleasure of doing that at Brands last time out, and to repeat that again, I think that'll just obviously, you know, ferment our intentions for this season.
Fantastic. What is it about this Croft Circuit that makes it so special? It's a very old school track, isn't it?
But I think it's, you know, it's a combination of things with Croft. I think it's such an old school circuit. It's very narrow, it's very bumpy, you know, it's very technical as well. You know, I think people underestimate how technical the track actually is, especially out the back. And, you know, sunny in, sunny out, there's a lot of things that you've got to think about through there. And obviously the complex, again, it's got a really good mix of low, mid, high-speed corners. It's a real races track, and it's quite difficult to overtake around here. So obviously the key is to get in the lead and keep it.
Fantastic. Well, Steve, the very best of luck to you, sir. Hope you have a good one today. And I'm here with Tom Smith, who actually had quite a good result yesterday with a podium finish. You spoke to me yesterday, obviously, when you picked up your trophy. So a good good weekend so far, and hopefully a good day's racing today.
Yeah, Rob, yeah. I mean, we've made a few changes overnight. The car was really good, but we had a few sort of niggles. So Mike's been working all night on the car, I think, to try to turn it around and make a few changes, and hopefully might have the pace to go after Steve today.
He's made quite a significant change, I'm told. Is that a new gearbox?
Gearbox, brakes, settings, ride heights, tyre pressures. So we've gone all out. We've gone all out.
Is there anything left original on the car?
The wing mirrors and some of the stickers. So, yeah. No, at the end of the day, we're here to race, aren't we? And we want to win. You know, it's a competitive series, and arguably I'd sooner try and go down fighting than drive around in second all weekend and have a few pots, really.
Love that. I love the spirit of that. I mean, a little bit about the series. So Mark 1 MX-5s, a lot of people would think they are a bit long in the tooth. I mean, effectively 30 years old nearly. But it's still such close racing with so many cars still out on the grid.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of other classes that you can do in the country that cost a hell of a lot more money. But when you actually sort of have a look at what's out there from a competitive standpoint, the Mark 1 and probably the SuperCup, the Mark 3, I don't think there's anything more competitive than that. So that's why we all do it. You know, we want close racing. We don't mind a bit of rubbing, and, you know, we want to feel like we've had a battle rather than sort of just have a Sunday afternoon drive round. And there obviously is that option in both classes, but this gives really good racing. They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power, so you can, you know, the toe has an effect. And no motorsport's cheap, is it? But borderline, it's affordable. You know, anyone can come and have a go.
It's probably the most cost-effective you can get.
Cost-effective is the word I was looking for. Yeah, not cheap.
Not cheap at all. So plan for today, eyes forward, get that win.
Yeah, plan for today, try and get off the line, obviously starting on the inside, so on the outside, so see if I can get a run on Steve, and, you know, might even be able to squeeze him into turn 1. If not, then not. We'll have to do it over 20 minutes, won't we? But yeah, hopefully the car, we make a step forward, not a step backwards, and we'll go forwards from there, hopefully.
Fantastic. Well, great to talk to you today, Tom. The very best of luck to you, and good luck in the 2 races today.
Thanks, Rob.
No worries. Okay, so after some technical difficulties, we are able to get an interview with Adam Sparrow. Adam, racing yesterday, how was it?
Racing was quite good yesterday. We have some good pace, obviously qualified pole, and we were able to keep with the top pack, but unfortunately started to drop away towards the end. But especially at the start, cars feeling mint, and yeah, hopefully we can bring that on in the race 2 and 3 today.
Okay, so tell us about your strategy going into that. What's your thoughts? What's your plan?
I think the strategy is to try and get a good start, try and make as many places as possible, starting from P5, and then try and hold position as much as possible, or try and keep building it up, hopefully try and snatch a victory.
Is there just something about this championship, even though the cars are 20 plus years old now, especially in the Mark 1 category, there's just something about how close and competitive this championship still is with so many cars still out there?
Yeah, well, I think because they are so close, the cars are so evenly matched, that's what draws people to it. They're not overly expensive to run, again, will draw people to it. So the fact that the front of the pack is so close just sort of gives credit to just how close the cars are, which will inevitably is what drew me to it after finishing off with karting 2 years ago.
Well, fair play. So this season, what's your targets sort of going throughout the year? Did you sort of set yourself a target to start with, or are you just going race by race?
I think we're going race by race. Obviously, we're looking for maybe a top 3 finish in the championship. We're looking at where we're sitting at the moment. A championship win could be on the cards, so it's all about trying to get those wins and podiums off and see where we end up by the end of the year.
That's the consistency to go with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for talking to us, Adam. The very best of luck to you today. And now for a bit of SuperCup action, we've got series debutant Eliza Seville here. Eliza, first time in the series. It's quite hectic out there, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's also my first race. It was my first race ever yesterday in cars. So, yeah, probably throwing myself a bit in the deep end, but learning every time I go out and going a bit faster each time. So really, really enjoying it.
So with it you being your first time ever out racing cars, have you kind of set yourself a bit of a goal to achieve throughout the season?
Yeah, definitely. Just kind of slowly improving each time out, getting more comfortable with the car. It's my first time in the car on Friday, so quite different from anything I've driven before. So still kind of getting a bit used to it, but it's so much fun to drive and really enjoying like being in the race environment and actually racing. And I was catching Liz yesterday, so hopefully I had to start from the pit lane yesterday. So hopefully if I start on the grid today, I'll be in the pack and yeah, to get the racing done.
Outstanding. There's something quite, there's nothing like a racing paddock, is there?
Yeah, I love it. I've been working in motorsport for 7 years now. I started off as a mechanic, so this is, yeah, it's weird being on this side of it, but yeah, absolutely love every part of it. So
ultimately though, does it feel quite rewarding to be on the different side of it and kind of understanding the work that you've learned putting into a car, how it feels from the other side?
Yeah, definitely. It's like a whole different challenge, but yeah, of course also having that understanding of how the car's working definitely helps with what I'm doing with the car, so yeah.
And kind of looking forward to, obviously you're already racing on one of the most competitive one-make series already. But being on the TCR package as well, does that kind of give you the forward aspirations to maybe look up to maybe progress up that ladder?
Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of like, a goal of mine is to get to GT4 and GT3, so that's kind of like long term. But yeah, like thanks to my sponsors for getting me out here, getting this experience. So yeah, hopefully move up the ladder and yeah, keep progressing.
I mean, to be fair, that's a great target to have, especially with former series champion Abby Eaton being a former SuperCup champion and being in the GT3 and GT4 world as well.
Yeah, definitely. She's an inspiration. Yeah, there's a few girls out there doing great things at the moment, like Dorian Pinn in LMP2. So yeah, definitely would like to be up there one day.
Fantastic. Well, the very best of luck to you today, Eliza. Thanks for talking to us. And I've managed to find one of our Fiesta Mark 7 pilots, which is Ben Mulryan. So Ben, you've been out of free practice this morning. The car's looking great out there. How are you finding it?
I mean, we managed to get P1, so I'm delighted with that. I mean, it's the first P1 we've gotten all pretty much my career in Fiestas, so I'm delighted with it, especially to be able to do it in this. I mean, it really shows how much the BRSCC are pushing these. I mean, they're completely the next generation of this series, and they're really moving along, and it shows the pace that they have. So I really believe we could be up there this weekend in it.
Fantastic. So first of all, your weekend started off well. That's great. So tell us a bit about the Mark 7 Fiesta and just how. So I assume you've raced the Mark 6s before, right?
Yeah, so last year we did a season in the Mark 6s, really successful season. We just missed out on Vice Rookie Champion. We came P5 in the Championship, so quite a successful rookie season. I found the Mark 6s were a good car, but obviously moving on to the new generation car, I mean, it's showing some good pace, and I'm delighted with it, to be honest. I feel like so far the handling on it is good. Obviously, it's the new generation, so Mark 7, this is the future of the series. So I'm great to be able to be up there with it.
Fantastic. And is it about little subtle differences between the cars, or are they very much the same in terms of handling and pace?
I think obviously there's a difference in it. The Mark 7s we found are quite quick down the straights, whereas due to the shorter wheelbase in the Mark 6s, they have a lot more rotation in the corners. But overall, I mean, obviously, we feel that the Mark 6 is at its almost maximum development, where there's still so much more development in this thing, and so little tweaks in it. Do you know what I mean? Just to find out more tricks and to make it just that little bit quicker. And we're definitely finding it out, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Brilliant stuff so far. So your targets going into this weekend, and kind of your season so far leading up to it, how have you found it?
So I think at Snetterton we struggled a little bit with pace at the start. We still managed to get podium, so I was delighted with that. And then especially towards the end we felt we had the pace to win it, but unfortunately due to the safety cars at Snetterton we didn't have the time to. But no, I think I'm happy with the way the season's going so far. Obviously at Snetterton, like it was all right. I enjoyed. I mean, we got 2 wins in the Mark 7, so you can't really complain about it. However, coming to here immediately on the Friday, well, yesterday we found we had a lot of pace, and we were delighted with that. And then to be able to come into this free practice and win it, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better weekend to start.
Brilliant. Now, a bit of a theme that I've got with the drivers up and down the paddock. It's a very old school circuit, Croft. How are you finding it? Compared to other circuits, it's quite old school and balls out kind of place, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love Croft. I came here last year, my second round, and I managed to put it on P3 in qualifying. So it's probably up there with my favourite tracks. It's old but gold, as they say. I love this track so much. It's really high speed, where this car really benefits at it, and it's a track that I love. Obviously, this works well in it, thankfully, and I'm just hoping that we can keep up the pace for qualifying.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to watching your progress this weekend. Thank you very much. Cheers. And continuing with the CityCar Cup chat is Elliot Lettis. Elliot, first session done. How was that for you?
Not bad. Yeah, a lot to learn from that session. We're going really well at Snetterton, but a couple of issues with brake binding, but nothing that can't be sorted out for the first race.
How's your season kind of gone so far this year?
Wow, really good at the start, to be honest. We're 0.8 ahead in qualifying at Snetterton, and now we are 0.8 behind, so got some work to do, yeah.
Got some work to do. Is it the characteristics of the circuit maybe take a bit getting used to?
A little bit, yeah. We adjusted the rear handbrake after Snetterton, and now it's just gone all solid, so we can't even turn the rear right wheel, so hopefully we adjust that and hopefully we're back on pace. That'd be good.
Fantastic. It is quite a nice old school circuit though, isn't it? Is it good fun?
Yeah, it's definitely good fun. I think we need to loosen up the dampers at the rear just to handle some of the bumps, but no, it's a good fun circuit, fast as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, being on the TCR weekend, does it kind of give you a bit of an aspirational feel to sort of looking at that ladder to sort of step up to eventually?
Yeah, of course, these cars are so much faster than us, but no, definitely aim high. Hopefully, you never know, we might get to there. It'd be good.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Well, I can see your team feverishly working away behind you to get the car ready.
Yeah, no, they're definitely putting in the work. That's good.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, good luck for you today. Hopefully everything goes well and some more great results for you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
No worries. Thank you. Now, it wouldn't be a BRSCC weekend without talking, of course, to George Grant of Clapham North, Downforce Radio. George, first of all, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much. No, fantastic to be here.
It's a beautiful circuit, Croft, isn't it? It's certainly something a bit different to what we normally go to, your big circuits like your Doningtons, your Silverstones.
Very, very different. Obviously, in the back and beyond, you travel a long way to be here, and it's just beautiful, actually. In fact, where are we now? Beginning of May, and beautiful green grass. I just hope I can keep on the concrete bit.
Well, OK, then let's talk about keeping it on the concrete. So going into this weekend, how have you sort of found your season going so far?
Well, it's actually been very good. I mean, Brands Hatch for me was a first, right, in terms of I came second in the Masters, 14th overall, which was my best showing ever. But occasionally there are a few glitches. You know, we had a little bit of a clutch issue at Silverstone, which I had a DNF. But you know what? It's just great to be out on a track, and I just love it.
And there is something about racing at this iconic circuit as well, isn't there?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's an old school circuit, right? And now they've re-tarmacked it. It's a little bit. It's not as slidey as it's quick, but you've really got to drive the pants off this, you know, off the cars, really, basically.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get ready. I'm sure you'll be heading out for qualifying quite soon, actually. So we'll leave it there with you, George, and good luck for the weekend.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And I'm here in the Go For It Motorsports Mazda tent with Jack Noller. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thanks. First time here at Croft, so we did a bit of testing a couple of weeks ago, but it's mixed conditions yesterday, so lots to learn, but really good so far.
How have you found the circuit so far?
Really fun. You really have to commit at some of those points where you have to keep it flat really late into the corner and that, but that's really enjoyable to do. Little bits of canvas here and there to try and learn, and ways to get around that really tight complex at the far end of the circuit, but it's really enjoyable circuit to drive.
And tell us a bit about why you wanted to get involved in this series.
So I was actually been a mechanic for Martin the last 3+ years, and I met him at Autosport International in 2019. So I've always wanted to race, and I was obviously with Williams and doing esports before now, so I couldn't afford karting, so I learnt my craft through there, and then thankfully up to Martin and everyone, I got the opportunity to race again last season as my rookie year, and that went pretty well, helping develop the car over the last year and this year, try and make it better and better each time, and yeah, it's going really well. I'm really enjoying it.
Brilliant. And what is it, your targets going into this year? So the Mazdas have always been known to be a very competitive, tight-knit championship. So what sort of targets did you set yourself going into this year?
Going into this year to build off my rookie year and try and build off my best result was P6 last time, and that was after even that was a difficult weekend. Made some improvements to the car over the winter, and thanks to Glencar and Nationwide concreting, I was able to put that bit to good use over the winter and help it come into this season. Getting a good result this year to build on that P6 and push towards podiums, and if all goes well, possibly even a win.
Fantastic. And sort of your targets for the rest of the year is sort of same kind of thing?
Yeah, we'll have a smooth weekend. The start of the year's been a bit difficult with problems here, problems there, but thanks to the team, we've worked through it all and got at least out for race 2 each time. Hopefully this weekend, finishing all 3 races as a start, but then going forwards, trying to chase those podiums and chase that front of the pack down.
Brilliant as well. And how do you find it as well being on the TCR UK races as a support package? Do you kind of see it as a bit aspirational? You've got something to maybe aim for in the future?
Yeah, it's front-wheel drive, so it's very different to the rear-wheel drives that we're here, but I've followed the TCR for quite a while, and obviously in the sim and like iRacing, they're very enjoyable cars to drive, so as much as aspirational to be able to get to that sort of level of motorsport in the coming years.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for talking to us today, Jack, and good luck.
Nice luck to you too. Thank you very much.
Cheers. And down to the Fiesta Juniors, I'm here with James Pope, who's got quite a bit of work going on the front left of his car. So you've been out in free practice this morning. What happened?
Just classed as a curb, something simple, just the suspension failed, nothing much. But the sponsors they've been really helpful to us, so we should get it out all nice.
Fantastic. So your season so far leading up to this point, how's it kind of been for you in the Fiesta Juniors?
It's been reasonably well. We managed to get out in the end, thanks to the sponsors, obviously, because we struggled a bit financially. But yeah, it's been really good. Last meeting was nice. It was good. A bit messy race in the last one, but I did well.
Fantastic. And what's your targets going into Croft this weekend? It's quite an old school circuit, isn't it?
Top 10, maybe. Yeah, top 10. I'll be happy with that. Nice, clean weekend.
Fantastic. And the Mark 6 Fiesta as well. Is it quite a good car and a good series to kind of learn your trade in?
Yeah, it's like a mini touring car. They're brilliant. They're really good, yeah.
Fantastic. 2-litre Duratec up the front. You're only limited to about 100 mile an hour, so you've got no problem sort of acclimatising to that at all?
No, they pull really well. Brilliant around the corners. Yeah.
Fantastic. Right, we'll let you and the team crack on with it. No worries, thank you. We've got double trouble down here in the paddock with the Fiesta Juniors, and that is Jensen Belt and George Foxlow. Gents, how are we doing? I'll start with you, Jensen. You've had a session already. How have you found it this weekend so far?
It's not been too bad, but it's not been ideal at the same time. I've had a few problems just trying to get myself up to speed and confidence, and it's qualifying next, so we'll see what I can do after that.
Lick the stamp and send it, I think is the term, isn't it?
I think it is, yes.
George, how have you found it so far this weekend?
All right so far. I suppose all you can really do is what you got in car, but we've had a few problems throughout the weekend, but hopefully we get them fixed for qualifying and can only see what we can do.
Absolutely. So, Croft Circuit, tell me about it. It's something quite special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely different. It requires a lot of bravery. It's just a lot of full send into every single corner. It's not the easiest track I've ever driven, but it's definitely one of my favourites.
And what about yourself, George?
Well, as Jensen said, it's definitely something. I love the track, except from the final corner. It's terrible. But
what's so bad about the final corner? It's just a lovely hairpin.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh no, it's terrible. I hate every single part.
You can't gel with it.
No, just can't get it right, no matter which way you try it. But it's there, so you have to do it, don't you? You just got to get used to it.
Absolutely. Right, gents, so talk to me. Hello, welcome to a fast, very quickly filling assembly area for the Fiesta Juniors. Great action out there for the CityCar race, but welcome back. We're going to go around and talk to some of the drivers, one of which I didn't actually get a chance to talk to earlier on as he was on the podium, Rash Chikarimbu. So let's come and have a chat to you. Good first race this morning, finished third on the road. I know there's some things going on in the background at the moment, but it's up to you if you want to tell us or not. But race 2, what's the game plan?
Hopefully you can get a better race than last time. I know I finished third, so we'll try and step up and get either second or first in this race.
How have you found the series so far this year?
So far it's been good. I found it fun. I enjoy racing Fiestas as it's a step up from what I used to do karting before. So now Fiestas are a lot more fun, in my opinion, yeah.
So are you kind of seeing, especially being on the TCR package that the BRSCC Fiestas, the Fiesta Juniors are involved in, do you kind of see that as the next aspirational step up?
Hopefully, yeah, because I've enjoyed watching the TCRs. The racing is good, so if I've got enough funds next year to do it, then hopefully I'll be in TCRs. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. So Civics are quite noisy, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, yeah.
They are a bit. I'll let you get suited up, but hopefully I'll be chatting to you on the podium later on. Let's go chat to Mr. Mole Ryan. How? Now, earlier on, finished first win for the Fiesta Mark 7. Game plan going into this race?
Just try and do the same thing, to be honest. I mean, we had a little bit of we didn't have a very good start, so obviously we want to get a better start this time, so just maintain that lead instead of dropping back and having to fight through again. Obviously it was still good to pick up the race win last time, but we'd like to get a good start this time and just maintain to keep at the front.
You missed a couple of gears on the start last time, from what I remember, didn't you? Yeah,
so we found there was a little bit of air in the gearbox going from second to third, so it was really hard to go through the gears and everything. But luckily, the fantastic team race car have sorted it all out and ready to go for this race.
Fantastic. I'll let you sort yourself up and get sorted out. So that's our current pole man, Mole Ryan, on pole there. Let's go and talk to some more Fiesta Juniors. I like those sunglasses. Check them out. Nice and bright yellow. Love that. Now, James Pope. We'll just go and have a quick chat. Can I, we're just doing a bit of assembly chat with the drivers as the noisy Civics go by. They're well loud, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
So, going into this race, what's your game plan?
Just nice clean start. I want to push my way through the field. At least want to get top 10 if I can. That'll be the aim for this day. Yeah.
Having good fun so far this weekend? It's a fast circuit, Croft, isn't it?
Yeah, great fun this weekend. Yeah, it's been good.
Good, I'll let you crack on and suck yourself up there. So that's James Pope in the Mark 6 Fiesta. They are such good cars though, the Mark 6 Fiesta, but coming towards the end of their development. I think 210 Racing are here in their absolute drives. We've got the big transporter here with all the cars and drivers. I did see Max Coates here somewhere. I was hoping to have a chat with Max Coates, but now, Mr. Swain, let's have a chat with you. So, Pro Alloys, as well as bringing about 5,000 Civics that have just been out now in the transporter, they've also bought a Fiesta Junior. So, I mean, first of all, love the livery on this car. How's it been for you?
It's been really good, to be fair. We've just been, like,
We haven't done much testing beforehand to the season, so we've just been kind of getting into it, getting used to it a bit, but it's starting to flow a bit more now, it's getting better.
Is it something about the Mark 7 that you just thought you'd have a bit of that?
Not sure really. I mean, we literally come into it pretty clueless, and then Snetterton was decent, we just learned a lot, and then this first race today's been really good. We got top 10, so...
There we go. And what's the aim going into this race?
I think another top 10, just working up really. I mean, just nice to make places up from where we're starting, so we're starting P15, so it should be good.
P15, get yourself forward into the top 10. How have you found the paddock so far this year?
I think it's a good atmosphere. I mean, it's an improvement from, I think, the karting and stuff. It's been very good, yeah.
It's something quite a good vibe around the car racing paddock, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, it is very good. I mean, like, it's just all around better, yeah. I don't know what to say about it, it's good.
Fantastic. I'll let you get suited up and sorted out. They will be out on track soon, actually. I think the Civics have finished, so I'm going to see if I can grab a few words with a few more Mark 7 drivers. I like this one as well. This is a very well presented car.
If I could... the car herself. Honestly, she did.
Really?
Yeah.
So she wrapped the car herself. Is that her? Is she earning her keep?
It was either we get it wrapped or she gets extra track days. So she chose to wrap the car.
That's a hard-working driver. Right, I'm going to grab a quick chat with Jasmine Shaw before we're ready to go. Also, notice as well the extra protection here from the side impact on the Mark 7s. Great initiative as well. Protect our junior drivers. Jasmine Shaw, Mark 7 Fiesta. You're running in this weekend. How's it gone so far?
We showed great pace in the practice. Sadly, quali didn't really go our way, but we just focused on the first race, hoping to get a few more places. That didn't go to plan, but yeah, just heads down and all focus on the next race, and hopefully we can pick up some good points.
How have you found the Croft Circuit?
It's my first time racing here, actually, so it's a great track, definitely. There's not much undulation, but I think, especially in a Mark 7, it's great round here.
They are very, very tidy looking cars, and we're told you wrapped the car yourself, is that correct?
Yes, I did. Didn't end up too bad, don't think.
It looks great. I mean, if the camera could pan round to the front, the livery on this looks mega.
Yeah, we got the privilege of being at the front on the media day, so it couldn't have gone too bad.
Certainly, you can't miss it, can you?
Yeah, hopefully everyone else thinks it looks great too.
Fingers crossed. Good luck in the race ahead. Go well.
Thank you.
So I think that might just be about it. I know there's certain whistles and alarms going off. So with that, they're just getting ready for the cars to go out onto the grid to get assembled. So it's time to hand back to our commentary team of Scott Woodwess.
Everybody, please, for your position on the podium today. Everybody giving you a round of applause.
Yeah. Oh man, I just want to thank my dad, Charlie, and all my sponsors and family for being there, and I couldn't do it without them, so thanks.
Well, congratulations anyway on your second place. You did great race there.
Well, welcome back everybody on the BRSCC stream. Thank you for sticking around and having a look at some of those interviews that we've been picking up over the weekend, courtesy of Rob Lewis. We've now got a race that I'm actually quite looking forward to them. Hopefully, plenty of you are too after their incredible spectacle earlier on. It's the second race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, the official feeder championship, for the junior feeder championship for TCR UK. And I have to say, after the spectacle they put on earlier on in the first race this morning, or this afternoon, I'm really looking forward to this. It was a great, in the end, 8-car battle at the front between the leading contenders, and it was history made because it was not only Ben Ryan taking his first win in the championship after he debuted last year, but it's also a first win for the brand new Mark 7 shaped generation Fiesta Junior race car. It's brilliant stuff, I'm sure, and that everyone involved is entirely pleased with that. And also we had, I think, 2 on the podium, in fact, or at least, no, we did it with 1 on the podium because it was the Dan Lewis car was a bit further back. The grid here is set by the second fast times in qualifying, so on that point we're going to be seeing once again Ben Ryan on pole position with Rashan Chigarimbo, who was very impressive in that second race and very impressive in qualifying yesterday as he got himself a fantastic starting spot here. And then we've got Dan Lewis alongside him on the second row of the grid, so we'll be looking to keep an eye on how he gets on. He's had a couple of a very strong starts this season, and he's also one of the stronger Mark 7 drivers out there. Jacob Hodgkiss is also, you just see him on the edge of the picture, starting 5th on the grid. He's another one of the race car consultants drivers. Has had some really good pace he's picked up since he debuted in that car at Snetterton. He did the last round as a guest at Brands Hatch last year, but he's now doing a full season in the Mark 7 this year, and certainly getting to grips with it very, very quickly. And just to pick up on something that Ben Ryan was talking to a couple of us at BRSCC about, is that when it comes to driving this car, because last season Ben Ryan was driving a Mark 6, he did the whole season the Mark 6 ST150. Now he's switched to the Mark 7s this year, and what he found initially is that he was driving it in the same way as the Mark 6 ST150, but it's a different car, different chassis, different generation of machine, so it's not driven in the same way as the Mark 6. Therefore, he wasn't quite finding the pace because he was driving it like he always knew how to drive the car he'd had before. Since then, he's of course then switched across to the Mark 7, but now he's managed to unlock the pace. He realises now, I know I need to, he's saying to, I think it was my colleague Greg Graham, who's head of development, he was saying to him, I need to drive it now the way it needs to be driven, rather this car needs to be driven in its particular way, rather than trying to drive it how I used to drive in the Mark 6. Now he's got the knack of it, now they've got the setup down on these cars, now this car's starting to show its true potential. And of course he was quick in practice yesterday by 4/10, he was quickest in qualifying in the drive by 6/10 of a second. So that Mark 7 in particular, or these front-running Mark 7s, showing the pace that they've got, that they've always had ever since they came in at the beginning of last year. It's a new generation car that was put together with the assistance and help of Cook Sport Performance and touring car star Josh Cook and his outfit. So, of course, big thanks to them and everyone else that's been involved in putting these cars together and developing them, of course. And it now future-proofs going forward the Fiesta Junior Championship. But, of course, the ST150s will still be around for as long as they're plausible to be around, because they're still very competitive race cars. They're still quite cost-effective, and, of course, they're still quite competitive out there as well. And you can see this is what the championship's been looking for, the great mix of Mark 6 and Mark 7s at the front, showcasing both cars are as evenly matched and as competitive as each other, which is great to see. So with another piece of history made after this car took its first podium at Snetterton, its first win this morning, now the question is going to be is what next? What comes next for this championship? Well, of course, we've had some new stars coming to the fore after they had some tentative first steps at Snetterton in their first races, but now a few more drivers starting to find a bit more confidence, a bit more pace. Rashan Chingarimbo is one of them. Certainly had an excellent qualifying yesterday, picked up second fastest, was into the lead straight away from the outset, and then Ryan managed to pick his way through. There was a little bit of contact, but it looks like it was wasn't any contact that was deemed as being anything that was unnecessary, shall we say. It was kind of just circumstantial contact on the looks of it. And as the field then is getting set to get underway, we've got the 1 minute and 30-second boards being held up. We'll take you through the grid shortly as the cars are getting set to head out onto their formation lap onto the grid. 15-minute race in prospect for the Fiesta Juniors. And as they get the green flag, they'll be heading out on track to see if they can put on just as good a spectacle as they did yesterday, as they did earlier on this afternoon in their first race, which should be hopefully more the same as it was, because it really was a fantastic 8-car battle up the front. We had plenty of different drivers, all different skill levels, all the way up at the front and going back and forth all the time. It was genuinely one of the best Fiesta Junior races I've seen for a while at least. I don't know if I can exactly say all the time, because I've seen some belters over the few years since it's existed, but that was definitely one that showed the true competition, not just of the championship, but also the drivers within it. Some great young drivers, newcomers and experienced drivers from last year that are showing their prowess. So as the cars make their way out to the assembly area and head onto up front of the grid, let's give you the grid for this second race based on the second fastest qualifying times from yesterday. So Ben Ryan, our race 1 winner, starts on pole position again from Rashan Chingarimbo again on the front row. Then they're joined by row 2 by Dan Lewis in car number 19 and Ronnie Smith in car number 96. Jacob Hodgkiss then comes next in his Mark 7 alongside Hadley Simpson in the ex-Jensen Brickley Championship winning car, who starts 6th. Snetterton winner Luke Hilton starts in 7th place alongside his fellow winner from Norfolk in Ryan McAuliffe. And then it will be following from that Harry England in car number 3 in his Mark 7. He's joined alongside by Benjamin Doherty in the top 10. Row 6 is Jensen Bell and George Foxlow, so they'll be looking to try and make some progress from row 6. Row 7 is Jasmine Shaw. Hopefully they've recovered her front bumper after she had that excursion exiting the S's at the start of race number 1 and managed to continue on sans the front bumper and front splitter. She's alongside Marcel Lashiski in the number 55 car in 4th place. Wesley Swain for Pralloys and Maxwell Motorsport starts next in 15th alongside Betty Blockley. Then it's Flame Auricola, granddaughter of former rally legend Pensy Auricola, starting in 17th place on the grid alongside Jensen Mason. Then Sam Nisa, if that car's been repaired and back out on the grid, has a lot of work to do from 19th. He came into the weekend as the championship leader. He's got it all to do now from 19th on the grid after contact with Ryan McAuliffe earlier on. He'll start alongside James Pope. and then Lucas Hayden, and once again Max Salarski to the back of the grid because he had an off in qualifying, and then when he rejoined, he had all his times deleted because he had some outside assistance, or I think that was the reason that was given. So because of that, he had his times deleted. He had to start from the back of the grid in race 1. He does so again in race 2, but of course he came up to 11th from 22nd on the grid. So hopefully he can do the same and get back up there. Now I'm pleased to say that Sam Neese's car is on the grid. I saw the distinctive grey and pink machine trundling around in 19th place. So let's see if he can pick up more space. Watch for him and also Matt Salarski picking their way through. So let's see if they can make that happen. As they make their way around onto the grid. It's I will mention it, it's just wonderful to see the Fiesta Junior Championship in such rude health. It's big, it equals the biggest grid we've ever had, because they hit that record at Snetterton with 22. Every single one of the 22 drivers that was at Snetterton is here at Croft this weekend, so we're still maintaining that excellent number 22, and there genuinely are more cars in the pipeline, more drivers in the pipeline, and I'm certain the grid will only keep getting bigger and bigger. And it's newfound association with TCR UK as a support series, with the support with the new car coming through, and everything else on top of it, the influx of new drivers, a couple of new teams, some new drivers, and other factors that are helping out as well. All the hard work that's been put in by coordinator Laura Payne and everyone at BRSCC certainly paying off, and it really is pleasing to see such a wonderful position of the championship. It was a few years ago when it was looking as though it was possibly not looking as healthy as it could have been, and possibly was at quite a low point, but all the hard work over the last 3 years comes to this point here with a fantastic strong 22 car grid all set to get going once again. So the last couple of cars move themselves into position. Let's see if the juniors, the touring car stars of the future, the TCR UK stars of the future, can potentially put on as good a race as they did in race number 1. Hopefully it'll be nice and clean, nice and tidy, and action-packed, full of plenty of overtaking and wheel-to-wheel stuff for the next 15 minutes. So race 1 winner Ben Mulrine on pole in the Mark 7. That's the black car with the turquoise trim, and it's the black Mark 6 with the green flashes on the bonnet alongside him of Rashan Chikarimbo, who might try and get in front of him. Stand by for action then. Race number 2 of the weekend for the Fiesta Junior Championship here at Croft. It's Mulrine on pole, Chikarimbo in second place, fast guys towards the back. Let's see if they can make it as better race as it was in race 1. The lights go out and we're Fiesta Junior racing once again, and as it was in race 1 yet again, it's another good start from Chikarimbo, but this time it's a better second phase of the start from Ben Mulrine. And what a start from Dan Lewis. Where's he come from? Charging up the inside line past Mulrine. He's been swamped by the pack coming towards Clairvaux. He goes up the inside of the lead. There's contacts to go through Clairvaux. 1 or 2 cars making contact. Ransgard Chikarimbo. Ransgard's Harry England over onto his. Well, 2 cars have gone over, I'm afraid. Oh dear, that's not the start we wanted to see at all. 3, 4, 5 cars involved, and immediately, no surprise, red flag. And that, I can guarantee, is not what anyone wanted to see at all. And hopefully all drivers are okay. So Ronnie Smith then leads the cars around. I think that was possibly getting a bit too energetic into turn 1. And everyone now completely being told to slow down. But the marshals will quickly go to work to ensure that they can get themselves, make sure that the drivers are okay first and foremost. Then, of course, go ahead and clear the cars that were involved in that. There was a couple of the cars diving into the first couple of corners by the looks of it, and it just looked as though that 1 or 2 drivers got a little bit too much adrenaline going into the complex, and it was a bit of a slight chain reaction from there, which is a real, and that of course is a real shame, because it's never what you want to see in any particular motorsport, particularly with junior drivers, of course. But the marshals and the recovery teams will obviously be quickly onto the scene to make sure that everyone's okay. The cars which made it through, well, Ronnie Smith made it through as the leader. But of course, at this point, they'll have to go to a complete restart anyway, and they'll be back to where they were originally on the grid. But he blocked these cars carrying a bit of damage, so that's there's Sam Neese's car also, a little bit of trim hanging off as well. See, Jasmine Shaw's car's got its front bumper back, so that's a positive. And there's Max Salarski out of it as well, and so is Lucas Hayden. The 2 cars that I saw that were involved that looked as though they went over, and that's never a nice thing to say at all. I think one was Harry England, the other one was Hadley Simpson's car as well that went in. Rashan Chikarimbo was involved in that as well, but he was battling for the front bit. I didn't quite catch the other 2, but there was a couple more. I think James Pope was another one of them. There was a 5th car involved in that, but I couldn't quite catch it and identify it. So the juniors then make their way around to what will be at the top of the grid again, and they'll reform them and clear up what they've already begun down at Clairvaux. a little bit too much youthful exuberance for them for that second start, and we will see how this second race plays out once they've completed the clear up and once they get back underway. This is not putting anything at all, putting any reason on anyone at all in terms of anyone starting anything at all or putting a name on it, but it all seemed to kind of initially stem. The initial sort of melee into turn one came from when Dan Lewis, who had a fantastic start, he went steaming up the inside of Ben Ryan, and Ben almost looked like he backed out of it because he was trying to almost a little bit startled but surprised by how quickly Dan Lewis was coming through. He then backed off going into the complex, and then he was in about 6th or 7th when everything was going on in front of him. So that will be interesting to see how he came through. Admittedly, as I said, I didn't see Ben Ryan's car come through, so I don't know if he was possibly involved in that as well. Hopefully not, but if it was, then unfortunately that might not be the greatest end of the weekend he was looking for. So the field now is making its way back to its point. So the marshals will go to work on that side of things, but the Fiesta Junior Championship certainly full of some very energetic and very keen and eager drivers sometimes, and sometimes, as I say, youthful exuberance gets the better of them sometimes, and then we have unfortunate situations like this, but they do obviously have plenty of track time to kind of make sure they can kind of learn and develop as much as possible. They get a free practice session, they get qualifying and 2 races, and obviously a lot of them have a point to prove in terms of trying to become, you know, possible touring car or GT stars of the future. And sometimes it kind of get a little bit ahead of themselves sometimes, I think, but it's still a great crop of drivers nonetheless, and they do certainly do the championship proud in many cases in terms of, you know, just the grid size that we've got and everything else on top of that. So it's going to be by the looks, it's hopefully a good restart once we have everything cleared up from that side. And there's Lucas Hayden, who has parked up. Yeah, we're just hearing from down at the site of up at Clairvaux and Hawthorns. The majority of the drivers are out of their cars. That's just what we're hearing from in my ears from down on the scene. And but as anything, precautions have to be taken nonetheless on whatever happens. So the field now parked at the top of the pits. The grid will be formed again, based on, it'll be back to where it was for that grid spot. So, provided if Ben Ryan got through, it will actually put Dan Lewis and Ronnie Smith back on the second row of the grid, and that will put them alongside each other once again once we get this race restarted. There's Max Zalarski's car that's towards the back. Bit of information about Max. He was this year's Jam Sports Scholarship winner. He picked up, he was the most impressive driver when it came to that particular sequence, and he was picked out by the Jam Sports squad, including their team boss, Jamie Going, and so he won himself a fully funded season in TCR UK, in Fiesta Juniors, and really had a mixed opening weekend. He really had a fantastic first race at Snetterton, where he was trying to chase down eventual race winner Luke Hilton, and he was literally about a tenth of a bit away from taking his first ever race win on his debut, because there was a 5-second penalty for Luke Hilton for track limits, and so he pushed hard. At one point in the last couple of laps, when that penalty was applied, Zalarski was actually showing, when they crossed the line in the closing stages, as being ahead, which is intriguing. That's one of the other drivers that was involved, was George Fox, though. So that's another car in the mix there, but just a bit of a scene there, what's going on. Plenty of, so you can see Ray Sumner's down there, actually, having a look at the site of the incident. But again, massive thank you to all of the medical crews, to all the recovery teams, and all of our fantastic marshals as well, because genuinely, without them, we couldn't go motor racing the way that we do. So it's great to see them all on side. I'm pleased to say that all cars, the drivers are out of their cars, I've been told, which is thankful to see. So that's a positive. And once the clear-up is complete, we'll obviously have an idea of when we'll be able to get a restart for this race. But talking about Max Zalarski, he certainly did have an excellent start to his life as a Fiesta Junior driver in that first race. He got caught in an incident in the second race, which didn't get him as much information. Didn't given the result he was hoping for on that side, and then he had to pick his way through from the back of the pack to pick him 11th in that first race, after he had the off in qualifying, and then subsequently his lap times were removed. I think he received a bit of a push or something. So he now has got some work to do from the back of the grid. Yeah. So I think what we're going to do is, whilst this clear-up is taking place, we're actually going to fill some time now with some more of the interviews that we've been seeing during the TCR and Civic sessions over the weekend with Rob Lewis, who's been out and around the paddock. So whilst this is being cleared up, obviously we'll return once we're ready to get racing once again in the Fiesta Junior Championship. But until then, let's head back to some of the interviews that we've been playing throughout the weekend with Rob Lewis and some of our drivers around in the paddock.
About the Fiesta Junior Championship, why are you here? Do you kind of see it as a good step up with the time with TCR UK? Start with you first, Jens.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely a good way to move up in the ranks. I used to do Junior Saloon Car Championship last year, but I decided since this is on the touring car package, and it's more likely to be, it's like similar to a touring car in a way, with the suspension setup, and it's just a bit more similar, if you know what I mean.
Does it kind of give you that aspirational level to kind of look up to?
Yeah, and they just drive more how you would expect a touring car to drive as well.
Fantastic. And what about yourself, George? I mean, being on this package, what does it mean to you?
Well, before this, I never did anything other than Fiestas, so this is the only thing I know technically. But well, it's as now the best one there is out of all three of the UK Junior Series, and as Jensen said, the closer touring cars, easier route into TCR and things like that. So definitely the best one to choose out of the three of them.
So your targets for this year, obviously, you're both probably going to stand there and tell me I want to win the championship. But did you set yourself that target at the end of the year, or are you kind of using it to learn and progress?
I'm just going to use this year to try find my feet with the car a little bit more. But then definitely next year, I'm going to push for it next year.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy with top 5, but we didn't have the best one at Snetterton with a few incidents and not the best position in the first race. But I do have another year, but we'll just see if we do it or not. Possibly move on to something bigger and better. Don't know.
Fantastic. No, any thoughts about possibly moving to the Mark 7s at all?
Me and my dad have had a debate about it. We're not 100% sure because the cars kind of develop as they kind of grow in the championship. So we might move on to a Mark 7 next year. It's kind of up to him though.
It's up to the funds, isn't it?
Yep, always.
And what about yourself, George? So you maybe thinking you may step back next year, or would a Mark 7 interest you?
I possibly won't because, as I say, I might leave at the end of this year depending on how we go. But possibly next year, but as Jensen said, it's all up to the one who's paying.
Fantastic, chaps. Well, good luck this weekend. I hope you guys go great guns, and hopefully we'll speak to you at some point during the weekend.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, cheers, guys. Right, I've popped down to the Paul Sheard awning because we're in a bit of a celebratory mood because Jonathan Greensmith has returned to the paddock. Now, this is Jonathan Greensmith, former Mazda champion, former Porsche BRSCC Porsche Boxster champion as well from back in the day. Jonathan, great to have you back in the paddock. What brings you back?
Family commitments, and just I've missed it. Missed out the atmosphere and everything. So yeah, I've just got itchy feet, and I thought that's it. I'm coming back, doing a bit of work for Paul Sheard, father-in-law. Yeah, and then we're here with my brother and a couple of other friends. So all good.
Well, we'll chat to your brother shortly. Don't worry about that. Yeah. But so what in particular made you go back to the Mazdas, especially?
I think it's a competitive championship, and it's a little bit relaxed as well. You don't want it too much pressure. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I come back, because and it's cheap and cheerful as well. So well, you can make it cheap and cheerful.
You could certainly suit it to your budget, can't you?
Oh yeah, all day long. Yeah. So it's depending on how deep your pockets are. So yeah, it's all good.
And even racing in such a competitive series, have you kind of found it a bit of a baptism of fire coming back in to get it going again?
Yeah, old has took over me as well. I'm a bit too old for it now, but I still have a bash, and it is competitive. Even in the clubman, it's competitive. And the main championship, I don't know how to do it, to be honest with you now. So yeah, I am getting on a bit long in tooth, but no, I love it, absolutely love it.
I wouldn't really say long in the tooth. Would it be a case of the cars have just developed that much over time?
They have actually, yeah, because when I first started, everything was totally standard, and they have started messing about with them quite a lot now. So yeah, but it's what it is, isn't it? So you just get in there, get out, and get in.
So now your sort of triumphant return to the paddock. What's your sort of targets for this year?
Top 10. So I qualified 13th, and then just found out that I had too much fuel in the car, so I was 10 litres overweight. So yeah, well, 10 kilos overweight. So yeah, it didn't help matters.
Certainly doesn't with a pack that's so close like this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, every penny counts really. All the weight and everything, you need it off. I'm a bit on the larger side now since I did it before, so yeah, it's going to be a bit tougher for me, but I'm going to have a go.
And how good is it to race on this Croft circuit?
Croft is mega. It's proper. You need to be like brave, especially in sunny out, and going into Tower as well. You've got to be really late on brakes and everything. But yeah, really technical circuit. Love it.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get back to being on the spanners, but good luck in your racing later on, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you once again back in the paddock.
Thank you. Cheers.
And with the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, I've found Kevin Bird. Now, Kevin, you've been out already this morning?
Yeah, we've been and done qualifying.
How'd you get on?
16th, so only my second time up at Croft. Yeah, a few tweaks to make to the car. We've got an idea of where we need to go or what we think we want to be doing, and race pace seems to be a bit better than qualifying anyway, so we'll see what race one brings this afternoon.
Fantastic. So how are you? Obviously not been to Croft a lot, or it's been a while since you've been here. How have you found the circuit?
I really like the circuit. I forgot how quick sunny in comes up on you and how close the barriers are, but no, it's a good circuit. I like it. It was the first ever race that I did in the Clubman, on the first ever Clubman race. So yeah, it's nice to be back, to be fair.
Superb. So your targets for this year going into the series, what have you kind of set yourself?
I always sort of try and keep up within the top 10. If I can keep it in the top 10 with the competition that we've got, I think is a good standard for me to keep in there. I don't do a lot of testing, so it's top 10 is if I can keep it there, I'll be happy.
It's kind of one of those series, isn't it? No matter whether it's the Clubman or the full championship for the Mark 1s, it's always very closely fought, isn't it?
Yeah, the Mazda racing, whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing, and yeah, people aren't scared to get their elbows out.
Plus, you get a chance to be on the CityCar UK package. How do you sort of feel about that? Does it give you the aspirational level to sort of look up to?
Oh, massively, yeah. I love the British touring cars, but the TCRs on the same package, it's up there. They're really pretty cars to look at, really nice on track. And this season, or end of last season, this season, the racing in there got really competitive, so definitely one to watch and keep an eye on.
Fantastic, and hopefully you'll be on the grid there one day, right?
Hopefully. When the numbers drop in, hopefully we'll be up there for sure.
Fantastic. So today, what's your sort of targets going into the two races?
Just moving forward. We'll see where we can go in race one. Like I say, if we could break that top 10, brilliant. That's where we just take little steps, little and often, and yeah, keep moving forward, keep looking forward.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you crack on for the moment there, Kevin.
Brilliant.
Thanks for talking to us.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
And I'm here with Luke Hilton after quite an eventful practice section. You ended up with a box full of neutrals, I understand.
Yeah, well, there's this bit on the inside coming through the tightest part of the track, and there's a huge dip that all the cars take to hook the car around in before the hairpin, and I've been hitting it all day yesterday and today, and the gearbox blew up as well as the diff, and bits of metal like shattered everywhere, and it didn't go to plan, so I only got one lap to set a really quick lap on cold tyres and bad rubber, so I did my best, to be honest.
What you're really saying is you did a proper job on the gearbox.
Yeah, exactly that.
Fantastic. So Fiesta Juniors, what kind of brought you to the championship?
Well, to be honest, I've come from karting, and me and my dad took 5 years out, and we thought he knew I was going in cars, so we got told that the best junior championship is Fiesta Juniors, so we went here basically, and we got guided here, so
Fantastic. And tell us a bit about the car itself. So it's a Mark 6 Fiesta, short wheelbase, Duratec engine, limited to about 100 mile an hour due to the junior regs, but is it good fun to drive?
Yeah, it's really good fun. We've built this car very well. We've built it how I like to drive it, and the setup on it is perfect. Every part of this car is almost brand new every weekend, and we're just fully prepped. We build this car from the ground up, and it's, yeah, to be honest.
Awesome. Tell us a bit about Croft Circuit. It's a theme that I'm sort of speaking to all drivers about this weekend. It's a very old school, fast, flat out circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very fast track. You've got to have a lot of commitment, keep the car singing the whole lap, and you've got to... Yeah, that's all I've got to say, to be honest, sorry.
Just keep it pinned all the way around.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah.
Brilliant. So describe a bit your season so far leading up to it and your targets sort of going into the year.
Well, to be honest, Snetterton was a very good round. Bit of a shame for race 2 though, but this round we're hoping we can get some good results. Our aim is to win the championship, but we're going to take every round as it comes. So we hope for the best, to be honest.
Brilliant. Well, I'll let you crack on. Obviously, I think you'll be out for qualifying very shortly. Just one last thing, if you want to shout out any sponsors, go ahead.
So I've got 2 sponsors coming this weekend. We Are Fred and RTW Homes, very good sponsors of mine. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for talking to us, Luke Hilton.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. And I'm here with Max Silarski. So you've had one session so far at Croft today, which was free practice. First of all, how was that for you?
Well, we ran into a slight issue with my ABS and my alternator wire, losing a bit of power, but getting it fixed, all sorted, heads up high for qualifying.
Fantastic. And your season so far in the Fiesta Juniors, the grid size has certainly swelled this year. Does it make it a bit more competitive for you?
Well, it does a bit, but then you just got to think ahead and like push past that, so yeah, it's all right.
And the actual championship itself, is there just something about it that gives you the right development to then progress on up the ranks?
Well, obviously it's very good to start racing cars at a young age like this, so it's a very special championship. There's not many, but it's a really good championship.
Brilliant. And your target so far this year, so did you sort of set something at the beginning of the year that you wanted to go for, or is it just a case of let's develop as the year goes on?
Well, just as it goes, like we didn't know what to expect. Obviously, Snetterton was a very big surprise to me, so yeah, just carrying on with the good results and hopefully we just do well, take it as it goes.
Croft Racing Circuit, I'm asking all the drivers this, so don't worry. Croft Racing Circuit is a very old school circuit. How are you finding it so far?
I really like it, the fast flowing corners, and then you got the tight section at the bottom. It's really fun.
Brilliant, brilliant. And being on the TCR package as well, is that something that sort of appeals to you, having that ladder potentially there for you to sort of go for?
Yeah, well, obviously I love watching their racing. It's amazing racing. Hopefully one day I'll get to drive one of them cars, but as I said, we're just taking it how it goes.
Fantastic. Thank you for chatting to us today. One last shout out for your sponsors if you want.
All my sponsors, thank you very much for making all this possible, and obviously they will be watching, so thank you guys, it's really appreciated.
No worries, Miles, thank you very much. And I've popped my head down to Team Morwin to talk to 2 very special people actually. First of all, I want to talk to the driver, Nick Goff. So Nick, first session out in the car at Croft, how was it?
Yeah, it was decent. We had a gearbox change overnight, which is always fun, and we probably got a longer third gear ratio than we'd really like. But P10 is actually my best qualifying position of the season so far. Yeah, just have to go for it in the race.
Tell us a bit about the series, because of course I know you from the C1 racing paddock, so what kind of endeared you to go into the CityCar Cup?
Yeah, I think knowing these cars almost inside out now really was a big factor in it. We looked at the Mazdas, we looked at Civics, but we don't really know those cars. We haven't got the budget for a team to run us, so we thought let's stick to what we know, let's give these guys a little try, and so far so good.
Now, I want to talk to you about Snetterton, because inadvertently you gained your pilot's licence, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought I'd save some tyre wear on the inside tyres. Yeah, I feel really bad about that. I've apologised to Brad about 40 times now, offered him new doors and stuff, but luckily he's an absolute gent and he's not fussed. Racing's racing is his opinion, so yeah, no, that's good.
So for those of us that haven't seen, what happened, what led up to it?
Yeah, so I'm coming around Coram, which in the endurance stuff is a really good overtaking point for me, and I see a gap, and I start to go for the gap. Brad leaves me loads of room. I panic, hit the sausage curb, and end up on 2 wheels at 45 degrees into his door.
Now, to be fair, I will say, if you have got a chance to go onto the socials and have a look at Team Morwen's Facebook page, there is a still image of the car at 45 degrees. It's an epic photo, isn't it?
Yep, and we kept the foot in. You got to carry on going as well.
Absolutely. So your targets for this season, really, so it's a new championship, kind of, well, your first full championship properly. The C1 series is a series. So what's kind of been your target? Is it a learning year and then you look to progress?
Yeah, I think so. I sort of said we'd be happy. I mean, if we can bang on the door of the top 10 all season, we'd be really happy, and that's where we are at the minute in joint 6th. Yeah, and just learn the car, learn how to operate on a 2-day weekend, which we've never done before either. And yeah, hopefully next year, maybe we can challenge the guys at the front, because those top 4 at the minute are just in a different league.
They are rather good, aren't they? Yeah. Now, Katie Ramsey, the reason we brought you in, so you will see adorning their team gear here is Driven Minds. So this is something that's been set up by Eliza Clapham and yourselves. You run it together to sort of raise a bit of awareness on how the mind works in motorsport and raise awareness for the different goings on. So tell me a bit about it.
Yeah, so we started during sort of COVID lockdown. I think a lot of people being self-employed in motorsport, drivers securing sponsorship, that all kind of fell away. And I think that has such a mental sort of impact on your mental health and your mental fitness. And you know, the paddock being mostly men, let's be honest, and they're most likely to not talk about stuff like this. So it was kind of creating a safe space, a collective that can talk about mental health problems, and there's been no stigma, no kind of negativity around it, and kind of sort of raise awareness in paddocks, really.
Yeah, and you've actually also got one of your ambassadors, Amelia Vincent, on the same grid this weekend as well, haven't you?
We have. It's brilliant. We've set ourselves a target. You know, in perhaps 3 or 4 years' time, it'd be brilliant to have an ambassador in every paddock. Someone there that, you know, you can, if you're having a bad weekend, you have an incident on track, and you just want to chat to someone who isn't an official, you can just go have a chat to them, and just they'll help improve your mood. I think that's, at the end of the day, we're all here for fun, aren't we? So if you're not enjoying it, why would you be here?
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, it's quite a good initiative for, like you say, if you do have something happen on track that's maybe out of your hands and it does affect your sort of state of mind during the weekend, it gives you that option to speak to someone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, no, it's a real big passion of ours, isn't it? And Eliza as well. The team's growing. Yeah, and hopefully, like I say, hopefully next year you'll see us in even more paddocks.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you guys crack on. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you for some good, clean, hard racing this weekend.
Oh yeah, we'll go for it.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for being with us whilst the clear-up has been taking place after the incident in the beginning of that second Fiesta Junior race. I'm pleased to say that the clear-up is just about finished now. So again, a massive, massive thank you to all of our marshals, recovery teams, medic crews, everyone else is clear. There is a bit of clearing up with some of the gravel to sweep up quickly. That should hopefully take no time at all. And in terms of the restart for the grid, the TSL timing is shown we're going to get, at the moment, a 15-minute restart. There's a bit of a clear up with some of the fluid down there as well. So there's lots of gravel and lots of dust and also some fluid to clear up as well. So that's been quickly dealt with by the marshals down there. In terms of the restarts, in terms of who's where, obviously it will go back to where they were going to start originally. That was based on the second times in qualifying. There is the cars that we have. Now, Benmore Ryan's car is there. I wasn't sure if I'd seen it come through or not, but he did manage to get through that incident. He will start effectively on pole position, but on his own on the front row of the grid. We also have everyone on the second row of the grid, so that's Dan Lewis and Ronnie Smith. It looks as though also there's been, as you can see here, some additional fluid that's been dropped down, but it's, I think, rather unhelpfully all the way around the circuit, but they're trying to dust and clear it up as quickly as possible to try and get it across, because we had something in one of the qualifying sessions yesterday where there was quite a bit of fluid put down by somebody, and then in the first race after the qualifying sessions, it was a couple of drivers were mentioning that there was still quite a bit of fluid or something down there compared to what had been cleared up. And that's not at all on the marshals doing their job. They do a fantastic job nonetheless to make sure this is cleared up as quickly as possible, and they are doing so right now. It's just one or two drivers pointing out that there was still something down at that complex of sunny in and sunny out compared to what had been dropped. So it looks as though that the clear-up is hopefully nearing its conclusion, and then we can get this second race underway. As I say, the timer still says 15 minutes, but I appreciate that for the convenience of trying to make sure that we get through the rest of the timetable with minimal to no delay, that they may well may well change that. But again, let's go with the fact that it's 15 minutes rather than speculate anything. Let's just wait to see how things play out. So Benmore Ryan, at least, will start this race from pole position. Again, another chance to do so. That's Luke Hilton's car that's being worked on. So Luke Hilton's car, I don't know how much involvement he had in that, but it looks like almost they're trying to reattach, I think, the front end section, which includes the radiator and the intercooler and everything else on top of that car. So that's quickly been trying to be sorted out. We have got Jacob Hodgkiss is on the grid there, you can see, so he's in the mix. We've also got there Benjamin Doherty, because actually Jensen Bell, I can see, it looks like Marcel Lasischke is in there as well too. And there's quite a bit of fluid coming out of the front of that car, so they're trying to catch that to try and reattach the front end on Luke Hilton's car. It looks as though you can see here though that the clear up has been completed, so again, big thank you to all the marshals and everyone that's been involved in getting everything sorted out. Still a little bit going down up at sunny in and sunny out, just to be careful. And we're getting underway as soon as possible. And I'm sure for many of the drivers that will be them just taking the chance to gather themselves together, take a bit of a breather, and just to kind of just assess their plan for this restart now. Of course, Benmore Ryan will be gunning for that second race win. Taking it so emphatically, yes, early on this afternoon, the first win for the Mark 7. It's a good chance also Ronnie Smith and indeed also Dan Lewis to get themselves onto the podium. Ronnie Smith, of course, was on the podium earlier on, as was Rashan Chigarimbo too on top of that. But Rashan, one of the 5 cars involved in the incident down at Clairvaux.
The track will now.
Track sweeper has thankfully looks like completed its job. You can see in the background there some of the MX5 SuperCup drivers already getting into the assembly area to get in the mix. So there's no Rashan Chigarimbo starting there. Let's go back to the grid and just figure out who it is that we might be missing. So no Rashan Chigarimbo. Jacob Hodgkiss is there, but we don't have Hadley Simpson. Luke Hilton's in the pit lane. Ryan McAuliffe, he's probably a little bit further back. His car might even be hiding behind, possibly behind Ronnie Smith's on camera, you can see. Then we have, we don't have Harry England, but we do have Benjamin Doherty, so he's on the grid there. Jensen Bell is there, but no George Foxlow. Jasmine Shaw should be there, so should Marcel Lasischke. Wesley Swain, Billy Blockley, Flame Ricola, Jensen Mason, Sam Neeser, James Pope. He's involved in it as well, James Pope, so he won't be on the start. Lucas Hayden should be, and so should Marcel Lasischke. So there's about possibly, I think, 5 or 6 cars that have hit some kind of strife, which will not be on, at least starting from the grid of where they are. Last little bit of clear up just being completed. This is down just on the exit of sunny in and sunny out. And despite some of the rain showers and some of the overcast conditions, thankfully it's getting a bit sunnier and brighter out there today at Croft Circuit. As the juniors wait patiently on the grid, waiting to get underway shortly. See there, Benmore Ryan looking focused and contemplating how he's going to attack the start for this second race. Now, I can see Ryan McAuliffe's car. Now, his car did actually come into the pit lane, so he is actually in pit lane. And looks like he will start from there, unless he's... I don't think because being in the pit lane, I think he'll be allowed to go back around to the grid, because obviously that will just delay things a little further, waiting for him to come back around. So it looks like he will start from the pit lane. Now, if they can get Luke Hilton's car fixed, it was obviously quite a it's quite a race against time for the LH Performance Squad to get that fixed. But engines now are being fired up, which means that we are getting very underway. Now, the time has just changed on TSL. It's going to be a 10-minute restart, so 10 minutes. And given that we still have another 2 or 3 races still to go, we've still got an MX5 Super Cup race, another CityCar Cup race, an MX5 Championship race, and our second TCR UK race of the day to get through. I imagine that that decision been taken to try and get us as close to on track for time as possible, so that we can make sure we're as much as on time as we can be going into that last race for TCR UK. So there is the field that we have. We've still got quite a few cars towards the back of the field, but it's those that we lost were more kind of in sort of the front half of the top 10, around sort of the middle to back of the top 10 that were involved in that. But thankfully, the second half downwards, all appear, the majority, if not all, appear to have kind of got away with that, either unscathed or weren't involved and have got through. So the 1 minute and 30-second boards have gone up. The next thing they'll see is the green flag, which flies now. And the second race for the Fiesta Junior Championship now heads onto its warm-up lap to get back out there on circuit. Of course, they'll find some cement dust on the circuit from somebody who was dropping fluid. I don't want to speculate. I won't speculate. My guess it might have been one of the couple of the cars that find itself in pit lane at the moment. So we've got Ryan McCaleb who will start from the pit lane. So let's just go through who we have on the grid and who we don't appear to have in terms of running through. So as we say, Ben Ryan will start on pole position once again, as he would have was going set to do so originally. No Rashan Chikarimbo, because he was involved in the first corner instance. He's the highest placed driver that will not take the restart. Second row is intact, so that's Dan Lewis in third place on the grid in car 19 and Ronnie Smith in car 96. Jacob Hodgkiss will start on the third row of the grid, and that is going to be alongside, well, on his own, because there's no Hadley Simpson, so he won't be there. No Luke Hilton either, because he's in the pit lane having his car repaired, and they're racing against time to get it fixed. So the next car physically on the grid is going to be Benjamin Doherty's car, which is essentially starting in, well, there'll be nobody on the 7th or the 4th row, because there's no Luke Hilton, because he's on the grid. Well, I'll reset, because I'm getting ahead of myself. So no Hadley Simpson, no Luke Hilton starting on the grid at least, because his car's in the pit lane being worked on. Ryan McCaleb's car won't start on the grid, but it'll be on the pit lane, because he's been in having something to have checked over. The next row, no Harry England, and Benjamin Doherty will be alone on the 5th row of the grid. 6th row of the grid, Jensen Bell will start, but no George Foxlow. And then we have the rest of it. Looks like it's intact, which is Jasmine Shaw, Marcel Asishki, Wes Wayne and Billy Blockley. He had a bit of a damage to the front of his car, but he seems to be okay mostly. Flamer Rickler and Jensen Mason should be on the 9th row of the grid. Sam Nisa, I think, to get through that, and will start on row 10. No James Pope, though, he was also involved in that incident. He will not take the restart. And at the back of the grid, Lucas Hayden and Max Solarski will be in the mix too. So my count is 1, 2, 3, 4. At least 5 cars involved in that incident, and then there was a couple more that were in pit lane having work done. And if Hilton's car can get out, that'll be a magnificent achievement. But at least Brian McCaleb will start from pit lane. So the car's making their way around. We've also been showing the slippery surface flag, because of course, yes, there is cement dust down there, but there's still some fluid, whatever it is, whether it's coolant or just water or oil or something else, it's still lurking underneath that. But the quick dry sort of solution that they have to try and clear this up as quickly as possible, it's done that, of course, to try and minimise the time it takes to try and treat the circuit to get that sorted. And ultimately, it will be a tricky point for everyone to try and make sure that they keep on the road. But I'm sure as the quick dry gets dispersed by the cars running over it, that it will have more and more of an effect as we go on. So the cars rolling onto the grid now for their second race of the day. And everyone make sure they get into proper position now. So I think one challenge is Ronnie Smith has to remember he can't sit on the front row of the grid, because he has to start on row 2. So thankfully he's parked up in the right position, and all the juniors, it looks like, are actually sensibly parking in the right spots that they should be in. So that's really good to see from everyone so far. Max Zalarski just trundling into position at the back in car 33. Once he's in position, we can then take 2 for race 2 of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship here at Croft. Let's just keep pulls up into his grid spot. Wait for the green flag at the back, and now there's a chance for Ben Ryan to see if he can now properly go for 2 for 2 here at Croft, second win of the weekend and in the championship. So Ben Ryan on the front row on his own, but watch for the guys from row 2, both Dan Lewis and also in the mix. One car was slow to get away in the background, but Ben Ryan will lead them off the grid down towards turn 1. But it's a great start for Ronnie Smith on the outside of the front row, having the straight shot down towards turn 1. It's going to be side by side again. Nice and clean, nice and tentative, please. No troubles to turn 1, guys. Almost a tail. They've all got through pretty tidily. Jacob Hodgkiss is over the curb, and it might well be a Mark 7, 1, 2, 3 in a minute, because Jacob Hodgkiss was getting pretty racy up towards the S's as they come through onto the back straight. There's Ryan McCaleb from the pit lane. They come out of the S's onto the back straight, and it's Mal Ryan who leads. It's Daniel Lewis in second place. It's then Ronnie trying to work out his name actually on that side. I couldn't quite match. Ronnie Smith in third place. There we go. Fourth place there. Jasmine Shaw's up there as well. The Mark 7s really have got themselves up there pretty quickly. They're in the mix there. We've got Flame Auricular and Wesley Swain battling with a charging Sam Nisa, and Nisa clips the right rear wheel of Flame Auricular. She's going to survive another day, but as we come through, it's going to be Belmore Ryan who leads the way then as they come through the Jim Clark S's for the first time. And it'll be Dan Lewis in second place, Ronnie Smith in third, then it's Jake Hotchkiss fourth, Jensen Bell's up to fifth, Benjamin Doty sixth, Jasmine Shaw's having a great run off the start in seventh place, and Max Solarski's up to eighth place already. It's incredible how he managed that one for the back of the grid. A rapid start from the Jam Sport Scholarship winner to get up there into 8th position already. He's on the back of Jasmine Shaw and continuing to push as they come back down towards the complex for the first time at racing speeds. So Jensen Bell then under threat from Benjamin Doherty as they come through the complex, and Solarski really trying to size up Jasmine Shaw for a move. Into the complex then, into the hairpin for the first time. And well, Ryan not being allowed to get away here. He's being chased down by Dan Lewis on this opening lap, but he was the one that got that rapid start at the beginning of the first attempt at the start before it all kicked off into Clairvaux. So end of lap one then, well, Ryan leads, Dan Lewis second, Ronnie Smith in third place, Jacob Hodgkiss is fourth, then Jensen Bell fifth, Doherty sixth, Jasmine Shaw's currently seventh, holding off Max Solarski in eighth, then ninth and 10th it's Lashiski and Blockley. Bit of bodywork flapping on the back of Wesley Swain's car in 11th place. Then Mason, Nisa, Hayden, Auricular and McAuliffe, so 16 of the juniors still in the mix. Duke Hilton's car unable to take the restart because his car was still being worked on in the pit lane. So then, Mark 7-1-2, and you can see Bill Ryan say, look, don't fight me, let's push, let's go. He's signalling to Daniel Lewis behind him. That wasn't to say, come and get me. He said, look, don't fight me. Let's work together, let's pull away, let's make this a 1-2, because they're both in the same stable. They both run for Race Car Consultants. Here's a big battle here. Oh, Sam Nisa's car, as he was braking, was gliding towards the outside of the circuit. I've never seen that before. That was quite extraordinary. But Sam Nisa trying to battle away with Lucas Hayden as the leaders come back through Jim Clark S's for the second time. Dan Lewis is really looking competitive in this Mark 7. I have to say, I think he's had a Mark 7 podium. I don't think he's had that right podium just yet. He came agonisingly close last year in the second race at Cadwell Park, and he was third race at Cadwell Park last year, and he was chasing down the race leader until he, very sadly, I think Sid Smith, until he had a wheel come off coming into the mountain. And he was absolutely gutted by that because he was so close to a first podium. So I don't think he finished on the podium outright. He's had a couple of Mark 7 podiums, of course, but in terms of outright, hasn't ever actually managed it, I don't think, or he may have done, but it's not to my mind quick enough. But if he can even go for a first win, he'd be delighted with that. But of course, he knows that his teammate Ryan wants his second one of the weekend, and to try and extend his points total further if he can. So they get the encouragement on pit walls. They head down towards Clairvaux for the third time. Some Luke Hilton's car being worked on still in the background, so he won't make it out. So that car's going to have to come back next time for the next round in a few weeks' time. They're almost hopping and three-wheeling their way through Hawthorns, and now through the S's now for the third time. And been quite impressed with Jacob Hodgkiss, taking plenty of lessons from his brother Nathaniel, who's been a race winner in this championship before. Down the back straight, it's still Ryan, Lewis, Smith and Hodgkiss. That's your leading quartet. Turning in towards Tower Bend. Best of the rest is P5 is Bell. Here comes Doherty up the inside. Up the inside he goes into P5, and that now makes it 4 Mark 4s in the top 5. This is excellent stuff from them. So Doherty there not hanging around and certainly going on his toes. And you can see here, look, the top two are pulling away. And I think Ronnie Smith is falling into the clutches of Jacob Hodgkiss here. This is interesting. The Benjamin Doherty's up there in 6th position. It's Jensen Bell, so she's now 5th. It's the Jensen Bell 6th. Jasmine Shaw's having a wonderful race in this one. 7th place for Jasmine. This will be really great confidence for her, I'm sure, because she's been taking a couple of attempts to get to grips with this new Mark 7, but she's really on her toes now. And she's got Max Solarski bound for company, but Jasmine Shaw's pace in the second race so far is excellent. It's the white and orange car there with the little sort of cyan flashes on it. Social media handles all over that, so that's pretty key. Now leaders back into the hairpin, and you definitely can see that not only are the top two trying to pull away here and trying to work away as Ryan suggested to do when he was signalled to Lewis, but also I think that Ronnie Smith is starting to fall backwards a little bit towards Jacob Hodgkiss. So is there the prospect that we could be seeing next-gen cars first, second and third? Well, in order for that to happen, Jacob's going to have to find a way past Ronnie Smith. At the moment, Smith has the advantage as he needs. So they come out through down towards the complex at Tower Bend. There's Doherty in 5th position, Jensen Bell in 6th, being chased down by Jasmine Shaw, so he's fallen back a little bit. A bit further back with some more of the cars that are making their way through the order. So Solarski, Lisicki, Benny Blockley as well in car 315. You can tell he's come from the short oval scene, because I recognise 315 and some of the sign writing detail on the side of that car as well. But quite a feisty midfield pack here. Doherty pulling away from Bell, and I think Bell might have another attack here from Jasmine Shaw in a second. There's Marcel Lisicki, and there goes Jasmine Shaw up the inside, and straight following her through is Max Solarski, who makes contact with Shaw up the inside. Jensen Bell gets bolted by both of them, and that was unfortunate. I think that was Solarski looking to make the move, and Jasmine Shaw just simply tried to close the door, and the two cars came together. So an unfortunate incident, but Jasmine Shaw's has gone back down a couple of spots. She's now under threat for trying to get past Lisicki. Meanwhile, Bell's been pushed back several places. He's now battling with Wesley Swain in the Pro Alloys Maxim Motorsport Mark 7. So a very frantic midfield scrap going on here. Still Lisicki in there. Solarski's trying to pull away from Lisicki, who also got through in that sequence. They've got Shaw side by side between Hayden and Blockley. You've also got Wesley Swain and Jensen Bell, who's been nudged back several spots. Just behind them, you've got Jensen Mason, Sam Nisa, and Flame Auricula's not too far from the back of this also. And also in the background, way back behind, is Ryan McAuliffe. There's a slippery surface flag going out. It wasn't there a couple of laps ago, at least not that I noticed. So if there's some more dust or dirt that's been pulled onto the circuit, we'll have to wait and see. Through the right-hander of Hawthorns, through the S's. Again, this midfield battle looks like the closest part at the moment. Still 0.8 of a second between Mulryan and Lewis at the front. Mulryan just set a new fastest lap of the race, so he's now got quite a gap. They've pulled a gap about they've got a gap of roughly around about, what's that, 1.7 seconds or so over Ronnie Smith and Jacob Hodgkiss, and the gap between those two for 3rd and 4th is half a second, so there's a possible prospect that Hodgkiss will be lining him up shortly and stay close. This midfield pack is bustling with great battles all the way through. You've got side by side here. Wesley Swain trying to make a move here, and Benny Blockley holds the line as he goes through. This will open up the door for Jensen Bell to squeeze past as well. And up now through the right-hander at Barcroft. These juniors really do give it everything, don't they? They really go for it when it comes to making moves. And some great racecraft there for Swain to make it past, and now Bell just falling back into clutches again. Here comes Jasmine Shaw going on the attack of Lisicki. She's going to set him up for a move. Exiting the complex into the hairpin potentially. I have to say, very impressed by Jasmine in this race. Oh, is that a problem for Lisicki? I think it is. Even that a missed gear, but a problem for Lisicki as he comes out of the complex, and I think he's getting back up to speed again. He must have just missed a gear somewhere. Either that was pace, yeah, his pace is back up there. So whatever happened there, Jasmine Shaw took full advantage of it. Now Jasmine now is pulling alongside Lucas Hayden, so she's really on the comeback trail now, getting past Lucas Hayden for 7th place. Still the slippery surface flag down there, but Hayden on the outside line. Jasmine Shaw's got track position. Hayden thinks, I don't quite want to give this up just yet, but he does hold on for the time being, and oh, that's unfortunate. Jasmine Shaw off into the barriers. That's not what we wanted to see at all, and that's a real shame. That's an end to what was such a promising race for Jasmine Shaw. That's a real shame. Off the road, and that's her race done, I'm afraid. So that's a fortunate situation, and red flag's been thrown straight away on that one, so red flag race has been stopped, so that will be a race declared on that side. Red flag has been waving, so that will mean that Ben Mulryan will be declared the winner on this one, because I'll count it back to the last complete lap they've just done, which is the one they've just completed by the looks of it, which is lap 5. So that means then that it will be a victory once again for Ben Mulryan, and that will mean he doubles up for the weekend. What's been a very competitive weekend for him, and in general the Mark 7s this weekend. He will take victory. Dan Lewis will take a podium finish. I think that's his first overall podium finish. And if it is, congratulations to him. And then Ronnie Smith, of course, who's been showing lots of promise this weekend as well, takes another podium for him. I think he picked up one in race 1, if I remember correctly. So well done to him. Also, we should say well done to Jacob Hodgkiss and Benjamin Doherty, because that means we have 4 of the Mark 7s in the top 5, which is really showing their potential continuing to develop even further. Here's the result then, as we saw at the end of that race. Ben Mulryan taking the victory from Daniel Lewis in 2nd place, from Ronnie Smith in 3rd. Luke Hills, and that's not correct, Luke Hilton didn't finish the race. So it's Ben Mulryan, I'll go on my TSL screen instead. Benmore Ryan wins from Dan Lewis in second place. Ronnie Smith picks up third. There's Jacob Hodgkiss and Benjamin Doherty rounding out the top 5. Max Salarski comes to the back of the grid to finish in sixth eventually. Seventh place goes to Marcel Lasischke after he had that little issue. It's showing Jasmine Shaw as 8th, but she won't be classified 8th because she wasn't running at the time of the red flag. So that means it will be Lucas Hayden at the moment up in 8th place. They had Billy Blockley, Wesley Swain, Jensen Bell, Jensen Mason, Sam Nisa, Marikola and Ryan McAuliffe. So that's the 15 cars that would have taken the checkered flag. So the cars will head back in towards Parc Fermé. And once they get into position, they'll be down to have a chat with Rob Lewis. And of course, the next time that you'll see the Fiesta Juniors out will be at their next rounds of TCR UK, which I believe is going to be Alton Park on June the 10th. So they'll be back out. They've been becoming regulars at Alton Park in the last couple of years, but all the races on one day. So we'll be able to see 2 more in action from the Fiesta Juniors. And we'll see if Benmore Ryan can keep up his win streak, and that will certainly be 2 more wins to put him towards the top of the points, at least in the Mark 7, if not overall. Well, let's see how they found that race in race number 2, at least for the top 3. They're down out in the podium area with our ever-present Roman reporter, Rob Lewis. On you go, Rob.
Well, after a rather shortened Fiesta Junior race, we do have a double winner on the road, at least in Benmore Ryan. Let's go and have a chat to him now. It's also a 1-2 for the Mark 7 Fiestas, once again showing their capability is improving throughout the season with this new car. Let's have a quick chat to him now. Ben, that's the double on the road for this weekend. You must be thrilled.
Oh, I can't get, to be honest with you, I'm lost for words. Couldn't have asked for a better weekend. I'm pretty sure it's a Grand Slam, so I mean, you can't really ask for more in racing. It's just a complete weekend of just P1s, and I mean, obviously I couldn't have asked for more. This car has been such amazing to me all weekend, and I'm hoping they all carry out throughout the season. And I just, once again, I can't thank Race Car Consultants enough and Cook Sport for giving me this fantastic car. And
Are you a bit tired?
I'd say a little bit. I think the stress has definitely kicked in from almost a relief from all the nervousness from being a first pole position, first win. Just so many firsts this morning, this week, and I'm just so pleased with it. It's just it's a massive relief to not only have the weekend overdone with, but to have a Grand Slam as well. I can't even get my words out for it.
Fantastic, well done, congratulations. I'll let you celebrate on that double there. In second place, the other Mark 7 on the road here, that is Daniel Lewis. I am just trying to see if I can grab a chat with him. Daniel, we could just grab a chat with you. Second place in the Mark 7, you must be thrilled as well.
Yeah. So happy, I'm really happy for Ben as well. He's drove brilliantly all weekend. Just couldn't catch him this week.
Just couldn't quite catch him, but how is the car feeling to you now? Are you sort of getting to grips with it a bit more?
Yeah, I feel better about it now. It's nice, it's fun, but they're definitely quicker now.
Definitely quicker, and moving forward this year, a bit more of the same, get more wins on the road?
Hope so, yeah. Me and Ben obviously will be tight in the championship, but we'll see, yeah.
Fingers crossed. Well, congratulations on your second place there. Very well done. I'll just move forward now to car number 96, and that is Ronnie Smith. We'll grab a quick chat with him before we head on to the next race. Ronnie, third place in the venerable Mark 6 Fiesta. Another podium, you must be ecstatic.
Yeah, so we've taken double Mark 6 Fiesta win this weekend, so very happy. And to be overall podium as well with the Mark 7s, pretty happy. Can't have gone much better, really.
Fantastic, and you've enjoyed yourself on the Croft Circuit this weekend?
Yeah, pace has been good all the way from Friday, so hope to carry momentum on to the next round at Alton.
Brilliant, and so what's your target heading to Alton Park? Is it a case of getting your head down, see if you can go challenge for the overall win?
Yeah, I think just got to see what we can do pace-wise all weekend, so it's going to be difficult staying with the newer cars and everything, but I think we can do it. Just got to keep carrying momentum, see what we can do, gain some good championship points.
And that's really what it's about, the consistency over the season to keep your championship challenge alive.
Yeah, Snetterton wasn't very good for us, so just trying to claw back momentum and points now, so yeah, we'll see what we can do.
No worries. Congratulations on your podium there, sir. I'll just shake your hand. Yeah. And with that, so that's our top 3 drivers from the Fiestas. And now I believe we've got the SuperCup cars getting ready to go out, just as they also clean up the mess from the car going off at turn 2. So back to our team upstairs.
Had the trouble-filled weekend, so to come here and gain back some momentum and some good championship.
Thank you very much, Rob. And yes, getting racing set underway. We've got a little bit of a wait whilst we get the recovery of Jasmine Shaw's car from the last minute sort of move into the barriers later on. But once we do that, we'll get our third and final race of the weekend for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship underway very shortly. Partially reversed grid, which means we've got, it turns out Lee Britton's going to take pole position for this one. Looks like, I think, given where the cars are, it's the top 7 that's been reversed by the looks of it. So it's Lee Britton who finished in 7th place, gets promoted to pole position. And he's got last year's Mark 1 MX-5 Championship champion, Fraser Fennick, alongside him on front row of the grid. And then you've got Sam Heading, who I think could be a dark horse here for this one, because Sam Heading's been performing very well indeed this weekend in that Rob Boston racing car. And he well could dark horse. If he gets a strong start, he could start to move himself up through the order. Now the timing screen says 20 minutes. So we'll see if we get the full 20 minutes or if it's going to be a shortened race. Let's wait and see what Clerk of the Course and Race Direction decide to do. In terms of the grid, I'll bring that up so we can at least have a gloss through some of the drivers in the mix and who we expect to be up towards the front. The partial reverse grid always means that some of the faster guys have got to pick their way through some of the guys that were behind them in race number 2 in order to try and get themselves in the mix as best as possible. Just a quick reset on my timing screen. And some hardy fans still sat waiting for action to recommence. It will be very, very shortly. So the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup, just to reiterate from anything we've said this weekend, it started back in 2013, which was quite incredible, and since then it's kind of grown and grown for all this time, and got to the point now where it is one of the best, most popular championships in club motorsport. Gets fantastic grid numbers and amazing racing all the way through. Lots of top quality drivers from across different spectrums of club motorsport all tend to flock to this championship, and it's amazing to see just how many of them are in the mix and getting themselves involved. So we're now just waiting for the next race to get underway. It's great to see that the TCR UK Race Weekend attracting fans young and old as well, and everything in between. It's good to see we've got plenty of spectators, quite a few spectators still enjoying the support race action, as well as the TCR UK and CityCar action. The racing getting underway in a few moments' time, but it's good to see so many people are stuck around, not just for the first race and then wandered off into the paddock and then had a look around. They're stuck on the banks but enjoying the support action all the way through. So even using the sun to catch a little bit of a nap just to get themselves a bit more recharged ahead of the next race coming up. So the rain that we had earlier on, thankfully, has abated, and the track has pretty much stayed dry. There was a couple of showers where it tried to rain a little bit, but it didn't quite happen long enough to make any kind of a significant impact on track conditions. But thankfully, it's now bone dry. It's now bright and sunny, and now, as you can see, the circuit's clear for our MX-5 SuperCup drivers to wind their way out of the circuit and onto the grid. Of course, remember, it's a single green flag lap for these guys, so they only have just one lap out of the pits and onto the grid. And whilst they're doing that, the sun continues to shine as they make their way around, and heading onto a circuit with a little bit of cement dust and possibly some residual fluid around there. But once they make their way around, let's take you through the grid with a partially reversed top 8, it looks like. So Lee Britton then starts on pole position alongside Fraser Fennick, alongside on the front row of the grid from James Cousins and Sam Heading, who's one to watch for from row number 2. This Bill Blackwell Chambers and Ali Bray on the 3rd row of the grid. So following from row 4, it should be our 2 men at the front of the field from earlier on in race 2. Patrick Fletcher starting 7th, and race 2 winner Abe Hills will start in 8th. Rounding out the top 10 is James Blake Baldwin and Richard Amos after they came together at the closing stages of race number 2. Then it's Alex Stott and Tom Griffiths on the 6th row of the grid, followed by Christopher Richardson and Tom Selden on row 7. Row 8 is Nick Rutter and Martin Tolley, followed by Josh Morris and Scott Wright on the 9th row of the grid. And then completing the top 20, it's Clive Powles, followed by Kamar Kelsey alongside him at the 20th position on the grid. Wilbur Tilley and Christopher Ginn are on the 11th row, along ahead of Amy Watts and Bruce Robinson. Then Max Merritt and Eliza Seville come next from Alexander Jones and Liz Walton. And then hopefully, if his car's good, George Grant, fingers crossed, will be on the grid in 29th. And we should also have possibly at the back Will Powell as well in car number 26, as he also hit stripe as well at some point in that 3rd race. So we should have a grid of 30 cars set for our final MX-5 SuperCup race of the weekend to get underway. We'll wait and see Yeah, back. Now that's a pleasing sight. George Grant's car is on the grid. That's really nice work from Rob Boston Racing to get that car ready. So even though he did take a bit of an impact with the tyres, thankfully he absorbed most of the energy, and thankfully he was able to get that. The Rob Boston Racing squad have done a fantastic job to get him back out on the grid. And also the pleasing thing is that George is also okay enough after he was, I'm sure, rattled a little bit by the incident to get himself back on the grid. So it's a really good effort from George and the Rob Boston team and everyone for getting himself involved, to getting them back onto the grid. So the cars now make their way back onto the grid here. We're showing it's still showing as a 20-minute race. So I haven't had an instruction yet from race control or any notification that it is going to be shortened. And it's still showing as 20 minutes. It might be the turnaround time is going to be a little bit quicker because there is sometimes clear-up time. Well, there's always clear-up time put in place, but usually the BRSCC likes to be as efficient as possible, so if there is no need to use that extra clear time, they can quickly get the next race back out. So it may well be that they'll have to just be quickly, barring any further clear-ups to make, and hopefully there are none, then it'll be a quick rapid-fire one after the other to get these races back going again. So just hearing in the background on the comms that there's no Joe Wiggin on the grid, so he's not going to start this race.
29 cars, yeah, that's correct. 29 cars going, and on pole position now.
So, green flag at the back, and all set to get underway for our third and final Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cups of the weekend. Lee Britton starting on reverse grid pole. Let's see if Frederick and Co can try and outfox him. Race underway as they head back down towards Clairvaux for the first time at racing speed, and it is Fraser Fenwick who gets the better second phase of the start to go through. A feisty James Cousins, but look at Sam Heading. Sam Heading is looking up the inside for second place. There's a bit of tapping between James Cousins and Ali Bray, but I said to watch out for Sam Heading. A lightning start for Sam up to second place already, past Fraser Fenwick. There's a bit of door banging in between for Patrick Fletcher and Ali Bray by the looks of it. So that's two cars he's tapped in as many corners. But out of the S's for the first time, nose to tail, side by side, wheel to wheel. Aidan Hill's going back to his rallycross roots, putting two wheels on the grass. Kamal Kelsey in the background, but they all charge down towards Tower Bend. Look at Will Blackwell Chambers defending big time from Patrick Fletcher, as now Sam Heading come under threat from both Lee Britton and James Cousins, as the rest of the pack goes pouring through into the right-hander at Tower Bend at the end of the straight. And now they make their way up to it. Oops, and Kamal Kelsey's gone round again. It's been a bit of an eventful weekend for Kamal, hasn't it? Round he goes at the complex. Look at that, the freight train making its way through Jim Marquez's. That's a fantastic sight. Nose to the tail, one after the other. SuperCup cars at their best. That's Patrick Fletcher. Big spin for Patrick Fletcher up at the exit of Barcroft. A massive 360, and somehow he holds on to it. That's an amazing piece of car control, and that's Scott Wright going across the road. Oh dear, that's, again, rather energetic first start this third race once again as well. They're all scrapping amongst themselves, but it is still Fraser Fenwick who leads, with Sam Heading in second place. Lee Britton is holding back the tide in third, somehow. And then it's fourth for James Cousins. In there too is Blackwell Chambers, Bray, Hills. James Baldwin wants a piece of this too, and Rich Lane who pops out from behind the number 8 car. Twitch of oversteer from Aidan Hills. You can tell he still has rallycross in his blood because he still likes to get pretty energetic. Speaking of energetic, there's more cars going wide. That's Christopher Ginn being run out wide, and also trying to recover through the pack is George Grant. He's making up a few places already. So end of lap 1, and Heading's in the lead now. Heading takes the lead on the exit of the final corner. Sam Heading leads here for the first time in his MX-5 Super Cup career, which is a short one so far. He only debuted back at the start of the season. So Heading leads then. It's Fraser Fenwick in second place now. It is Lee Britton in third place, James Cousins in fourth. It's Blackwell Chambers, Bray, Hill, Amos, Pete Robin and Griffiths. One to note, it is a shortened race, 15 minutes. So only 5 minutes less to try and basically keep ourselves on time as much as possible. Round the outside goes James Cousins for third. He might get elbowed wide by Britton. Look at this feisty lead group getting bigger and bigger as they all squabble amongst each other. But the top two, as Fletcher and Hills have done in the first couple of races, trying to pull away here early doors, but Heading with Fenwick all over his rear bumper after he passed him. Amos off onto the runoff areas. He's going side by side with Bray, and there's more contact, and Bray managed to get involved in that. And how those two didn't have a bigger incident, I've absolutely no idea, because they were fully sideways and moving around right before Barcroft, if I'd rather been Miss James Bate Baldwin. Side by side for the lead. Comes Fenwick. Can he go down the outside and break that a little bit later? Heading's got trap position. Quick oversteer as he goes into the first part of the complex. Gathers it up for the second. And now they come back around into the complex once again. This should be pretty intriguing. Fenwick now under threat now from James Cousins. Blackwell Chambers up to fourth lead. Britton's been shuffled backwards. Lost in this other spot, and that was James Baldwin going wide over the grass there. I saw his car was going way wide over the track. Yes, he was. So not been the brightest of weekends for James Baldwin in terms of luck, but he's been shuffled around and pushed around a bit too much, I think, and might not appreciate it all that much. Into Clairvaux for the third time. That's Lee Britton bumping over the curb, holding on ahead of Aidan Hills. And then we've got Richard Amos, who's ever racy and ever, I keep using the word, but energetic. And it really is energetic, this championship. He kind of characterises the championship because there's so much energy and adrenaline that flows through everyone in this championship. It's quite phenomenal to watch. Here goes Fenwick again. And likewise, we've got a scrap for third on because we've got Will Blackwell Chambers looking around. Fenwick thinks he can go down the outside line, but at the moment, nothing doing there. See if he's got any chance to try and pull himself through a bit more this time. Again, side by side. He can go around the outside of Jim Clark. He's a brave man if he can. They're going to go wheel to wheel, side by side on the inside line for the second part. Fenwick sticks it out, but so does Heading. And here comes James Cousins and Blackwell Chambers. It's down to second, down to third. He's down to fourth with Sam Heading. He's holding on to third for the moment as James Cousins was ever the opportunist and slipped up the inside to take full advantage of Fenwick moving him out wide when he made the move for the lead. And now it's a proper foot quartet, but also look behind because Aidan Hills has kept Richard Amos at bay, and he's trying to bring both Amos and Lee Britton with him. So this could be a 7-car train for the lead. Love partially reverse grids. Whoops, there's more shenanigans going on there. Chris Richardson was involved there, I think, and that's for Richardson. And for the second time, Patrick Fletcher's on the grass and having trouble. So not a great end to his weekend after essentially winning a second place. Not quite in the race for him in this reverse grid, has it, Patrick Fletcher. So new leader then, once again. Fraser Fenwick leads across the line to start lap 4. And we've gone past 1/3 distance already. So we're going to head on to the 4th lap of racing now. And the train's starting to get bigger and bigger. Tom Griffiths sets the fastest lap of the race, and he's down in 8th. But I think that's now been taken by Patrick Fletcher, incredibly. So no, Tom Griffiths is the fastest lap man. So he's now up in 8th position now. So the freight train, as it bobs its way down the back straight, 5 in the lead now. Richard Amos trying to go with them, and I think Lee Britton's been left behind now into the clutches of Tom Griffiths. As here comes James Cousins for the lead, trying to make it 3 different leaders in this race. They go side by side, and also Hayden Hills from nowhere just thinks, right, out of the way, Will Blackwell Chambers, I'm coming through. I want my 7th win of the weekend, if you don't mind. And again, almost side by side between these 3. Hills is up to 4th, so doesn't care where he starts. If he's got the pace to do so, he can pick his way through the pack. Cousins looking up the inside. Into Barcroft, that would have been a risky move. He could try and pull that one off, and Heading's not finished to business either. He's going to try and get involved. 6 of them together for the leads. They come to Sunny in and Sunny out. There was some tyre squeal I heard in the background. Hopefully nothing too serious. Someone locking up a little bit. That was Amos putting 2 wheels onto the grass. We've got now back down towards the complex again. And the pack continues to get bigger and bigger. It's now possibly could be 7, could be 8. If Britton and Griffiths can close in. Ali Bray's ever dramatic to watch as well, getting sideways for the first part of the complex. They really are pushing as hard as they dare. And this is a typical fast and frantic but enjoyable MX-5 Super Cup race. As they make the charge down towards turn 1 now. Heading's on the attack for second place. On the timing line, he's in front, gets the momentum, almost kind of moves into the path of James, saying, excuse me, can I have that position? And James Cousins essentially says, no, but I will open the door for my teammate to come through. Here comes Aidan Hills, trying to squeeze himself past. Thank you very much. And Heading doesn't want to give it up at all. Gets squeezed right to the outside line, and Richard Amos says, ding dong, can I come through as well? And Heading says, oh, forget this, I'm going to let several cars pass if I don't mind. Now down the straight, he's lost, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 places, and that's happened. There's more contact behind. That's 42 and 40 and 33. That was Alex Jones, and who else was it that was involved in that? That was Eliza Seville, so that's right at the back of the field between those two. That's over 28th and 29th place. So out of the complex they go, out of Tower Bend they go, still Fenwick in the lead. I'll never get tired of that view as they come through the Jim Clark S's like that. It's a wonderful shot, and particularly to watch him move around through Barcroft. Cousins all over the curb. Here he goes up the inside in towards Sunny in, forces Fenwick wide. That was a lovely opportunistic pass, and here comes Aidan Hills. Right, my turn now. You've opened the door, teammate. Now it's my turn. But it's Fraser Fenwick, you're fine. He wasn't MX-5 champion for no reason. Here comes Richard Amos with the big dive up the inside. Excuse me, up the inside. I'll come for 3rd place. So Aidan Hills has got no choice but to capitulate. He slots in front and takes 3rd place. What a fantastic race this is. Out of the complex, into the hairpin. Cousins leads. It's then Fenwick, Amos, Hills, Blackwell Chambers, Sam Headings down to 6th. Then it's behind them. It's then Lee Britton and Tom Griffiths. Off the road again has gone Kamal Kelsey. It really has been the weekend to forget for him, hasn't it? And they come now down towards the complex, I keep saying complex, down to Clairvaux once again for the 6th time. It's a shame we lost 5 minutes in this race, because it's one of those races where it's so good so far, you don't want it to end. But only getting to just past half distance in this race. There's the recovering Kamal Kelsey getting around Max Merritt, who I wonder if he's still struggling from some issues from his engine from when he had that small blow up yesterday in race 1. He might still be struggling a bit in terms of pace. Heading into the right-hander at Tyre again. Still James Cousins has that advantage. Ali Bray, meanwhile, is trying to close up to Tom Griffiths. On his tail as they come towards Jim Clark again. And I wonder here if Fraser Fennick's going to go here. Look at this side by side. Aidan Hills and Richard Amos. And look at that, Will Blackwell Chambers taking full advantage as he slips past Amos, who got run out wide. So Amos down to 5th. Heading still involved here into 6th position. But he's now under pressure from Lee Britton, and Heading goes too deep into the first part. Sunny into the complex. This will give Britton the chance to get through, but Heading's got enough grip on the outside line for Sunny out to hold on. Cousins, meanwhile, continues to hold the lead. Richard Amos tries to reclaim his 4th place on Blackwell Chambers, who slides out wide a little bit in the first part of the complex. And Ali Bray sniffing around for 7th place. We've now got 8 of them for the podium at this point. Fennick looks to the outside, looking for the undercut now onto the pit straight, and we've seen this happen a few times. You get the good run off the final corner, and Aidan Hill said this when I was talking to him this morning. 2 key corners on this circuit. One is the hairpin, because he said you get a really good exit from here, you can set yourself all the way up down the pit straight to get a much better run, and we've seen it a couple of times. We've seen drivers get that good an exit off the final corner, but they're even past the car in front of them by the time they get to Clairvaux or the start of the next lap. So that really is a key corner, but I also argue that Clairvaux and the right-hander and down the braking zone at Tower are quite key, because you set those corners up pretty carefully, and because they're quite bumpy and that can unsettle the car quite a lot. 3 for the lead now. Aidan Hills has joined the party once again. He's all over the back of Fraser Fennick for 3rd place. Here he comes. Looks up the inside for 2nd. It might be a Hills Motorsport 1-2. And it is, yes, up the inside goes Hills into P2. Shuffles Fennick out wide. That's Eliza Seville has come off for the 2nd time. And that's a spin up at the hairpin. Jim Clark as they come. Now, if you can't get that car restarted, that might be a problem. That's the pack goes through. There's Patrick Fletcher recovering after his adventure so far today in this race. He's up in 9th, 10th in fact, and has the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 36.093, and that's about 3 or 4 tenths faster than anyone up at the front of the field. So he is literally the fastest man on track right now. Pack continues to get bigger and bigger, and I'm certain the spectators right there on that on the banks right at the circuit are absolutely loving this race, and I hope they are, because this is typical fantastic MX-5 SuperCup action at its finest, proper wheel-to-wheel stuff. This is what the championship is made for. This is what it's all about. Some of the top drivers in the championship going at it, hammer and tongs for positions. This is what you want from the SuperCup. This is what it provides practically every single weekend it races. No matter where it goes around the country, you're always guaranteed at least one barnstormer of a SuperCup race, and we've got one here. Fletcher, that's the new fastest lap of the race, as we see Blackwell Chambers defending from Richard Amos coming into the complex now to start lap 7. Out of Hawthorns, through the S's. And now I wonder, here's the big question, how much of a defence, how hard is James Cousins going to defend here? Or is he giving the signal now? He's either just in the mirror, or he's giving the signal to Aidan Hills, right, we're teammates, let's push, let's go. Aidan Hills is looking to the outside line, so given that their teammate, Aidan Hills is at the moment got that commanding lead in the championship. Yes, it's quite early, but I wonder how difficult James Cousins is going to make it to get past. Well, they're going side by side, so here's your answer. Side by side through Jim Clark S's. Cousins won't give it up. He's over the runoff area on the exit, and here comes Fraser Fennick to retaliate. Inside at Barcroft, over the curb, and Aidan Hills gets his nose in front, and here comes Fraser Fennick up the inside. There's a little bit of a rubbing of door mirrors, but Fraser Fennick was again using opportunistic nature to get up to 2nd place. He still wants a first MX-5 SuperCup win. Hasn't got long to get it. So I think we might get possibly 2 more laps as Cousins looks back up the inside for 2nd place. And they're really getting involved here because Blackwell Chambers is getting in there too. So I think we're going to get 2 more laps, because look at the clock, at lap times are 1:36 and it's 2 minutes 9, 2 minutes 8 on the clock. So yeah, we're going to get 2 more laps in this one, which is great because we get more action like that. And Fennick's been shuffled out wide, running too deep into the hairpin. Now he's under threat from Will Blackwell Chambers, who's back into 3rd place. Sam Heading might come back into play here. He's back in 5th. Then it's Amos 6th, Britton 7th, Tom Griffiths 8th, Patrick Fletcher still with the fastest lap of the race in 9th, and Ali Bray rounds out the top 10. Should also quickly check in with the club class as well. Wilbur Tilley leads that battle at the moment in club class. And he leads from, no, it's Clive Powell's in fact, from Wilbur Tilley. And then it looks like I think Christopher Ginn is in 3rd place. So keep an eye on that. And again, there's Aiden with his own signal. Come on, you're the teammate. Let's go, let's push. Got 2 more laps to hold on to this. So Fraser Fenwick touched the grass a little bit there as here comes the charging Patrick Fletcher up at the inside of Tower Bend, going past Tom Griffiths, using all the road and a bit more. And there's a reason why he's got the fastest lap of the race, because he's absolutely thundering out there. See how many more plays he can pick up before the check. Through Jim Clark Estes, the freight train makes its way through. Leading pack, all as one together. Top breaking away. Fenwick's falling back towards Sam Heading now. He's under big pressure from the Richard Co behind him. So you've got the fight for 5th going on, and Amos fights to sniff up the inside here. Holds that inside line, almost edges Sam out wide. Here comes Blackwell Chambers. He's looking for 2nd now. So everywhere you look, there's action all the way through. Back to the complex, both running wide a little bit there for Heading and Amos. They're getting racy. And Heading's off the road, in fact. Now, I didn't see if there was contact or not, but Sam Heading off in the background. And here comes Patrick Fletcher past all of them. Almost, in fact. He's got past Griffiths. Yes, past Britton, past Amos. Incredible stuff from Patrick Fletcher. Look at that. He picked up 3 or 4 places in about 2 corners. That is sensational. He's up to 5th position. That's incredible. Absolutely spellbinding opportunism from Patrick Fletcher. I always want to know how he did that, but he's passed Ali Brainwalker, he's passed Tom Griffiths, Lee Britton, Richard Amos, and Sam Heading in one sequence. That's unbelievable. That's Amy Watts with damage to the front end of her car, the 108 machine. Just seeing Alex Jones get past, but that was fantastic from Patrick Fletcher. So everyone running wide and thought, thank you very much. He picks up 4 places for the price of 1. Brilliant stuff. He's down there in 5th. He's leaving everyone else to scrap for 6th backwards, you can see. That was Lee Britton defending from Tom Griffiths. But the leaders now come back towards the Jim Clark S's. It's side by side for seconds. Blackwell Chambers wants to give himself a place on the podium, and he might well do it here. They're wheel to wheel touching wing mirrors, and that's going to be Blackwell Chambers up with a 2nd. But James Cousins won't want to give it up. He'll go round the outside of Barcroft. There's a touch of brakes, but Blackwell Chambers does get through, and he's up into 2nd place. But all of this is only aiding Aidan Hills, who's going to keep on going to take what will be his 7th win in 9 races. He'll extend his championship lead in the Pro class, but that won't be the big story. It's been action stations all the way through in the Super Cup race. Genuinely one of the best of the season so far. And as they come up through the complex for the last time, into left and into right, Aidan Hills, the timing sheet might say he wins, but it does not tell the whole story by any stretch of the imagination. Into the hairpin for the final time. There's going to be no more challenges for the lead of the top 3, but out of it, onto the pit straight. It is going to be a 7th win from 9 races so far for Aidan Hills. He takes another step closer to going into a commanding championship lead even further. He wins race 3 of the weekend of the MX5 Super Cup, 2nd for Blackwell Chambers, and 3rd for James Cousins. It's a 1-3 for Hills Motorsport, and Blackwell Chambers, the defending champion, will certainly welcome a 2nd place after a bit of a tough weekend. We've been on and off the podium and in those positions a little bit. You can tell it might be win number 7, but Aidan Hills appreciates it just as much as his 1st of the season. Fraser Fenwick did a great job in 4th place, led a couple of times and was in contention for the victory. Patrick Fletcher, move of the weekend for me. That was unbelievable. He went from, 9th to 5th in literally one sequence, because Sam Heading ran wide, and he passed Richard Amos, Lee Britton, and I think it was Tom Griffiths, all in one sequence, and I still can't believe he did that, which is unbelievable. Amos 6th, Britton 7th, Griffiths 8th, Sam Heading 9th, and in 10th place it's Ali Bray. For the club class, to checking with them, it was a victory for Clive Powells from Wilbur Tilley, and then Bruce Robinson in 3rd place. So magnificent stuff from the MX5 Super Cup. They have put on a fantastic display of racing all the way through the weekend, and if you like that, they'll be out once again with more action throughout the season. If you want to find out more about that, then all you've got to do is head to the website, BRSCC.UK, for more information. Right, there it is then. There is the result then from race number 3. What was a fantastic race all the way through. It is Aidan Hills who takes the victory, from Will Blackwell Chambers in 2nd place, and James Cousins picks up 3rd position, and then followed then by Fraser Fennick in 4th, Patrick Fletcher with that great move late on to take 5th position, then Richard Amos 6th, Lee Britton 7th. It's then 8th position for Tom Griffiths, 9th for Sam Heading after he was at one point leading in this race, and then rounding up the top 10 is Ali Bray. 11th place for Alex Stott, 12th place for Chris Richardson, 13th for Tom Selden, and 14th place for James Blake Baldwin in the end. 15th place goes to Martin Tolley, Josh Morris is 16th. Ahead of Nick Rutter. Then the club class win taken by Clive Powles, ahead of Scott Wright, Wilbur Tilley second in club class, George Grant, and Will Powell, who should be pro class, not club. So actually the third place does go to Bruce Robertson. That's an error on the timing screen. And then it's Christopher Ginn behind him from Kamal Kelsey, Max Merritt, and Alexander Jones, who had a spin after coming together with Eliza Seville early on in the race. And then moving down the rest of the order from 28th downwards, it was going to be Eliza Seville and Amy Watts, who had some damage on the front of her car, and Eliza Seville recovering from a couple of spins as well. Well, I'm going to need my breath back after that, but I'm certain someone who's still got his breath to talk to the top 3 is down in pit lane. That's Rob Lewis. And Rob, I can't breathe after that, honestly.
Well, what an exciting Super Cup race that was, with the top cars really scrambling it out. That's what makes one-make racing so great, and no worthy winner more than this man here, Aidan Hills, as he climbs out of his car. I just need him to get his helmet off and get his kit off. Will Blackwell Chambers in second, a great drive as well from the reigning champ of the Mazda Super Cup Championship. But today, it's about this man here. Aidan, fantastic drive, worked hard for that one in the blazing sunshine. The rain didn't quite come, but didn't matter to you, did it?
What a day, what a day, yeah. P8 to P1, 15-minute race as well, so I had to get on with it. That was amazing. My game plan was the complete opposite of what I'd done, really. I was trying to just pick off people and stay calm, but once you're in the race, you can't, can you? I was roll back the years a bit, I think, and was doing moves that I used to do, and I really, really enjoyed it. That was the best race I've had for a very long time, and I was a bit gutted that James couldn't quite come home second for a 1-2 for our team, but still, yeah, mega weekend for me. Won all 3 races on the road, but unfortunately only 2 of them counted, but still.
And a championship lead for you to take on, would I believe? Yeah. Again, look, the championships, it's a good start to the year. I think we won 7 out of 9, so yeah, it's always good points towards the championship. Just got to say, this is a credit to the Hills Motorsport team, everyone involved with us who's helped us. My dad especially, you know, we work really hard, and this is what the results you get when you work hard. Well, congratulations, a fantastic win once again, and I'll let you speak to the circuit comms now. A worthy winner there. I've just got to grab Will Blackwell Chambers, who's doing the getting the Instagram photos in, I'm sure. Will, fantastic drive, second place, sort of made the weekend a bit better.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a weekend. It's been pretty tough being turned around in race 1. Came 4th in race 2, great race, and that was really good fun. It was nice to get James in the last lap and sort of see some clean racing, which has sort of been in short supply this weekend.
So with the shortened race stints due to the earlier accident in the Fiestas, did it kind of you kind of knew that you had to make the moves count a bit quicker?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't quite as quick in the early part of the race, and we know the car comes to us towards the end, so having shorter races doesn't really suit us that much. So final 5 minutes, I knew I need to make it count. We could see James was starting to struggle, so it was just a case of closing him down and getting past him, which, you know, we did nice and cleanly.
And the game plan for the rest of the year, you've had a few hiccups along the way, so what's the game plan moving forward?
Trophies. We're out to seize the championship due to various other bits and pieces that have happened at previous rounds. So it's just here to have fun now, smile and enjoy it.
Fantastic. Congratulations again on your second place. Well done, Will. Fantastic podium there for a worthy reigning champion. Now, James Cossins has disappeared. Where is he? Oh, he's gone behind us. It's almost like he doesn't want to talk to us. Can't get away that easy, James. Come on, talk to us. James, another podium. Fantastic. Are you happy?
No. I'm never happy with second or third. Unfortunately, I got a puncture in the last race, so I had to swap set of tyres. And they just felt like jelly. They just weren't the same as what we had earlier. I had a good run for the first half. I was doing all right, just in my own rhythm. Tyres just started dropping off towards the end. My mum could have walked past me on that track. And then unfortunately, I just got tapped by a couple of drivers. It's obviously not ideal, just getting the old tap here and there. It's just upsetting the car, and then, you know, people catch up, and then obviously Aidan, you know, ballistic driver, absolutely perfect. I think we ran side by side at some point, can't remember. But yeah, he did a wicked job as always, absolutely spot on. And then unfortunately, like I said, my mum could have just ran past me out there. Just so unfortunate that the tyres just decided to die. And then Will did a wicked move, and I think we went side by side through Jim Clark S's again. It's good doing that, by the way. It feels quick. But yeah, big thanks to Hills Motorsport. Congrats on Aidan himself for gapping everybody as usual. So hopefully next time out I'll be at a track that I like, because I struggle around here quite a lot. So
fantastic. Well, I'm afraid we're going to have to stop it short there. Congratulations on another podium. We've got cars on the move out on circuit, so it's time to head back up to our commentary team as they head out on their green flag lap.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, the cars are already out on the grid for on the formation lap for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge for their third race. Short race to 10 minutes for this one, just because of the delays for other incidents and red flags earlier on. But we've got a slightly jumbled up front few rows of the grid. So that's a slightly random draw for the third race. But the man who's fortuitously been drawn pole positions, the man who's won both races so far this weekend, and that is Elliot Lettuce. So he'll start on pole position to try and make it 3 from 3. He's got Craig Flynn alongside him on the front row for company. On the second row of the grid, it's Dominic Fletcher and Duncan Hauler, who is the highest placed of the cars in the Student Motorsport Challenge on this grid. Bradley Porter and Nicholas Goff come next on row 3 from Adam Reynolds and Stuart Bliss. And then Christopher McKenzie and Richard Jett, who's been our runaway Student Motorsport Challenge winner all the way through this season so far, lines up in the battle for with the top 10. Richard Snuggs and Andrew Payne come next on the 6th row of the grid, followed by Jack Wheeler for East Surrey College and John Nicholson starting 14th. Arthur Simonday for Queen Ethelberger's 6th form, and Bob Bannister then come next on the 8th row of the grid, followed by George Jones and Hayden Payne. And it's Lewis Torres and Jason Dean from Amelia Vincent and James Smith, and then Prem Gind, and then hopefully two cars we hopefully do have, which is Leon Wild after he rolled out of the ended up on its side of the complex at the end of the second race, and Peter Bauer, whose car spun out at the start after he went into the barrier at Hawthorne. Hopefully both of those cars are there, which gives us a full quota of 25 cars, fingers crossed. We'll wait and see. I'm looking at the back of the grid to see if I can see any signs whether either of those cars are there. I think potentially Leon Wild's car is there, but maybe not Peter Bauer's, which is a shame if it's not. We can do a bit of clearer view here in terms of see if we've actually got the cars in question. And I can see Amelia Vincent's car. I can see the Prem Gind car. Yes, the West Suffolk College car is there, so that's great stuff from the team to get it through. So Leon Wild is there. I can't see Peter Bauer, however, sadly. So it looks like whatever knock it took into the barriers was enough to put him out for the rest of the weekend, sadly. But it's good to have him at least in the championship for his first weekend. Not the way he would have wanted to end it, but of course he's going to try and hit hard at the next round when he turns up. So green flag at the back. Let's get our final race of the day underway for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge. It's Elliot Lettuce, the double winner from pole. Can he beat Craig Flynn & Co down towards turn 1 for the first time? Let's find out any second now as the red lights go on. The 5-second board now goes up, and now we see if it's going to be another win to add to his tally and who's going to come out on top on this occasion. Let's see if we can find out as the red lights come on. Any second now, they will go out, and we are underway racing for the third time. With a wheel spin from the back from somebody. Elliot Lettuce with a great launch as expected, gets his nose in front and down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Great start for Duncan Hauler as well for Barrack Sport in the 11 car, the red car in the middle of the shot. He's now battling with both Craig Flynn and also a fast starting Dominic Fletcher. They fan out 2 and 3 wide in towards turn 1 for the first time. All mind their P's and Q's hopefully so far, and it's Duncan Hauler who's holding on to second place. He runs Craig Flynn out wide, and here comes Dominic Fletcher trying to take advantage of that as they pick their way through Hawthorns. As one of the Bitcoin racing cars getting sideways, that's car 42, that's Dean at the back of the grid. It's Dean getting involved, Jason Dean involved with that, and one couple of cars getting involved, one of which is Stuart Bliss, one of our championship contenders early on. He's got involved there, I think with either Duncan Hauler or Craig. For them it's Duncan Hauler in fact he was. So strive already for Stuart Bliss, he makes his way through. And now as we watch for the rest of the package to come back down towards Tower Bend, they're still 2 and 3 abreast down towards the complex. That's Christopher McKenzie scrapping with Nick Goff and Jack Wheeler. And also in there trying to make up some positions, looks like John Nicholson as well as they come out of Tower Bend back to Jim Clark Estes. And look at the gap which Elliot Lettuce has already. He's in a race of his own already. Look at that. So Lettuce leads. It's then Fletcher. It's 4th place for Dominic Fletcher. The rest of the pack come pouring through. Again, favourite shot on the circuit. I will never get tired of watching them file through Jim Clark S's side by side between looks like Nicholson and Jack Wheeler as they come out of the sunny and sunny out complex on a sunny Sunday afternoon here at Croft. Making their way down towards the complex again for the first time of asking under racing speeds. So let's see how how this one's going to play out. So out to the hairpin they go, nose to tail. Oops, someone else is getting a bit crossed up. I think that's a very keen Stuart Bliss, I think, because he's trying to make up positions and managed to get past the Leon Wild. I have to say, the Leon Wild's car doesn't look as though it's ended up how it did in race number 1. It looks like it's all still intact and how it was. So it might have been just a soft rollover on these cars, possibly. He just got a little bit out of shape and the car dug in over the grass on that side. There's Jack Wheeler having a bit of a bump over the curve as he turns in through Clairvaux for the first time. Up through the Jim Clark, up through the S's, now towards the Tower corner once again. On good pace at the moment. It's still Elliot Lettuce who leads the way as they come back down towards the end of the straight. These cars actually sound pretty good. The exhaust they've got on them, I've heard them in the background before, and it sounds strange to say, but they sound like old kind of Group C Porsches sometimes with the throaty little three-cylinder engine in these cars. They're only about just under just a smidge under 1,000 cc, and they're great little cars to watch as they funnel their way through. And they sound the part as well. They sound faster than they are because they're quite aggressive sounding three-cylinder engine though. Off the road has gone Jason Dean once again. That's his second trip of the race so far on his manual laps. He'll find his feet, I'm sure, pretty quickly. Back down towards the complex again for the second time. And still battle rages on between this group of cars. And as you can see here, that's Dominic Bradley Porter up in third place. He's having a really strong weekend this weekend. He was sort of in the sort of mid-pack and outside the sort of top 10 in the opening rounds at Snetterton, but here at Croft, he really has come alive this weekend. He's up in third place at the moment, doing a grand job, but I suspect that he might come under big pressure, as he's starting to do now, from Richard Jepp. There's one car heading for the pit lane in the background. I'll see if I can catch what that was. It's got some kind of possibly leaking fluid of some kind, or something's coming out the back of it, steam or smoke or some kind of fluid I could see. Couldn't kind of tell who it was, although the time screen will tell me. It looks like it's 72 that's coming to the pit lane, and that is 72 is Hayden Payne. He's coming to the pit lane with possible problems. Scrap on for third now because it looks as though that both Lettuce and Fletcher are in a race of their own so far. So Fletcher just focused on trying to catch after the leader if he can. And here comes Christopher McKenzie darting out in the one of the Bitcoin Racing Team cars. He's Adam Reynolds in P6, and then the rest of the pack coming through from 7th downwards, led by Richard Snuggs. Craig Flynn behind them now, along with Nicholas Goff and John Nicholson on the top 10. And we should also give a quick check and see how our SMC, our Student Motorsport Challenge drivers, are doing. So Richard Jepp currently leading the way 4th overall, and again, as he has been doing all season so far in these first 5 races. It's then Jack Wheeler in 2nd place for East Surrey College, and then Duncan Haller for Barrack Sport. Despite the little collision he had with Stuart Bliss, he still holds 3rd place. 4th place, certainly still going to Marcus Simonde. In the pit lane, you can see there, I think that is the 72 car, isn't it? Yes, it is. The 72 car, which is Hayden Payne, that's had a bit of a strike at some point in 1 or 2 races today. So he might not get out for the rest of the race, but he'll certainly try to get himself, if he can get out there, to at least try and salvage something from this race in terms of a couple of points if he can be classified. This battle of Thursday looking pretty good. It's not simple as Richard Jepp is finding a way through. He's still trying his hardest to find a way past the number 115 car. Christopher McKenzie, last time by set the fastest lap of the race, has now been pinched by Elliot Lettuce as they come across the line. In fact, no, Richard Jepp's just taking it also now, so quick reset of my timing screen. I think actually, as we see here, Duncan Haller in the background is having a side-by-side battle with Craig Flynn on the inside line in the 46 car, and in turn Duncan's attention is going to be more focused on the car immediately in front of him now, which is the Jack Wheeler car for East Surrey College, because he knows if he can get past him, that'll be a 2nd place and a step higher on the podium in the Student Motorsport Challenge contest. It's great to see we've had some new teams and plenty of them getting involved in this one, because we've got so many different teams out there that are getting involved. And it's credit to Student Motorsport, and John Paul Latham and everyone else who's been involved in the project since it came into the CityCar Cup last year. Just encouraging new motorsport engineering and mechanic intelligence, people within motorsport that want to find those careers there, just encouraging them to have some proper real-world experience working on real-world race cars. Elliot Lettuce now has a 4-second lead out in front, so he's looking pretty comfortable on his quest to make it a hat-trick this weekend for car number 3. This is where it's going to get close. Now, Richard Jepp's fallen behind Christopher Mackenzie, and Mackenzie now is right on the back bumper, this time, of Bradley Porter. So there could be a chance where Mackenzie is going to try and find a way through to give himself an overall podium. From memory, I don't remember Christopher Mackenzie having ever taken an overall podium, so this is his best chance that he's had to date. But he needs to get around Bradley Porter first of all before he makes that happen. Further back, we've got Nick Goffley in the next group of cars, which he has Jack Wheeler, John Nicholson, Duncan Hauler, and the recovering Stuart Bliss you can see here. He's in the grey and orange number 18 Toyota Aygo. And after his little collision with Duncan Hauler at the beginning of the race, he's now finding himself on the back foot early on and trying to pick up more positions. So seeing in the background here, I can see Adam Reynolds battling with Richard Snuggs, the green and white car against the two-tone blue machine as they fight over 6th and 7th. 2 minutes and 10 to go. So we're going to get 2 more laps in this race. And Mackenzie having a look now to squeeze past Bradley Porter, and that was a really aggressive cut into the apex at Clara. That was a last-minute turn and just throw the car at the apex. This now gives Mackenzie the chance to try and squeeze up the inside. Porter will try and give as much room as he can't. And now they're going to be wheel to wheel. They make contact. But Porter has to back out, but he might have better momentum. Well, they're saying that. Here comes Richard Jett. Will he get the momentum to get past both cars? Can he squeeze past both of them to make it stick now and go up another position? He'll go back to 4th, but Bradley Porter is going to shuffle his way back down to 5th position unless he can outbrake Jett into the right-hander at Tower here, which he does. Makes it stick, and Jett now has to try again and then find another option if he can squeeze past later on. Meanwhile, Elliot Lettuce is completely out on his own. It's still a gap of 5.1 seconds to Dominic Fletcher in 2nd place, who's in no man's land himself. And he himself is 2.4 seconds ahead of that scrap that's going on the 3rd, 4th and 5th. And then the next group comes through with Reynolds, Snuggs, Goff, Nicholson, Wheeler, and then Stuart Bliss in 11th place. He wants a top 10 finish if he can manage it to try and salvage something. That's not quite behind Stuart Bliss. He went straight over the curb and the grass, but thankfully he gets the car stopped. You can tell how either fired up or desperate he is to get himself back into a proper point scoring position. I imagine that he'll have to use this as one of his drop scores in this season if he doesn't have any worse results than this. He might get 2 cars here if he plays the cards right, because Nicholson and Wheeler going side by side into the complex. Bliss is going to try and get past one if he can, maybe the other. He'll try and go around the outside of the Surrey College Peugeot. Oh, it's a Citroen actually, in fact. Being the same car mechanic, sometimes it's confusing to look at which is which, but this has got past one of them and makes the move almost stick. Yes, he does. He makes the move stick now. And not content with just being in the lead by some 5 seconds, Elliot Lettuce continues to extend his lead out in front. It's 6.2 seconds now, and the gap is now a new fast lap of the race. And his last, this puts into perspective, the last lap for Fletcher was a 153.623. Elliot Lettuce is a new fast lap of the race, a 152.464. He was a full 1.2 seconds faster than 2nd place man Dominic Fletcher. That's how much pace Elliot Lettuce has right now in that number 3 car. That is absolutely incredible. Here comes Stuart Bliss meanwhile, onto the last lap of the race. Tucked underneath the boot lid of John Nicholson, trying to pick up another place. He's inside the top 10 now, having got past Jack Wheeler. And if he can try and find a way through, his next target is to try and get past Nicholson. He might try a loose attempt at getting up to Nicholas Goff, but it depends on how quickly I guess Nicholson can try and catch him, and also then if there's a chance to get past also later in the lap. And these might be small cars, but amazingly, Croft is only 2.1 miles in length. It feels and seems like a longer circuit, but it actually isn't. It's quite a smaller circuit, 2.1 miles in length, but it's quite fast, it's flowing, it's lots of high-speed corners. And really with these city cars, momentum is everything. You have to keep basically on the throttle as much as possible, and you daren't lift off or brake too much. Otherwise, you'll find yourself out in the pack, and John Nicholson finds himself out wide over the grass, and he's going to lose a position at least to Stuart Bliss. A little bit of a tweak of oversteer, but away he goes. Meanwhile, this man has been absolutely untouchable in race number 3. He's going to take a perfect hat-trick to go to the next rounds in the next few weeks. And Elliot Lettuce will continue his status as champion favourite and his status as the championship leader by charging up to the checkered flag and picking up victory once again to complete the perfect hat-trick. 3 out of 3 for Elliot Lettuce. He wins the 3rd Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the weekend at Croft. Here comes Dominic Fletcher. He'll be delighted with this. What a drive. 2nd place for Dominic Fletcher in the Auto Bliss Toyota. And I think that's a first podium also for Christopher McKenzie for Bitcoin Racing in the Citroen. And rightly so, it is applause all round for everyone. That was a drag race to a line between Nicholas Goff and Stuart Bliss. And I tell you what, Goff only just held on to it by just under a 1/10 of a second at the line. Pretty close on that streak to the end. Richard Jett, we should mention, also once again takes his 6th win in a row for Northbrook College in the Student Motorsport Challenge. It's going to be 2nd place for Jack Wheeler in the Surrey College. That makes up for his rough start to race 1 yesterday when he retired. And Duncan Haller picks up 3rd place, and that will be for Barrack Sport, so they'll be happy with that too. So excellent effort from them all round. The rest of the field comes through to take the flag. Next one coming through is 42, which is 72 coming through, which is Hayden Payne after he had his issues. And here comes Jason Dean after his couple of spins that he had earlier on. And he will now make his way down towards the checkered flag to complete the results. So there's the finishing order of race number 3. Elliot Lettuce commanding victory of 8.9 seconds ahead of Dominic Fletcher. His first podium in 2nd place. Christopher McKenzie with an excellent drive. I think he's taken his first podium too in 3rd as well. 4th place goes to Bradley Porter. 5th to Richard Jett with another dominant victory in the Student Motorsport Challenge for Northbrook College. It's 6th for Adam Reynolds ahead of Richard Snuggs in 7th place from Nicholas Goff. Stuart Bliss and John Nicholson rounding out the top 10. For Jack Wheeler 11th, 2nd in SMC for East Surrey College, and 3rd for Barrack Sport in SMC goes to Duncan Haller in car number 11. And it's Craig Flynn and Andrew Payne rounding out the top 14. For 15th place downwards, Arthur Simon Day for Queen's Ethelberg 6th form. Then it's Bob Bannister, Lewis Torres, George Jones, James Smith, then Leon Wild, Emilia Vincent, Prem Gind, and we had Jason Dean with a couple of spins. Payne was in the pit lane with mechanical problems, eventually finished a lap down. Brilliant racing all round from the CityCar Cup all weekend, and that will certainly be pleasing for them. So we can now quickly head down to our pit lane where Rob Lewis is once again able to chat on top 3, including our dominant triple winner this weekend, Elliot Lettuce once more. Down to Rob in the pit lane.
Right, we're still just waiting down here for the cars to get back to the podium post-race area. I do have, as a matter of fact, the Mazda MX-5s out on circuit, so I think this weekend we're only really going to be able to get a chat with Elliot Lettuce. So hopefully we can get him out of his car quickly so we can get a word in, because they have got the Mazda MX-5s out on circuit. Bear with us. Typical racing driver problems. He's got to get all his kit off first. Elliot, once again a great result, great win, you must be thrilled.
Oh yeah, over the moon, yeah. 3 wins, can't complain, definitely not. No, car's on fire, so good. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic, so leading onwards, a bit more of the same, go for that championship?
Yeah, hopefully we continue at Anglesey, but lovely circuit, let's hope we do continue the same thing.
Fantastic, unfortunately we've got to cut these interviews short, so I'll let you crack on. Well done on a very good weekend. I just want to grab 2nd place, Dominic Fletcher, his first ever podium. I wanted to grab a word with him before we head back upstairs. First of all, congratulations on your first ever podium. Your thoughts?
Thank you. Just speechless, really. I was hoping to see you again, and I did. So, yeah, really good race. Bit of a mess up at the corner on the start, but luckily it went in my favour. Just kept a solid pace, so thank you. Yeah.
Fantastic. And just quickly, your plans for the rest of the year?
To push on forward now. Yeah, and thank you to the Auto Bliss team and everyone there who's really pushed me on this year and given me a good hand. So thank you very much.
Fantastic, no problem. I'll grab a very quick word with Chris McKenzie because they haven't quite got round to us yet. Chris, we've got to keep this short but sweet. We've got cars out on circuit. A great podium for yourself. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I was not expecting this starting from 9th on the grid. There was a bit of carnage going up through the hairpin, so I managed to gain from that, and I managed to get Jett and Porter on the chicane. So I'm very happy. My first podium.
Your first ever podium. Well, congratulations on that. I'm absolutely thrilled for you, as we all are. Great racing today from the CityCar Cup. Congratulations. Apologies for that. I've had to go back very quick. We're a bit short and pressed for time, so it's time to hand back to our commentary team. We've got Mazdas on grid.
do indeed. It's race 3 of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Championship, sponsored by Gaz Shocks. They're very quickly onto the rig because, of course, we are lacking a bit of time due to some early incidents. They're straight in there on the green flag lap. We're going to quickly rattle through at least the first few guys on the grid because it is Steve Foden back on pole position once again with Adam Sparrow alongside him on the front row. And then we have in row 2, it's Jason Greatrex and Jack Noller from Adam Craig and Luke Pullen, and Ted Bradbury, Owen Mills, Harry Storer and Richard Woods. And we'll give you the top 10 because the last few cars just making their way onto the grid now for the start of this race. And it's a reduced race also, this one. It's 15 minutes from its usual 20 as the cars make their way the last couple into position. So now we could be getting another hat-trick on our hands here because Steve Foden is looking for what will be his 7th win in a row and his second hat-trick in a row as well, because he took all 3 races at Brands Hatch. If we can do the double-double, that will be quite exciting to see. Lights out and away we go. It's actually a better start from the outside, the front row of the group, from Adam Sparrow. He got a much better launch than Foden this time as they come down towards Clairvaux. So Foden now having to go on the defensive to try to defend from both. It looks like that is going into Jason Greatrex, and that was also in there too. Jack Noller, in fact, they come through. But Adam Sparrow with a lightning getaway to get himself in front, and it now means that Steve Foden's got to do the chasing all over again. He did this in race 1 because he got pole position in qualifying, got himself into the lead, but then Steve Foden chased him down and passed him late in the race to pick up the victory. Look at them bobbing around as they go left and right, trying to find some racing room on the back straight towards Tower Bend for the first time. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this one plays out in earnest. Down towards the complex again. And they come through onto the Jim Clark S's now for the first time again. I keep on saying it's my favourite shot of the weekend. It's they all go through the Jim Clark S's one after the other, like bullets from a gun as they go through. The trailer cars makes its way through, bobbing and weaving and just leaning on their suspensions. They file through left and right in that Jim Clark S and that magnificent flat-out right-hander Barcroft. It's great to see as they turn their way through. No drama so far, and immediately you can see Steve Foden not hanging around by any stretch of the imagination. He wants to get back into get that hat-trick. He wants that 7th win of the season. He wants the 7th win in a row. He wants to get himself back in contention for the championship. This will certainly have done his championship chances no harm whatsoever. Have to remember that the championship leader coming into the weekend, Thomas Langford, not present this weekend. He had other prior commitments, so unfortunately he was unable to make it. But I'll tell you what, Steve Foden and co are taking full advantage of this. As they come onto the pit straight once again. Now through the first couple of corners again, and Foden closes back up once more. And up towards the complex again through into the S's. Now once again in the slipstream. Trying to make this work if he can. Looks to the outside line, and again Sparrow not comfortable. He has to go defensive on this run into the corner if he can. He's going to try and make it difficult. And now as to come back out of it, he runs wide on the exit of the corner. This now invites the possibility of Jason Greatrex to get through, and he does get past. So Greatrex now on his chance to try and tackle the lead. And I just wonder possibly, is Jack Noller going to get involved in this as well? He's on the back of Foden here, but quickly enough, Jason Greatrex trying to gap Steve Foden with just in front of him being Adam Sparrow as they come through. Now onto the short straight towards the complex once again. This lead group's getting quite big now. You've got Adam Craig in there, Luke Pullen, and also you see Owen Mills and Harry Storer. Ted Bradbury's not had a great start like he had in race 1. It's better than race 1, but he's way back in 9th position off the back of this leading group of 8. Back into the hair once again. Squeals of tyres as they try and find the grip out there. So Adam Sparrow then continues to lead. Jason Greatrex in 2nd place. It's still Steve Foden in 3rd, Noller 4th, Craig Holding Station 5th there in car 29. It's Pullen, Mills, Storer, Bradbury, and Richard Wood up in top 10. He's having a nice race so far as well. That's quite promising for him. As they come back out again, Adam Sparrow again, still looking for that first win in his MX-5 Championship career. As they come back down towards Tower Bend again. And under brakes once more. Just moving around into each other's braking zone, each other's wing mirrors to try and find and discover a potential passing opportunity. Now they come back down towards the Clark Estes again. Greatrex on that first proper flying lap, did the fast lap of the race, first proper flying fastest lap. Foden's not done here. Look at that, you can see Greatrex practically pushing Sparrow through the corner. And here comes Foden, he's thinking about it, thinking. I thought, no, better off it this time, and he's going to sit back in second place. But he knows that his car tends to come, if he's stuck a little bit like this, and he doesn't have the fastest start, his car tends to come good in the second half of the race, I've noticed with Steve Foden. So it tends to be, if he's out in front, he can dominate out in front and do pretty well. But even then, when he gets out in front initially, it seems like his car is sometimes not as strong in the first half of the race, but once he's got a few laps under his belt and got the tyres and the pressure is right exactly where they need to be at racing speeds, he gets to that point where he also needs a little bit of luck of the cars behind him causing problems and fighting amongst each other. If all that comes together, that's when Steve starts to pull away and really show his true pace here. Top four have broken away once again. Behind for fifth, there's also a scrap going on between Adam Craig, Luke Pullen and Owen Mills as the rest of the pack go through the head to continue the rest of the end of lap 3. That's Tim Storer getting involved there, having a scrap with a few more cars towards the back of the field. So 3, almost 4 for the lead now. Sparrow, Greatrex, Foden, and also trying to close in now looks to be the 36 of Jack Noller. And side by side now, we see Jason Greatrex made that dive down the outside, but he's see that Sparrow's forced him to the edge of the track, and here comes Foden to try and make it possibly. Close your eyes, 3 abreast, 2 wheels onto the grass for Foden. Thinks better of it and thinks, I better not do that. And he just manages to sit back and try and find another opportunity a bit further around the lap if he can. And Jack Noller's still kind of sat there hovering around, wondering if there's an opportunity for him. He's sort of dropped a tiny bit, but these 3 have got the ultimate pace, it seems, around Croft at the look of it. And Noller, I'm sure, would love to be back on the podium again if he can after his race 1 effort, which took place yesterday. There's the tail. Keep an eye on that scrap behind for 5th position as well, as Greatrex puts himself into the mirrors of Sparrow once again. An opportunity to try and squeeze through if he can. But Sparrow will do everything he can within his power to defend from the cars behind, because he knows how valuable a win can be, and it'll be his first win in the championship as well. He really did make an impact when he got those first podiums back at Brands Hatch last year. He really did make an impact there. Ever since then, he's been showing steady progress up through the order. And certainly doing Brian Chandler proud. Of course, this car's prepared by BC Cars, which is run by Brian Chandler, former MX5 champion himself back in 2015. Back here at Croft back that year, he had 2 times in 2 races where he tried to be a bit cocky through the exit the final corner and tried to do a bit of a tail side of a drift out of the final corner, ended up spinning both times. He kept the win, he was that far in front, but he was so far ahead, he decided to have a bit of a play on track and ended up almost losing both wins, but thankfully he managed to gather it quick enough to hold on, and of course went on to win the championship later on in the year. Rest of the pack going down towards Tower Bend again. Here comes Steve Foden looking around the outside of Jason Greatrex, but again gets shown the door, or does he? Gets put 2 wheels, 4 wheels onto the grass. Now Greatrex won't want to give that one up, but if Foden's kept his foot in, he might have the inside for second place. And look at that also, that's given Jack Noller a chance to get back involved here. Look at the momentum he's carrying through the Jim Clark Estes, straight onto the back of this train of 3 cars to make it a quartet, and they all funnel through Barcroft together. It is nose to tail, 4 deep. Sparrow, Greatrex, Foden and Noller, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th all together. And they're looking for, hopefully, a strong conclusion here to this final race of the weekend for the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. They're all over each other. And here comes Greatrex again looking around the outside. Now, if he can pull this one off, he'll be on the inside for the next part of the complex, and he might well be in there for track position. Sparrow looks back round the outside. He'll have the inside line for the next corner, which is the hairpin. Greatrex can't make it stick. Here comes Noller down the outside. Greatrex locks up, goes a little wide. They're now 2 by 2 like Noah's Ark out of the hairpin. And look at it's also bringing in both Adam Craig and Luke Pullen. And they might also bring into play both Owen Mills and Ted Bradbury as well. Bradbury's had an unusually quiet weekend this weekend. He's been hovering around the top 10, but not as quick as he'd like to be, I'm sure. Now for 2nd place, here comes Steve Foden. Surely up the inside he will dive. No, he doesn't, but it also gives the chance for Noller to get onto his rear bumper again. Out through Hawthorns. Look at the way Adam Craig and co are arriving into this group as well. So more typical excellent action. This particular lead group this year are super competitive, and wherever they go, they always find themselves all together at the front, all in one big group, all putting on a fantastic race. exactly what we've got here, and Greatrex there was moving out, trying to make another move, and here he comes down the outside line. Has got the chance to outbreak him on the outside into Tower Bend. They almost lean on each other again, but once again, Adam Sparrow puts up that strong defence. But now that comes to Jim Clark S's, his trap position for the first part of the chicane for to go side by side. Do they go side by side? What's they do? It's MX5 racing. Would you expect anything less? And here comes Steve Foden and also Jack Noller in the mix, still side by side. Barcroft on the right-hander, still at the inside line. For second place goes Steve Foden, and back into P2 he goes. He still wants that win streak kept up, and he still wants win number 7 of the year in a row. Because ever since he won his first race, the third race at Silverstone, Steve Foden has not been moved off the top step of the podium. He wants 2 hat-tricks in a row. He wants 7s for the season so far. He wants to continue climbing up the order to pick up, potentially, get himself with that possible opportunity to go into the championship meet or get near it by the end of the weekend. The train gets ever bigger. It is literally 7, 8 cars deep into the hairpin once again. There's still 5-0 in this race. There's plenty of action that could be had here. There goes Bradford up the inside for 7th place, getting past Toby Mills. They're going wheel to wheel down the pit straight towards the start of another lap. This is now 6 laps in the books now in this race. And Foden now only 0.3 of a second behind Adam Sparrow as they make their way back down again. I suspect that so they keep on pushing here. Meanwhile, Owen Mills fighting back for Ted Bradbury. Is Bradbury going to be confident enough to go around the outside? But there's your answer. Owen Mills slots back up into 7th position. And I keep looking at Jack Noller and just thinking, it's like that meme with the stick kind of pointing, going, come on, do something. Because he proved himself last year, the Rookie of the Year. Got his first podium yesterday. And he's been threatening in this lead group in the second race. And again here in race 3. You almost got William to say, come on, do something. Do something and attack the top 3. Speaking of attacking, here comes Steve Foes trying to take the lead from Sparrow, who again is as strong as anything. Strong as a brick wall. Trying to let him through, not keen on letting him through at all. Greatrex coming back in 3rd place now. Is there a possible change for 4th coming up now? Because Adam Craig is on the back of Jack Noller. Could he depose him a P4 here? We could see a deposition of the lead for a second a minute by Steve Foden on Adam Sparrow here, but Sparrow will be holding on for dear life. And I'm certain if Brian Charles got any fingernails left, I'll be surprised. He's bit them all away at this point. Ted Bradbury running a bit wide here. Probably not his circuit, Croft, not one he favours. He seems to go well, of course, to Silverstone and Vantage, but Croft not really his favourite circuits at the moment. So that's a bona fide 6-7 car train with Bradbury falling behind and trying to get back into the mix. Sparrow continues to lead it now, just under 3.5 minutes. Wider approach. Sparrow, lock up from Foden. So that gives Greatrex and Noller a chance to get involved here. Now, of course, Jason Greatrex currently is the gatekeeper of 3rd place. But if Noller's got enough pace, he might try and go for his 2nd podium of his career and of the weekend, because he picked up his 1st yesterday with 3rd place. This could be pretty tricky here. So Bradbury back onto the 10 of the queue. So now he's into 8th place once again. Rest of the top 10, we should mention Harry Storer back in 9th place and Levi Abert in 10th. But those guys are at least 6 seconds behind this leading group, who are all over each other, constantly back and forth for the victory. Now, looking at 3rd place, I think Jack Noller is going to try and line Jason Greatrex for a move soon enough, because he's looking pretty racy at the moment. Right on the back bumper, and there's a lock-up from Bobby Foden, I think that was, going into the break out of Tower Bend. It's quite a tricky braking zone at Tower Bend, because there's 2 or 3 very large bumps in the middle of the circuit. A bumpy braking zone area where if you get it wrong or brake a bit too late, it can really unsettle the car too much. Jim Clark S's again. No change in the order. Little breakaway there for the top 5 as Adam Craig is trying to go with this top 4 now. So they were all pressed together in one big 8-pack, but it looks as though a couple of them have dropped away a little bit in their own private battles at this point. Back down the short shoot towards the complex again. It's great to see so many spectators still watching here, waiting for the 2nd TCR race, but of course enjoying some great support action on top of it. I think, let's put any instance or red flag aside. I think the actual on-track racing that we've had has been a fantastic weekend from every support champion here this weekend. And really have done a great job racing-wise in order to make that happen. Across the start and finish line, last lap here. One more lap now for Adam Sparrow to hold on to this. And I think if anyone's going to be nervous aside from Adam Sparrow, it's going to be Brian Chandler watching his charge go through to try and pick up a strong victory if he can. In fact, I'm sure I have to correct myself. I think actually Adam Sparrow did get a strong result back at. I'll have to correct myself possibly. He did get a very good result at. I think he might have won a race at Silverstone. I'll have to double check that one. I'm simply going on memory here for a second sometimes because it's just going to work out who's done what. Down the back straight for the final time. And still on for second here between Foden, Greatrex and Noller. And again, Noller's there, but he just hasn't pulled the pin yet. He hasn't just gone for what I was expecting him to do, which is to kind of make a move somewhere and be close enough to do it. Let's wait and see if he's got left in the tank here with a few more corners to go. 30 seconds left of the race or so. Foden pushing as hard as he dares. They're coming back towards it now. Right, I'll correct myself. Apologies. Adam Sparrow has had a win this season. It's with the second race at Silverstone. This will be win number 2 of the season then for Sparrow if he can hold on. So I will re-correct myself and say it's going to be a second win for Sparrow if he can hold on, because he did that in the wet conditions at Silverstone on the GP circuit. It might be one last gasp attempt from the winning Steve Foden. He might well be denied his win streak. It might well end at 6 here for the moment. He's into the hairpin for the final time comes the leaders. Wide approach from Sparrow, little lock up for somebody behind. Out to the hairpin for the final time, and up to the checkered flag. It is going to be then a second race win of the year in the fully dry this time. P1 out of his hand out of the cockpit. Adam Sparrow wins race 3 of the weekend for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship in fine style, with Steve Foden second and Jason Greatrex third. I think that's possibly Richard Wotton's car with damage or expiring. No, Adam Craig's car with damage or expiring as it comes across the line. So that's a shame for him, but he comes home in P8. It's Jack Noller who picks up 4th, Luke Pullen is 5th, Ted Bradbury is 6th. It's then 7th place for Owen Mills, 8th for Adam Craig, and then Storer and Aisbit rounding out the top 10.
7th place will be Owen Mills, and also car 29, which will drop down Adam Craig. Now he drops
so across the line go the rest of the order. A magnificent effort all round from the MX-5 Championship. Great to see them back on the support timetable. In fact, the entire Mazda MX-5 Paddock on the support timetable of TCR UK. I'm certain they'll have enjoyed the festivities and being part of the latest rounds of TCR UK here at Croft. I think overall, the racing, on the whole, if you're generalising, the racing has been pretty entertaining for the spectators and everyone here. So a big thank you to everyone in the Mazda MX-5 Paddock for a brilliant weekend of racing. I'm sure you'll next time out. So here's the result from race number 3. It's Adam Sparrow who takes the victory, his second of the season. And Steve Foden in second place. His 6th winning streak stops at 6 for the time being. He'll be back next time to try and put that one right. Jason Greatrex back on the podium in 3rd, from Jack Noller in 4th. Then Luke Pullen and Ted Bradbury in 5th and 6th position. From Owen Mills, Adam Craig, Harry Storer and Levi Aisbit rounding out the top 10. Then it's Richard Wotton, Kevin Dengate, William Chadwick and Neil Chisnell rounding out the top 14 places in the race. From Matthew Goddard, Tim Dorr, Graham Rumsey, Adam Ziebert, Jonathan Fieldsend, Tim Storer, Chris Thelwell and Clive Chisnell rounding out the 22 cars that saw the checkered flag. Well, that's it for support racing here for BRSCC. For those who are watching on this stream, thank you very much for doing so. It's great to have your support. If you want to be subscribed to the channel, be sure to do so on the YouTube channel as well. Hit the notifications buttons to do so. The next live stream coverage on this channel will be the C1 24 hours, the support races and the race of sport itself for the 24 hours. That's on May 20th and 21st, so be sure to tune in and subscribe for that. If you want to watch the TCR UK action, head over to the TCR UK channel, so you'll be able to watch all that action from race 2. Myself and Henry Bodette will be on commentary for that. But for the final time in this stream, and I will sign off myself here from Scott Wood with some more here at BRSC. Thanks for watching this. I will hand over for the final time from our support races to the pit lane to Rob Lewis to have a chat with our race 3 winner in the MX-5 Championship, Adam Sparrow.
And what a great action-packed race to complete the lineup before the TCR UK races later on. I've got a very, very jubilant Adam Sparrow there, just having a cuddle with the marshals and his team. I just need him to whip his helmet off quickly so I can have a chat with him. Steve Foden narrowly missed out on the Grand Slam in 2nd place, and Jason Greatrex proving it's not always about being young to make you a great racer. Well, first win, you must be very happy with that. Well,
first win this weekend, yeah.
First win this weekend, yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, very, very happy. Got Steve off the line, and we're then just making sure I cover it in the right places. And I've got a little bit of breathing space in certain times, so making sure I just kept the race in line when I needed to, and yeah.
Superb job. Did it kind of change your mindset knowing that the race was going to be a bit shortened?
No, not really. It was all about getting a good start and then just trying to carry that through.
Fantastic. And your plan for the rest of the season? A bit more of this to come?
Yeah, exactly. Again, massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport, Cars Mega, and a big thank you to Portico GB and Unique Windows suppliers.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again on a superb win, Adam. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to chat to this man in second place, Steve Foden. Steve, the Grand Slam wasn't quite on this weekend. You were fighting hard for it. The racing was fast and furious. Can I just get your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to say a massive thanks to Adam and Jason for making that such an enjoyable race. There was absolutely no contact whatsoever. Everyone was clean. It was all very fair and, you know, hard but fair. So congratulations to Adam on his obviously second win of the season, and Jason for making the podium again. For me, yeah, that was a really tough race. I had a really, you know, awful start. Excuse the language. I had a really bad start. Kind of hesitated and didn't see the lights didn't come on for ages. And yeah, from there, Adam controlled the race well, and we were able just to hang on to second.
Okay, so now obviously second in that race, but you're in a great spot in the championship moving forward. Just keep that momentum, that consistency going.
Points make prizes, and I think, you know, at the end of the day, our goal is to bag as many points as possible. And I don't know if we got a fastest lap on or not in that one, but yeah, I think it's been a pointsy weekend, as Tom Ingram would say.
No problem. Well, I'll shake your hand as well. It was a great second place to round off a wonderful weekend. Congratulations, Steve. I just want to find out our third place man, Jason Gretorix, who should be here. Oh no, he's behind us. He's come to us. First of all, I'll shake your hand. Congratulations, you are the leading master in this grid, and I think that gives you the Masters win for the weekend. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah. I got that every weekend. That's fine.
I think you'll be up there, but you're certainly proving that age isn't an issue.
No, I think we're like sort of the Masters is just there, but we're heading for the championship if we can. We need to start winning races to try and beat Steve. We're getting close. The pace is there. The car's good. Just like to say thanks to everyone at home watching. Max Sky and my wife Gemma, she's at home, and Paul at NHA again. He's done a smashing job with the engine. It's real good.
Fantastic. So no issues with the car. Go on to the next round, nice and consistent.
Yeah, we got 7 weeks now, so a nice break. And yeah, we'll go to Anglesey and we'll try and win there. We love that track. It's home soil, just about.
Home soil for you, just about, and what a circuit to go to.
Love it, love it. On a nice day there, it's amazing. But when it rains, it rains.
Amen to that. Well, congratulations once again on the podium, Jason Gretorix. And from me, I've sort of got to sign off, so that's all of the support races for the TCR UK over and done with. Don't forget, head over to the TCR UK channel to watch the TCR races, or if you fancy watching some of the Paddock interviews, some of the stuff going on from the BRSCC races throughout the day, then stay on the BRSCC YouTube channel to watch that. But from me, Robert Lewis, it's time for the final time to hand back to our commentary and presenting team.